As the shivers of early spring move into warmer times, welcome back to PF International for the opening round for the IAME classes in the 2024 Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's the first time the four classes across the IAME platform have taken to the track this season, and the first time we'll see the double round format weekend take place. Event 2 of 2024 welcomes a number of drivers back to either start their ranking defences or an assault on the next rung of the karting pathway, including 23 Bambino frontrunners Harry Chapman and Henry Algar, now both in IAME Water Swift Restricted. It's a mix of new and familiar faces across the classes, including drivers running strongly in Europe so far this year. Those include Will Green and the ever-proving Sukhmani Kira, both in IAME Water Swift. X30 Junior is a stacked grid, including last year's Water Swift champion Jesse Phillips, along with a host of international drivers looking to this autumn, where PFI will host the FIA Karting World Championships. Several of the world's best are racing here this weekend in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Can anyone dethrone the king of X30 Senior? The PF International specialist, Gus Lawrence. Champion the last 2 years, he starts his assault for a third title this weekend with the likes of Lewis Bird, third last year, another driver who's been strong in Europe so far this year, challenging him for that crown. We also welcome the Tilletson T4 series to the paddock this weekend. This weekend serves as the qualifier for the T4 Nations Cup in Spain later this year for the senior category. You can watch it all here on the Karting UK platform of channels provided to you by Alpha Live. Let's get ready for Event 2 of 2024 for the Vera Tools British Kart Championships.
And indeed, welcome back to PF International Event 2, Day 2 here in Lincolnshire. We had a great day's racing yesterday here at PF International, and conditions are great again. Some high-level clouds, but sunny conditions, grippy conditions should be set for some fantastic racing. My name is Andrew Mather. Great to be back once again as your lead commentator for the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Here is your circuit for today, the world-renowned PF International Kart Circuit, just short of 1.4 kilometres in length. In its 30th year of racing, a great circuit here, including, of course, the elevated section up round the bridge and through the tunnel as well. The race format for today, where they'll have to deal with some weather. On the forecast, there's a little bit of rain. I'm surprised at the moment if that comes in, because right now it's beautiful conditions. Still a light breeze over the circuit, but still quite challenging for the drivers. Very grippy this weekend. We had a club meeting here 1 week ago. No rain, quite uncharacteristic for the United Kingdom in 2024. Means that in some places there's almost a bit too much grip for the drivers. They need to sort that out with their setups. But as I say, we are on day 2 of this event, so they should have that sorted out by now. Well, I'm not alone. Once again, joined by Nicole Sutherland. Let's head down to Nicole, who is in the pits.
We're down here on one of the gantries at PFI, currently trying to finish an ice cream, and so is cameraman Fraser. So if the camera goes a bit wobbly, then you know why. Second day of action here. Yesterday, absolutely incredible racing from all of our drivers. In qualifying, we've already seen a bit of action going on, so there's going to be some drivers very much out of position. I've also got to concentrate now to make sure I speak into the mic and not into my ice cream. Really excited, personally, looking forward to seeing all of the action. Track conditions, again, similar to yesterday, absolutely fantastic. Lots of grip out there, and driver perspective, looking forward to watching these drivers really make the most of it. I'll go back up to Andrew in the comms box. I'll be joining him shortly. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I hope my ice cream makes its way back up to the comms box as well. I have just heard in my ear that the weather forecast that we saw earlier suspected thunderstorms from 2 p.m. We won't worry about that right now. We've had enough rain in the UK for 2024. I'm going to be positive today that it's not going to affect us here at PF International. Going back to the round format, so this is the first double header weekend of 2024. So if you were with us yesterday, you'll know this format, but if you're just joining us here for Sunday, this is the same for all classes today in the IAME ladder. Every driver has 2 heats. The results from those 2 heats will determine the intermediate classification order. There will be championship points at that point, so if you're top of one of those ICs, 65 championship points go your way. That IC will also set the grid. The top 28 in a class will automatically go through to the final. Any other drivers, because we have got some big grids here today, will go into the repéchage. The top 6 from the repéchage will go through to the final. There's championship points for the final as well. We're going to take a few moments here before the first race. We'll be back after some of the content that we filmed earlier on this weekend. We're here at PF International in Lincolnshire for the opening round of the 2024 Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Once again this year, Vera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use.
Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. And we can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics. The handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Vera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship.
Thank you once again to Vera Tools, proud title sponsors once again in 2024. We should mention as well, say this is round 2 for the IAME classes this year, but we also are proud to have the Tilletson T4 series with us this weekend. We will see them in a racing capacity. Today it will stand as their sole qualifier for the senior category. For the T4 Nations Cup later on in the year. That's a world event that's going to be held at Karting Internacional de Lucas Scalero, a fantastic circuit out in Spain. So drivers looking to qualify, if I'm right in saying, one of 3 spots available for them today. That is to come though. The first race out on circuit, just to go through the agenda for today, we'll have Senior X30 running their race due to go off soon. Water Swift, then 2 heats for the juniors. Good grid of field for the juniors today. They will have groups A and C going off versus groups B and D afterwards. Water Swift restricted running as well. Looking through the order, that is a repeat through the course of the afternoon. Do get your comments coming in. We'll be monitoring them here in the box on the Alpha Live YouTube channel in particular. Big thanks to everyone watching across the other channels as well. Let's get ready though. First race of the day is up next. And we do indeed start with the Tilletson T4 series. This grid set by time qualifying yesterday. Philip Rawson and Bradley Beavers on the front row. Aaron Coogan and Anwar Barul Smith go from row number 2. Mike Coppin and Matt Wildman start on row 3. Jason Bradbury and George Townsend start on row number 4. Chris Alcock and Owen Roberts complete the top 10 there on row 5. Paul David and Marco Verzzini start on row number 6. Christian Ressa and Ellen Donnelly start on row number 7. John Nuttall and Yuri Bechtold start on row number 8. Ben Higginbotham and Olivier Lemon start on row number 9, ahead of Peter McBride and Darren Beavers on row number 10. Oliver Greening and James Byrne start on row 11, and it's a 23 kart field that's completed by Mickey Brennan there on the 12th row of the grid. Nicole joins me in the box. First time that we've seen the Tilletson T4s in a racing capacity this weekend, Nicole. I'm really looking forward to this. I've been talking with some of the drivers in the paddock, a number of them well known to myself from the Club 100 scene. They're really excited about this package, this step up from arrive and drive into the owner scene. Tight racing, close racing is what I've been promised from the Tilletson T4s, and hopefully we're about to see just that.
Yeah, in practice, you've seen the top three's never really been the same drivers. It's been going lots of changes of who's fastest, who's in the top 5. So shows it's going to be some close racing out there.
Away we go then, lights out for the first time this weekend for the Tilletson T4s. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a good start for Philip Rawson in the number 29 kart, leading under the tunnel, under the bridge for the first time, wrapping round on to the bridge. I think this has been a good start as well for Bradley Beavers. Good to see Bradley Beavers back in a kart. Not seen Bradley race for a while. Good start as well for Aaron Coogan in the number 66. Anwar Barul Smith currently leading the train with the number 2 there. Has run in the Tilletson T4 series for a while, was second in the championship last year. So we'll be looking for inroads there from 4th place. Through the first hairpin they all go. Everyone's still running, which is good to see. Into the Fullerton S's for the first time here today. And all looking good so far for Philip Rawson. There's Jason Bradbury with the yellow and blue pink helmet. Another driver who's done a lot of racing on the karting pathway in Arrive and Drive in Club 100. He's taken this step as well. There's the O-plate holder, Owen Roberts, expecting good things from Roberts here this weekend. End of the first lap. It's Rawson from Beavers, Coogan, Beryl Smith, Wildman, Coppin, Townsend, Roberts, Bradbury and Chris Alcock currently completing the top 10. There has been a warning flag straight away though for the number 48. That's Paul David. And just a warning flag at the moment, no penalties for that, but has been a penalty now, plus 3 seconds for the number 17. That's Jason Bradbury. Now usually, and add to that list the number 83 of Ellen Donnelly. Normally, Nicole, when we see a 3-second penalty on lap 2, or we see it notified to us on lap 2, that often means start infringement, doesn't it?
Yeah, tram lines, going too early.
Going too early indeed. And stepping out of those, here's the battle for 4th place. Beryl Smith pulling away from Wildman. Mike Coppin there in the number 37. Great spirit in the Tilletson T4 paddock this weekend. Nicole, we went down there early on in the weekend, had a chat with them to get to know this new product for Motorsport UK's British Kart Championships. Oh dear, there's a problem there for Jason Bradbury in the number 17. He's going to have to come into the pits. What I love about this is the camaraderie of all the drivers, all helping each other out to boost the product and get as many drivers on the grid as possible. It's a really supportive paddock, which is great to see.
Yeah, you walk down into the paddock and you walk past where all the Tilletson drivers are pitted together, and you can see the atmosphere. They're all having a good time, music going, all chatting, giving each other advice, and yeah, just really good atmosphere, which is good to see, but equally so, like we're seeing on the track, also very competitive. So.
Indeed. So 5 minutes to go in this one. Philip Rawson seems to have control at the moment. There's one driver off in the background. It's the number 28. I think that's Darren Beavers. So Darren Beavers, unfortunately, out of this race. Was in 19th position at the midway stage. Yeah, we're talking with Andrew Fallon and Mark French this week. They're two of the main guys who run the Tilletson T4 series. A real hope that this bringing of the series into the karting pathway can really give people an opportunity to get on the grid and get racing for a budget.
Yeah, talking to Andrew this morning in the cafe, interrupted him whilst he was eating his bacon sandwich.
Yes.
And he was saying, being involved in the Tilletson stuff, for him, he's just felt like it's a breath of fresh air. He's really enjoying it.
Absolutely. They're all running on the Maxxis Sport tyres. They're all controlled, and it's again, having a limited number of sets of tyres through the whole season. It's not a series where someone can simply go, oh, well, I'll just go and bolt a new set of tyres on, as there's a change there between Mike Coppin and Anwar Barul Smith for 4th place. It really is a well-controlled event in terms of costs. It's not the only time we'll see the Tilletson T4 series in action in tandem with the Vera Tools British Kart Championships for this year. They'll be with us at Wilton Mill later in the year as well, with the junior categories, say, all building up towards the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia later on in the autumn. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And Robert Rule-Smith under pressure a bit here from George Townsend. And Robert Rule-Smith's won many a championship over the years, but right now he's having to defend. That's a good move from George Townsend down the inside. Good speed off of the bridge. Nice move into hairpin one. And for Townsend, that's him up to 5th place.
Great start to this race by Philip Rawson as well. He's leading by 9/10. Philip typically races in the Rotax category with Guy Cunnington Racing, so it's good to see him switching it up, doing something a bit different. No doubt he'll be competing in this to try and qualify for Valencia later on in the year in the Nations Cup. So great to see him out there. Great to see him being very quick as he is.
Absolutely. I say an event, I think last year had around 40 nations represented for the T4 Nations Cup. Out to the final corner along the pit straight onto lap number 6. Rawson leads now by 1.12 seconds. Bradley Beavers at P2. There's been a change further down the order as well. I think Jori Bechtold from the Netherlands has got past Ellen Donnelly for 12th place. Ellen Donnelly from Cork in Ireland. As I say, the home, in a way, of the Tilletson T4 is very much Ireland. A lot of Irish drivers over this weekend. As down the inside of Anwar Barrell-Smith goes Owen Roberts there for 6th place. As I say, it's been running over there for a good number of years. Tilletson as a company, very long-standing history, over 100 years of history. But in terms of making their own engines, making their own kart power units, that started in the early 2010s. And as we've seen here this weekend, continues to go from strength to strength. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go on the clock. Leaders coming round to complete lap number 6. So I reckon we'll have 3 more laps here. 2 on time and then the +1 standard at the end. And this is a good battle forming up for 5th place, for 6th place rather. Anwar Barrell-Smith, Matt Wildman and Paul David closing in there over that position. So Owen Roberts, who was able to get through past Barrell-Smith a lap or so ago, hasn't been able to break away so far. Bradley Beavers, Aaron Coogan and Mike Coppin nicely running in the top 4. Marco Ferrazzini flying the flag for Italy here this weekend has just got past Chris Alcock for 10th place. It's number 16 going through elsewhere on the circuit.
Philip Rawson continues to go purple again. He's not lost any time to Bradley Beavers in second, even though he's out of a tow, so he's out there completely by himself. Not a single mistake to lose any time. So good start from him.
Yeah, and in this formula, it is hard to lead from the front of the order, particularly on a circuit such as PF International with its long straights, lots of opportunities for drivers behind to slipstream. But this has been a very good performance for Philip Lawson to start the day. Time about to expire. That means we will see the last lap board at the end of this one. Here is the battle for 2nd place. Aaron Coogan looking down the inside. Bradley Beavers takes the defensive line. Coogan trying to go around the outside. Oh, very close. And off the road goes Coogan. Beavers compromised there as well. That's going to open the door for Mike Coppin and George Townsend to step through and take 2nd place. Well, 2 drivers battling hard there into hairpin 1. Didn't work out for them. They're still in this race. They're still in a position that will give them good heat points. But yeah, I wonder if they'll have some reviews of that one back in the paddock and have a discussion of what happened there. Last lap board about to come out then. Philip Rawson takes us onto the final lap. There's on the inset camera a quick shot into the CCTV room. David Manchester hard at work reviewing all the cameras around the circuit set up by Motorsport UK. We're on the final lap now. Good move there from the number 27 of Bradley Beavers. Well, it's got back into 3rd place. Owen Roberts has now got through as well. So a quick finish to this race for the O-plate holder in Tilletson T4. Roberts looking for a way through. Here comes George Townsend down the inside. He's got some work to do coming off of hairpin 1 and into hairpin number 2. Notification from race controllers that the number 27 of Bradley Beavers is under investigation. I'd imagine that is for the incident that we saw a few moments ago at hairpin number 1. But we'll feed any further news to you as and when we receive it here in the commentary box. We won't speculate any further than that. What we will talk about, though, is a great start to the day from Philip Rawson. The number 29 started on pole position and is going to come around to take the checkered flag and take the win in the first heat this weekend for Tilletson T4 Senior. Mike Coppin across the line, P2. Third for Bradley Beavers. George Townsend and Owen Roberts complete the top 5. Paul David is the first of the international runners, the Frenchman home in 6th place ahead of Anwar Barul-Smith in 7th, Matt Wireman in 8th, 9th for Marco Ferrezzini, and Chris Alcock completing the top 10. A great performance there from Philip Rawson. I know it's still early stages, Nicole, but always impressive to see a driver go from pole position and just drive away from the field. Looked pretty comfortable there with that 5-second win.
Yeah, I don't think there was even a lap there where he didn't go purple either. Every lap I think he was improving and being the fastest out on the track. Impressive as well when you're out there in your own air. It's easy to lose your concentration when you've not got something in front of you, and it's easy to make a mistake because you can't gauge as a driver how you're going into a corner compared to somebody else, which is really beneficial. When you haven't got that, when you're by yourself, it makes it hard work sometimes.
And we always say here at PF International, because it's such a long circuit by UK standards as well, in an 8-minute heat, there's less times that you go through each corner, so it can be hard to get into a rhythm. But a very good performance there from Philip Rawson. You can be very happy with that indeed. Mike Coppin as well takes P2. Good congratulations between Coppin and Beavers in the background there. Just to run through the rest of the order, Coogan, Bechtold, Resser, Donnelly and Higginbotham in the top 15, Lemon, McBride, Byrne, Brennan and Greening in the top 20, John Nuttall the last of the finishers, 2 retirements down, Beavers and Jason Bradbury. We'll be back shortly. The first appearance of X30 Senior is up next after these few messages. Back here at PF International, beautiful conditions here in Lincolnshire for round 2 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships for the IAME classes. Nicole, we had round 1 yesterday. Lots to talk about. What were your highlights from yesterday, do you think, particularly for X30 Senior?
I think for me, really impressive performance by Harrison Mackie. Yeah, very good indeed.
Absolutely, he's having a very good weekend so far. Let's get ready for the next race then. Race 21 for this weekend. Heat number 4 for X30 Senior is next. Time to go racing then for X30 Senior. Here's their grid, determined by times qualifying earlier on this morning. Freddie Lloyd and Noah Wolf on the front row. Alistair Cresswell and Cian Geraghty go from row number 2. Jimmy Elias from France starts on row 3 alongside Aaron Brown, Oliver Rance and Freddie Housley are on row number 4.
Row number 5, we've got Lewis Bird alongside Guy Albag, or he likes to call himself Guy Albagino. Row number 6, we've got Dominic Simek and Henry Gregory. Closely behind, Alfie Gallagher and Harvey Roth.
Matteo Giacardi and William Smith go from row number 8. Ty Stansfield and Fred Green on row 9. Harry Ewell and Josh Palfreman start on the 10th row of the grid. Dayton Coulthard had a decent qualifying, starts on row 11 alongside Michael Gray. Casper Payecki and Juan Pablo Girard start on row 12.
Row number 13, David McIntyre and Ava Anagnostiadis. And rounding out the 27 kart grid, we have Gus Lawrence.
Yeah, one of the big stories from timed qualifying earlier on earlier on today. Rear bumper became detached from Gus Lawrence's number 1, which meant he only got 3 laps in total including one of his warm-up laps. So that is why Gus Lawrence, from his 3-lap average, starts at the very back of this field. Now, I don't think it's reason to panic because we know Lawrence's record in X30 Senior champion in the last 2 years and around this circuit, but it's going to be hard work for the reigning champion here today. Let's see how he does in this first race, as with the other 26 drivers as well. 8 minutes on the clock, ready to go racing here in X30 Senior. We are good for the race start. Very good attempt there from Noah Wolf. Sweeps into second place, nearly took the lead away from Freddie Lloyd through the first couple of corners. They're all under the bridge for the first time, wrapping round onto the top of the bridge straight away. Where is Gus Lawrence in all of this? Can we see him coming through the field? Well, he's got one driver already. I think he's maybe just taking things a bit calm here on this first lap. Let the race come to him. Be in damage limitation mode right now. Scored a decent number of points yesterday. It's fit. Oh, as there's 3 drivers off on the exits of, and one of them is Gus Lawrence. One of them is Gus Lawrence, the reigning champion, in trouble on lap 1 now of the first heat. The number 77 of Michael Gray was also involved in that moment there. But wow, well, it goes from bad to worse, it seems, today for Gus Lawrence. That is not what we expected to see, Nicole.
No, he is not going to be happy with that whatsoever. It's really not what he needs after the back bumper incident in qualifying.
Second in the intermediate classification yesterday, 4th in the final. Decent haul of points, but it was all about Finn McLaughlin yesterday. There is Gray out of the race. Good to see that Michael is, most importantly, all right, standing in the marshal post there under his own steam. But obviously quite disappointed with what's happened there. End of lap 1 standings, by the way. Lloyd from Wolf, Geraghty Cresswell, Jimmy Elias has had a decent start. Had a difficult day. Jimmy Elias, one of quite a few runners here this weekend in the senior and junior categories as a one-off for the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, but looking further down the road, looking to September when PF International in its 30th year hosts the FIA Karting World Championships. Jimmy Elias, a regular on the scene in the senior OK category, the top direct drive category in the world, racing for his victory lane effort this year, trying to learn as much as they can ahead of the biggest meeting of the year. Right now, though, we're focusing on this heat for X30 Senior. Changes of position. Elias, as mentioned, through past Cresswell for 4th. Brown and Gregory past Rands for 6th and 7th. And Aaron Brown went a little bit under the radar yesterday, I thought, Nicole. There's a move for second place. Cian Geraghty down the inside of Noah Wolf for that spot. Aaron Brown, a really, really solid day yesterday, I thought, for Vismo International.
Yeah, great for him. Really consistent. Good to see him. Good to see him putting some decent laps in. Good pace. Good racing as well.
Yeah, and grew through the course of the final as well. This is a turn of pace from Cian Geraghty as well. He wasn't fully happy with the setup of the kart yesterday. Said to yourself, Nicole, on the grid ahead of the final that there was work. Oh, as off there is one of the Birrells. I think it might be the number 23 of Juan Pablo Girard for PSR. Meanwhile, change for the lead. Geraghty goes to the front. Well, the setup's definitely working so far today. Geraghty takes the lead from Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd, who had a strong day yesterday in what was a dominant performance across the classes for Fusion Motorsport, finished the final in second place. Noah Wolf, who had a big fight for 6th place in that final, he's gone down the inside now. This is straight away a very intriguing situation. We're seeing different drivers coming to the front versus what we saw yesterday, Nicole. Oh, apologies, it's the number 22 of Ty Stansfield that was off. Yes, of course, with Juan Pablo Girard being a PSR, that's a completely different livery. But Ty Stansfield sadly out of this race. The privateer on the Birrell art there. 4 minutes and 15 to go. But going back to that point, Nicole, straight away I know it's only the first race today, but we're not seeing the complete fusion domination that we saw yesterday. What do you think the drivers and the mechanics will have been working on overnight ahead of this next round?
Setup changes. I think they would have gone back to the awnings, put their heads together and thought, right, we're not happy with this. What can we do? Probably tested it in practice, confirmed that it worked in quali, and then got ahead with it for the first heat. Noah Wolf now up into second, caught up with him yesterday, and he said yesterday's day, in his words, were average. Maybe his average is very different to somebody else's, but he's having a good start to this race, and he is massively catching up to Cian Geraghty there through that second hairpin and down into the last sector of the track. No doubt he'll be looking to make the move very shortly.
Absolutely. Noah Wolf on a Birrell chassis as well, not the standard red and white for a Birrell chassis, of course, in terms of the livery, supported by Van Amersfoort's Racing, VAR by Birrell Effort, racing in the Jade Racing Team awning, racing from the Jade awning this weekend. And Wolf looking up for this now and a potential move. Has he got down the inside? He has. He's got through past Cian Geraghty. Cian Geraghty has to be patient now because that opens the door for Lloyd and for Brown. So Geraghty down to 4th place. Well, Brown wanted to move down up the order. Geraghty wanted to go back into 3rd place. As out of the race is Dayton Coulthard. Dayton Coulthard's difficulties from yesterday continue, unfortunately, here on Sunday. That's another retirement, similar to what we saw for Coulthard yesterday in heat number 1.
Yeah, Henry Gregory making a move there for the Vismo team. He's up by 7 positions in this race into 5th, so great start for him.
Yeah, Henry Gregory will be pleased with that so far. 2.25 minutes of this first heat of the day for X30 Senior to go. Remember, all the points from yesterday are locked in for round 1. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new round for all of these competitors.
Also saw Alistair Cresswell going a bit defensive there into the first kink. More on the right-hand side of the track, trying to defend from the driver behind him. Still maybe a little bit early on to be doing that, but we'll see how it works out for him.
Maybe so. I can see Lewis Bird in the midst of things there. Lewis Bird, who had a very good run yesterday, of course, was 3rd on the podium in the final. Promotion had plenty of reasons to be happy about that. We had a little chat with Lewis Bird during the Paddock Show recording, which you can watch the premiere of during the lunch break here today.
Yeah, he's been having a great run recently. I think he's been out in Europe, putting a lot of laps in, putting a lot of work in, and he's been looking really strong in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, a lot of smiles on the faces of the Croc Promotions team this weekend. Warning for Oliver Rands, the number 27, just a warning. For something that's happened out there. Nothing more than that at this precise moment. Just over a minute to go then. Freddie Lloyd has control of this race right now. 1/4 second clear of Noah Wolf. The pack spreading out a bit in the top 10. Here's an attempt. I think is it one of the PSRs, the Optimums moving down the inside. It was the 27. It was the Optima performance of Oliver Rands gaining a spot through that exchange. Here's the fight for 3rd place. Geraghty and Gregory. Cian Geraghty, who yesterday had a decent run of things. 15th in the final. He was 11th in the intermediate classification through those heats. This is a big step up, the kind of step up that you would expect from Cian Geraghty. Of course, him and his dad running their own effort now, running their own team under the banner of Geraghty Motorsports. I've impressed a lot of people so far this season, whether it be here in the British Championships or overseas in the IAME Euro Series. 5 seconds to go. This will be the penultimate lap of this heat.
No.
Do we think Noah Wolf's going to make a move here for the lead, Nicole?
I was just going to say, he's pushing really hard into those corners. Head down into the first hairpin, get that wind over the top of him, get in the toe, try and tow up to Fred Lloyd in front of him.
Absolutely. Just a quick update on Gus Lawrence. Well, the pace is there because he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 56.51. But he's off the back of the pack. It's going to be P22, you would imagine. He might get into a range of some drivers with front fairing penalties ahead of him that he could take advantage of those +5 second penalties. But that is a very big might right now, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how Gus Lawrence fights back from this. He will fight back from this, there's no doubt. but we'll wait to see how he does in his second heat. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, good scrap going on over the bridge. Here are your leaders, Lloyd and Wolf on the last lap. Wolf's a little bit too far back to have a go there. Geraghty defensive ahead of Henry Gregory, and Jimmy Elias is going to join in the fun here as well. The Frenchman for victory lane. Good defence from Geraghty. He's going to have to get across, though, to defend that position. He does. Good defence from Cian Geraghty. Gregory's now got to think about Elias behind. Meanwhile, right at the front, Noah Wolf is having a go at Freddie Lloyd for the heat win. Freddie Lloyd has defended that very nicely indeed through the final couple of corners, and it's going to be another win this weekend for Fusion Motorsport. Freddie Lloyd takes the first heat of the day, clear of Noah Wolf by 0.2 of a second. Cian Geraghty improves to third after a testing day yesterday. Aaron Brown in fourth, Lewis Bird in the top five again there, fifth. Henry Gregory sixth, so something happened there, pushing Gregory and Elias back to sixth and seventh. Alistair Cresswell, I think he'll be pretty pleased with that eighth place result for TWM. Difficult day for Cresswell yesterday. Good way to bounce back. Fred Green and Guy Albach complete the top 10. But it's Freddie Lloyd on the podium yesterday in that final, in that Fusion 1-2. Was third in the IC yesterday as well. Has already bagged 122 championship points. And that is the perfect way, Nicole, for him to start his day.
Yeah, definitely. I think what we were saying about Elias and Gregory, it looked like going into the 90 right, they were having a bit of squabble, and I would have thought round there they've ended up sacrificing a lot of speed and have dropped down the order. Not really what they both wanted, I don't think.
Indeed. Well, there's Noah Wolf. Can be happy with that. P2. That's something to build upon for the rest of the day. For the groups that we've just seen there, so that was obviously groups B and C, we will see Group B out at 2:45 on the schedule for their second heat. That'll be up against Group A, of course. For Group C, a little bit earlier, they'll be on circuit at 1:30 for their second group. Easy way to remember that one. Anyone who started on the inside column, first, third, fifth, seventh, etc. They're all Group B runners. Everyone on the outside running into turn one, they are Group C runners. So do note that if you're following a particular driver. We won't see Group A, of course, until that first race for them at 1:30 this afternoon. But a good start there for a number of our drivers in X30 Senior. There, it's a quick sight of Cian Geraghty. Great work by him and the team to get that kart back up to where you'd expect it to be in the top three. He can be very pleased with that one. Let's take a short break here on the commentary with a few messages from our sponsors. We'll be back shortly with the next race from Water Swift. Back here at PF International, preparing ourselves for what will be race number 22 for this weekend, and the first heat for round 2 of the championship for IAME Water Swift. Now, the story from Water Swift time qualifying earlier on today, 2 groups of Water Swift qualifying, as I dropped my pen in the comment box. Disrupted first group, they had a red flag, so we've got a bit of a jumbled up grid here. This is going to be a very interesting race. It's up next. It's heat number 1 of the day for Water Swift. Let's take you through the grid then for the first Water Swift race of the day. This is groups B and C out on circuit. George House on pole position, Austin Newstead alongside on the front row. Zednek Babicek and Ian Carey start on row number 2. James Nolan and Mason Brooks, winner yesterday. Mason Brooks starts on row 3. Will Green and John T. Restrick start on row number 4.
Row 5, we have Oscar Miller and Teddy J. Porter. Row 6, Henry Clark, Max Mason, and row 7, Jarlath Sayer and Grayson Wortley. Row number 8, we have Christian Kobe and Oliver Rowland Motorsports' Charlie Clough.
Slickmani Kira was on the podium yesterday, starts this one from row 9, is joined by Cooper Snedden. Andy Stewart just missed out on qualifying for the final yesterday, will look to improve from that, starts on row 10 alongside Harley Musk. Finley Lyons and Sophie Campbell starts on row number 11. Hazer Spartalos and Luca Narrowe start on row 12. And it's Xavi Fonge who starts 25th of the 25 runners in this one. Yeah, a few drivers there on that grid, Nicole, that based on what we saw yesterday, I'd expect a little bit further up the grid. Grayson Wortley, Slickmani Kira as examples. Jarlath Sayer as well, who was second in the final. Finley Lyons definitely one to look out for coming through the field. Had a difficult day yesterday, did Finley. Pace was there. Didn't quite have the luck of the racing gods at times, though. Did have one compromised heat. But we know he's got the speed this weekend to come back through. Hopefully we'll get this one underway first time. Great opportunity here for the two BMR teammates, House and Newstead, to get a good start. George House ever improving across the course of 2024. It's been really good to see. Are we ready for a start? Lights are red. They're out. We're racing. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for IAME Water Swift. Their first heat of the day. Their fourth of the whole weekend. Good start for George House. Good start for Babicek as well. The driver from Czechia straight up into second place. Good opportunity this for the privateer James Nolan from the Republic of Ireland, starting 5th on the grid. They're winding down now from the bridge towards the first hairpin for the first time in this one. It's a good start. Oh, Babicek finds room down the inside. A lovely move by Zdeněk Babicek there. There was a little door opened by George House. And Zdeněk Babicek took the opportunity to step right through. 3 wide just behind with Newstead and Green involved. And coming through already is Mason Brooks. Well, let's talk a little bit about Mason Brooks, Nicole. I think it was a surprise, the result that we had yesterday from Mason Brooks. But what a drive in that final, coming through from the 14th spot on the grid to take the final. And yeah, just got the drive through the field absolutely spot on and saved his tyres for later in the race as well.
Yeah, he has won a British final last year, but in the restricted category at GYG. But yeah, he's very excited. Mechanic, who's also dad, was very excited. It was great to see. And what a drive, like you said, 14th to first is impressive. As I say that, we have got a 5-second penalty for Cooper Snedden at the start of this race. Babicek continues to lead, fastest lap, leads by only a 10th though, so he will be looking shortly behind him, watching his back into this second hairpin.
He will indeed. Had a quick chat with Mason Brooks' father Gary yesterday. He was absolutely over the moon to be on the podium as the winning mechanic as well. Apologies though, I did do an Anthony Jordan. I forgot to read his name out initially until Claudia reminded me. But there we go, it's the end of a long day. 6 minutes to go in this one. As Zdeněk Babicek leads, Austin Newstead in second place. Mason Brooks continuing that form that we saw in the final yesterday. They're in third place with George House at the back of this main group. But I wouldn't say they've galloped away from those behind, Nicole. And we've also got some drivers coming through the field in the mid-pack, haven't we?
Finley Lyons already up 9 positions into 12th there. We just saw him coming down the straight, gaining massively onto Henry Clark out of that last corner. He's on a mission, I think, this morning. Yeah, and he'll be pumped up for this one, I'm sure. Finley Lyons has had a very successful year so far in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Super performance at the Rotax O-Plate to kick things off around 5 or 6 weeks ago, and then was very strong here for event number 1, which acted as round 1 for those Rotax classes for the full championship. We had a chat with him yesterday during the Paddock show. Again, you can watch that premiere of it during the lunch break, so keep it locked here throughout the day at PFI. I spoke to him about, when he's in the Rotax paddock, he's part of a big list of Synergy drivers. Here he's just on his own. Well, to find out his answer, watch the Paddock show later as to whether that affects how he races or not. That's a quick lap, though, from Lyons. 102.95. We have got a change at the front of the order, I think, though, as yes, Austin Newstead has come through to take the lead of the race away from Zdeněk Babicek, who's slipped to third. Not a problem right now, especially when he's going to go down the inside like that on Mason Brooks.
Lovely move by Babicek there, back into second place.
George House also trying to have a look on Brooks there, but couldn't quite get the momentum to get that done out of the first hairpin.
Indeed, keeping himself in play. Will Green is driving across the gap as well. Will Green, who last weekend was racing in Italy, took the round win for the second round of the IAME Euro Series. That was in Franciacorta. And the weekend typified for Will Green in that the JGR machine just got quicker and quicker and quicker across the day. He was very strong in the heats yesterday, took 2 heat wins, but just a little bit off colour perhaps in the final. Decent haul of points in the championship. We'll be looking to put that right here today with this second round of the championship. And I guess this is one of the great things about this double-header weekend, Nicole, that when you do have a disappointing final, you can jump straight back into racing and put those wrongs right.
Yeah, we've used the phrase a few times this weekend. 2 bites at the cherry this weekend. 2 opportunities, 2 goes, so get to do it. Yeah, get to do it multiple times. I think also in that respect as well, it makes the weekend really fun for the drivers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of drivers have enjoyed it. 3 minutes to go in this one. Newstead ahead of Mason Brooks. Mason Brooks has got back ahead of Zdeněk Babicek. Is there going to be an opportunity for Babicek into the Mike Wilson complex? Not this time. This group of 5 very experienced drivers here. As I say, we're very lucky to have some of the best drivers in this Formula racing here in the Vera Tools British Kart Championship. This is not too dissimilar a kind of race to what I was watching last weekend in Italy. All these top 5 were there. That's Newstead at the front of the order right now. I think Will Green's having a look down the inside for 4th place. Yes, he is, and he's got through past George House there. Down towards hairpin number 1. And Austin Newstead looking calm and collected right now, Nicole. What do you think will be going through his mind?
Definitely focusing on not making any mistakes. And if we just note as well, Finley Lines is right on the back of this train now. He's gone up by 15 positions in this race, up to 6th, and also multiple fastest laps. He's caught up to this front pack. What are you expecting from him, Andrew?
Well, based on what we've seen so far this season, it's going to be attack, attack, attack. There was a change there for second place. Babicek is through past into that position. Bit of an attempt there by Mason Brooks to get 4th place away from George House, which has opened the door for Finley Lines. And going through into 5th place there off the circuit was the number 13. That was Spain's Jesus Bartolos for Evolve Motorsport. Sadly is out of this race. But it's safe and sound watching it from the sidelines. Hopefully we'll see Jesus' kart back out later on. Very good work there. Finley Lines continuing to move it through the order, battling away with Mason Brooks in the Fusion and George House as well in the BMR. And this is a good opportunity for Newstead, Babicek and Green. They can start to try and break away, Nicole, from the fastly arriving Finley Lines. Lines is down the inside of the number 77 of House again. Gets back into 5th place. Potential opportunities now, though, just behind them. Max Mason in the number 71 Jamie Green Racing Machine and Teddy Porter as well in the number 66. They could have a bit of a say in who finishes in the top 5 in the latter stages of this one.
Finley Lines, though, man on a mission, going into that 90 right, giving some signals to the driver behind. Head down, trying to get that wind over his head. He's not letting off.
No, and he won't do for the remaining 2 laps of this race. About 30 seconds on the clock as the drivers crossed start-finish. Austin Newstead still at the front of this one, but this is where you feel that Zdeněk Babicek is going for the attack, and he does down the inside. Through, off the bridge. Lovely move there from Babicek. Is this going to be a chance now for Will Green and for Mason Brooks? They're switching this way and that. Look at that, into hairpin 1, and here comes Brooks. Brooks into second place. He's got his nose ahead. Babicek's defending into hairpin number 2. Brooks is on the outside now as they run towards the Fullerton S's. But what a sequence of play there. Top quality driving, top quality racing once again here in IAME Water Swift. And it's Zdeněk Babicek who, with just over a lap to go, has the race lead.
Top quality, clean racing as well. We saw a lot of commotion going on into those hairpins, but not a single spill, not a single driver making contact with another.
Absolutely. Last lap board is going to be out then, and it's a group of, I'd say, about 8-9 karts who could win this one. Zdeněk Babicek is going to have to make his number 35 kart run by Tep's Racing Team, as wide as possible. Round the outside, Will Green going for a move there. No, it's Finley Lyons coming through. Apologies. Finley Lyons down the inside, gets second place. Wide goes Mason Brooks. Opens the door for Will Green once again. Back comes Mason Brooks with a bit of help from behind in the form of Austin Newstead into hairpin number 1. Oh, dear me. Off goes Brooks. Off goes Green. Off to driver's left. Well, they were fighting hard there, but just too many karts in close proximity in a way that was inevitable. But what it has done, it's released Zdeněk Babicek away from the rest of the field. Austin Newstead will have some sympathy, I'm sure, because it was him yesterday who had a problem on the last lap of heat number 1. But for Babicek, he's going to come round, take victory in the first heat of the day for IAME Water Swift. Newstead is going to be P2. George House in P3 ahead of Teddy Porter, Max Mason, Jarlath Sayer, Sukhmani Kira, Finley Lyons, Harley Musk and Henry Clark, all in the top 10.
Sukhmani Kira as well, up 10 positions in that race. Didn't have, she was part of the qualifying fiasco, let's call it. Didn't quite qualify where she probably expected to or wanted to, but 10 positions in that one, great result for her.
No, good way to bounce back. Similar for Jarlath Sayer, had to fight through the field there cleanly as well. Just the one notification from race control in that one. There's the rest of your running order. Just a reminder, Cooper Snedden does have a plus 5 second penalty. Goes down from 7.5 to 12.5. That'll leave Snedden, I believe, around 20th place there. But great win for Zdeněk Babicek, using all the experience that he's had over the years. I say young driver still, but I've had the pleasure of watching Zdeněk for a good few years now. And great work by the team. Great work to get that MS kart set up in a way that supports him to take the race win. We'll go through all the post-race procedures, of course. Firstly, on to the weighbridge to check the weight of driver and kart. There is Will Green. Damage to the NASA panel there. And for Will Green, unfortunately, 24th place, but still good opportunities later on in the afternoon to bounce back from that one. If he wants to look at an example of how to bounce back, you just have a look at the number 74 here. Austin Newstead had a disappointing result in heat number 1. Didn't let that get him on top of him, and came back strongly for the rest of the day. And eventually, of course, Newstead would race through to a decent position in that final. Let's take a short break here in the commentary. We'll be back with the next race shortly. Back here at PF International, Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you here today. Let's look through the grid then for the first appearance in a racing capacity on Sunday by X30 Junior. Taylor Orridge and Riley Cranham on row 1. Max Ewell and Jack Arliff on row number 2. Aaron Richardson and Ian Kraling on row 3. Hamish Forrest and George Edgar on row number 4.
Harrison Whitcomb and Samuel Branston on row number 5, Rocco Coronel and Evan Purcell on row number 6. 7, we have Morgan Moore, great day yesterday, and Mayan Patel. Shortly behind, there's Jacob Batchelor and Lace Khan.
Iskender Sulfikari and George Quartermain start on row 9. Harry Walsh and Monty Brathwaite go from row 10. Gian-Matteo Russo and Drew Waltz start on row number 11. Charlie Myers and Josh Parker on row 12. And that was the last page of the grid. Adam Holmes and Keith Burke on row 13. Ashley Haza and Daniel Samir on row 14. Competitive day yesterday, Nicole, for X30 Senior. A lot of drivers on guest appearances here with those world champs later in the year in mind. Well, I think we're expecting more of the same, aren't we, for round 2 here today?
More of the same, if not more of the more. I think drivers, put on a fantastic show yesterday, but I'm expecting even more off of them today.
Absolutely. Keep your comments coming in. We have got a poll running. Bit of a quiz for you. What is Nicole's favourite circuit? We're not going to reveal it yet. We're going to see what you think the answer is and give that one a few races to run on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Thank you for tuning into the live broadcast here this afternoon. We're ready to go racing. No, we're not. We're going to go around again for another formation lap. One car just hopping out the pits. I think that was the number 73 of Harry Walsh. But we'll be able to get back into grid formation now. A bit more opportunity for the drivers to warm themselves up. Shouldn't be too hard today. The track looking fantastically rubbered in. It's that darker colour to the tarmac, isn't it, Nicole, that we didn't quite have 3 weeks ago for event 1 when it was very cold, it was chilly, we were still in the grips of what seemed like the longest British winter ever. But PF looking absolutely fabulous this weekend. Yeah,
lots of rubber down out there. You can see where it's been put down on the track, darker colour, like you said.
There's the number 62 of Aaron Richardson on your screen. Quick recap of what happened yesterday in X30 Junior. 1 win apiece through the heats for Riley Cranham, Harrison Whitcomb, Zach Green and Harrison Mackie. It's the Harrison Mackie show when we got to the final ahead of Riley Cranham. Had a quick chat with Cranham earlier on this morning. Seemed up for this. Let's see what he can do from the front row. Into the tram lines. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. Good start for Taylor Orridge. Good start as well for Riley Cranham. Sweeps around the outside, holds P2. Very difficult to do here at PF International. But that's a good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid. All drivers clear and through the first couple of corners. Someone's lost a chain guard. Well, expect someone to have a technical flag, a mechanical flag in the not too distant future. Orridge defends from Cranham through the first hairpin on this first lap of the race.
Great start there from Max Yule as well. Really good qualifying for him to get into third, and he's kept it over the course of this first half of this first lap. So great start for him. All
problems out of our commentary box window. Looks like Keith Burke is in a spot of bother as well as Daniel Samir. There they are. They're locked together. Burke will get back into the race. There was another kart involved there as well. We'll try and track who that was shortly. End of lap number 1 though. Taylor Orridge, Kart Masters winner here last year. That's why he's got that GP plate proudly emblazoned on his kart. Knows this circuit very well. Knows how to control these races also. Great start from Mayan Patel, if we've not mentioned already. 8 spots, Nicole, on that first lap. One of the rookies, the first time we've seen Mayan Patel in these Vera Tool British Kart Championships. That's denoted by those with the grey number boards on your timing tower on the live broadcast. On to the Fullerton S's for the first time. That looks to be Daniel Samir out of the race on the inset box there. I think it was Ashley Haza who was also slightly delayed in that moment coming off of hairpin number 2, because Haza is some 6 seconds off the back of the field.
Jack Iliff now into third, taking that position from Max Yule. We've got a technical flag for
Gian-Matteo Russo, yeah. Well, that'll be our driver, most likely, who's lost their chain guard. We saw one of the officials out on circuit holding that in their hand. But 5 minutes and 45 seconds of this one to go. First sight there of Harrison Whitcomb, who retired from the final yesterday. Will be wanting to bounce back from that. Meanwhile, bit of a fight here. Jack Iliff racing for Forza racing as he does out in Europe. They're racing out of the MDL awning this weekend. Holding on to second place there ahead of Max Ewell. Riley Cranham now having a fight there with Ian Kraling. Kraling goes around the outside. Lovely move by the German. Takes fourth place. Max Ewell down the inside of Jack Iliff. That's going to open the door for Kraling, who gets all over the curb. Big moment there. The driver piloting for Argenti Motorsport this weekend. Back comes the number 17 as well. End of lap number 3. Orridge is clear by 1.2 seconds. Max Ewell there in second place. Kraling, Cranham, Iliff and Edgar all in that top 6 that are being closed in and joined now by Harrison Whitcomb in 7th place. Hamish Forrest looking for a better result here today as well. We're proud they're running in 8th place.
Morgan Moore there with the fastest lap, and Jack Iliff with a warning flag. Max Ewell as well. He's new to being at the front of a British Kart Championships race, but racing really well. Let's see how he gets on.
Yeah, absolutely. 1-2 at the moment for crop promotion. We're very happy with that as George Edgar down the inside of Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb's going to fight back though through the next corner. Harrison Whitcomb had a great run through the first event of the year. He's continued that good form so far this weekend. It's just been some teething troubles that have let him down. You can see Rocker Coronel in that group. Actually, not in that group. He's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. The son of WTCC racer Tom Coronel. The Dutch driver in 10th place right now. We'll hope that this pack ahead keep fighting, because that will give him an opportunity. Here comes Kraling down the inside of Ewell. Lovely move again from Ian Kraling up to P2. 3.5 minutes to go in this one. And it's still Taylor Orridge leading, but this time from Ian Kraling. The rest of the pack closing in. Rocker Coronel nearly joining the back of the group with Hamish Forrest there in 9th place right now.
Great drive by Taylor Orridge there, 1.17 seconds clear. He hasn't got too much to think about for the rest of this race. But yeah, so we've got Max Ewell has been overtaken by Kraling, but I think great way to anticipate that into the first hairpin. A lot of the time we see drivers go into that, not expect it, and they end up turning in, which causes, they lose a lot of speed, and then they drop back from the driver that's just overtaken them. As we can see, Max Ewell hasn't lost anything to Kraling.
Absolutely, and Kraling is not a bad rear bumper to be behind and tow yourself along. They are closing in on Taylor Orridge bit by bit at the moment, so still with 2.5 minutes to play in this race. There could be opportunities later on in this race. Ryan Kraling, the driver, getting some race time in, preparing for later in the year. Fastest driver on the circuit right now is Harrison Whitcomb, 57.55 last time round. Has just gone purple again through sector number 2, so keep an eye out for Harrison Whitcomb. Oh, Rocker Coronel a bit wide out of the final corner there. Plus 5 second penalty is just flashed up on our board for Mayan Patel. So unfortunately for Mayan Patel, that is going to be a drop down from 12th place at the moment, probably down to around 24th, because it's a close pack this. We've not had too much attrition in this race so far, only 2 retirements. Jean-Matteo Rousseau, the suspected loss of chain guard. We saw Rousseau come in with the technical flag. As that's Harrison Whitcomb down the inside of Max Ewell, takes 3rd place. Another good race so far for Harrison Whitcomb. Took a heat win yesterday, of course. Things didn't go his way in the final. Retired with technical problems. But a decisive move down the inside from Whitcomb. There is Ewell and Cranham are going to go side by side through the Mike Wilson complex. That's the tight parts of the circuit. George Edgar might have something to say about this as well. Max Ewell right now is under a bit of pressure. What do you think he'll be? How he'll be playing the rest of this race, Nicole?
Well, firstly, he did a good job round the garage to not let. Oh, and a move by George Edgar onto the bridge on Cranham. He moves himself up into 4th.
Yeah, it does indeed. That's a good move from George Edgar. Max Ewell runs wide. It's all gone wrong for him now. It's another penalty that we'll come back to in a moment. But Max Ewell having some problems out there in the latter stages of this race. He's now got the 95 of Hamish Forrest all over his rear bumper. Forrest is going to have a look down the inside into the Fullerton S's and off. Off goes Max Ewell over the grass. Rocco Coronel switches underneath as well to take that position. Oh, for Max Ewell, it was a really promising start to this race. But it's just all unravelled in this last couple of laps. The plus 5 second penalty that we were going to mention, it's Drew Waltz who's picked that one up in the number 31. So problems there for the American. Penultimate lap of the race. And for Taylor Orridge, looking solid right now, helped by the fact that when you had the Crailing and Ewell duo, that Ewell just dropped back there. There wasn't as much progress made by Crailing with no support from behind. And that should be, at this stage, more than enough to Taylor Orridge to take this win. But he's still got to pilot quickly. And meanwhile, further behind, Harrison Whitacombe goes through past Ian Crailing for second place. So a switch between the Argentis there.
We have seen, or I personally think, Harrison Whitacombe is midway through the race, we really see him light up.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if that's a tyre pressure choice, or if it's maybe a driver kind of maybe wakes up just a little bit later on.
I think what's been good to see is he backs himself as well to drive through the field. He doesn't panic. He's a very cool customer at the wheel, and especially with there's a lot of pressure on these young drivers, particularly in the Argenti program, with the success that they've had and the drivers who've gone on to bigger and greater things, and ultimately those drivers hoping one day to be in the same seats as some of the recent greats of British motorsport, Lewis Hamilton and George Russell as examples of that. But yeah, Harrison Whitacombe continuing to do a really good job so far this weekend. Not quite enough though in this race to overhaul Taylor Orridge. He's going to take the race win, you'd think, here. George Edgar is closing in, but I don't think he's going to have enough corners to get through past Ian Crailing for third. Taylor Orridge wins at PF International yet again. It's a heat and it gets him off to a good start here today for round 2 of the British Kart Championships. Whitacombe P2, Crailing P3, Edgar P4, Riley Cranham P5, but is under investigation. We've just seen that pop up on our notifications from race control. But it's Orridge, smiling as ever, takes the win by half a second. A controlled race there. One where I feel that he maybe just backed it off a little bit at the end there to save the tyres.
Yeah, in his driver photo there, big number ones, and I think he needed that after yesterday. Had a bit of bad luck, caught up with him, and he said I believe it was the pipe had come off the engine.
Yes.
So I think that's well needed for the rest of this weekend.
Indeed. Well, the driver second in the X30 Junior Championship standings last year. That is a very good start to his second round, and we'll need to work hard, of course, later on in the second round of heats. The next time we will see Group A out on circuits will be at 2 o'clock for their race versus Group D. For Group C, who competed in that one, it'll be 2:15 when they go up against Group B. Group B we'll see shortly, of course. Their race against Group D is the next one up here on the schedules at PF International. And the drivers head into Parc Fermé, into the scrutineering pen for all of the standard procedures and checks to make sure that everything is above board and legal, of course. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Charlotte Fell, who enjoyed that result. The poll for what is Nicole's favourite track, 68% going PFI, 20% to Lark Hall, 11 GYG. Nicole, are the masses correct? What is the answer?
PFI, yeah.
There we go. Well done to everyone who was paying attention yesterday. You've passed the test. Next up, next race for X30 Junior is coming very, very soon. Here's your grid then for the next race, race number 24, the second one of the first round of heats today for Junior X30. Harrison Mackie and Dries van Langendonk. That's a front row and a half, isn't it? They'll take it ahead of Rocco Leon-Shenton and Thomas Minspearing on row number 2. Lewis Islin and Nicholas Schaufler on row 3. Kenzo Craigie and Zach Green start on row number 4.
Daniel Kelleher and Joey Brown on row number 5. Row 6, Monde Junior Canini and Alex Dodds. Great weekend for him so far. Row number 7, we've got Jarrett Clark and Archie Owen. And row number 8 is Sky Parker alongside Devin Waltz.
Work to do from the 9th row of the grid for Archie Lovett and Louis Cochet. Nat Johnston and Dylan Patel start on the 10th row of the grid. Alexander De Benedictis and James Harris on row 11. Emmanuel Hay and Zeph Nürnberger start on row number 12. Last page of the grid, Jake Brook and Aston Sharp on row 13. A bit of a surprise to see Sharp back down there on the 13th row as well. Jesse Phillips had a good run yesterday. We talked about the difficult step up from IAME Water Swift, where he was champion last year to X30 Junior. This is going to be interesting. Oh, is it another chain? No, that's not a chain guard. That is a rear bumper.
Part of a bumper.
Yeah, that is part of a rear bumper that's gone off one of the karts there. Right, you've got the most informed driver in X30 Junior across Europe on pole position. You've got the reigning OK Junior World Champion alongside on the front row. Let's see how this one goes. 8 minutes plus 1 lap is underway. Good start from Mackie. Through goes Rocco Leon-Shenton and into the wall goes Kenzo Craigie. Gets going again. Half spin, bounces off the retaining wall on driver's right. But that is not the start that Kenzo Craigie would have wanted at all. And he's going to have to fight now from the back of the field. Nicholas Schaufler, defensive early on, ahead of, I think that's Lewis Islin in the number 12. Yes, it is. But for Harrison Mackie, another good start. Won the round yesterday with another dominant performance, fresh off his win in Italy 1 week ago in the IAME Euro Series. He really is back in form. The kind of form that we saw at the very start of the year in IAME X30 racing is, Aston Sharp's on the move. Look at that, down the inside of 2 drivers. I think that was Sky Parker and Dylan Patel that Aston Sharp was making a move on. But it's great to see Mackie back in this form, Nicole. You mentioned earlier on in the programme that he was the most impressive thing of yesterday. And I think what's worrying now for the rest of the field is that he seems to be getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, he's been a bit unbeatable recently, and like you said, he's just getting faster and faster. So from a competitor point of view, yeah, it's a bit worrying for the rest of the field.
Is indeed. 6.5 minutes to go in this one. Nicholas Schaufler's going to have to be patient there, lose a few positions. Driver who's run very strongly in Europe so far this year. Had a bit of bad luck along the way. Technical flag for the number 8 of Zach Green. Now, I imagine, not confirming this, ladies and gentlemen, but just on the basis that we saw a bit of a rear bumper, standard piece of material falling off one of the karts, that it's going to be Zach Green where it fell off from. Potentially. But either way, Zach Green, technical flag, will be in the pits soon. Now, I don't know if you'll be able to see, all of the rear bumpers have coloured. Yes, well, as you see on the right-hand side of the kart, there's a yellow block to indicate the edge of the bumper. That's to help the officials with some of the decisions that they need to make. You can see on the left-hand side of the kart, the block's not there. So that is, again, it's one of the aspects that's helping the officials make those calls. Zach Green, unfortunately, from 4th place at the moment, is going to have to come into the pits because that is a safety issue with the kart at this precise moment.
Yeah, massive shame as well, considering he's made up 4 positions. Rocco Shenton as well, doing a good job in the early stages of this race.
A bit boisterous in the middle of the pack there. There is Zach Green. So you can see the difference there once again. Great pickup by the cameras. The right-hand side of the kart has got a big, nice yellow block indicating the edge of the bumper. The left-hand side does not. It's a requirement as per the technical regulations for those blocks to be there. And that is why the mechanical flag has been shown. Look at Aston Sharp flying through the order. Started at the back of the grid, is now up to 12th place and fighting with Schaufler for 11th. That is a magnificent run. Oh dear, has Jarrett Clark in trouble. Dylan Patel nearly flips and does very well to keep it upright. I think Louis Cochet is involved there. Has a quick check to see if Louis is okay. He is. But my goodness me, that was a bit of alternative driving from Dylan Patel.
Louis Cachet, though, up and out of the kart. He has walked over to the other side of the track,
Yep.
so he is okay from what we can see from here.
Wow, that was a very, very scary moment for Dylan Patel and for others involved also. This is some of what we saw yesterday, very close in this pack. A lot of drivers, strong field here this weekend. They all want to win. That was a close moment for Devin Waltz. Zach Green has come into the pits. He might be able to get that kart repaired and back out on circuit. This is a problem for the number 74, Emmanuel Hay, PSR. There is Jarrett Clark also looking to be out of this race. That was one of the karts that we saw in trouble. Was off there. That's the number 64 of De Benedictis. And also involved the number 23. And I think another one of the forces. Now, that needs to be calmed down a little bit there between drivers. But for Alexander De Benedictis, that was a scary off. I think it was Jake Brook who was involved in the number 23. There was also another kart not going through there. It's going to be Archie Lovett, isn't it, in the Forza Racing? I thought I saw one of the Forza Racing drivers involved there. Archie Lovett has not come through sector number 1.
Rocco Shenton now trying to hold off the OK World Champion Van Landendonk. He's doing a good job, in my opinion. I think having somebody like that behind you would be a bit of pressure, but he's doing a good job. No mistakes from him. Alex Dodd's fastest lap of this race with a 57.9.
Yeah, this is good from Rocco Lane Shenton. It's good to see him holding a good battle against two drivers, as we say, are in magnificent form right now on the European and world stage. There is the number 23 of Jake Brook. Is running again, but a long way back, and has now been shown the blue flag. I tell you what, Rocco Lane Shenton is going to put Harrison Mackie under a bit of pressure here. Harrison Mackie is going to have to get those defensive moves that we've seen in the last few weeks in Europe out. He's very good at being able to hold his position, not over-defend, but just be very clever with his placement of his kart, particularly into hairpins that have rewarded him well. There are continuing to be yellow flags down and through turn number 1 and under the bridge. So no overtaking through that part of the circuit. Here's a potential opportunity for Rocco Lane Shenton. Is he going to move down the inside? No, he's just going to elect to stay there. That's a sensible thing in my book, especially with Dries van Langendonk so close there in third. Through into the Fullerton S's then. Harrison Mackie just edging away slightly. I say this is something that I think Harrison Mackie has really built into his game. That ability to, well, Jackie Stewart used to say it, isn't it? A great skill of winning a race as slowly as possible, but just keeping himself out of the send zone, shall we say. It's a bit too far back for Rocco Lane Shenton to realistically have a move. There's Kenzo Craigie. Now, how's Kenzo Craigie got back on? He's up to 16th. Had that problem at the early stages of this race. But now is back up to 14th place. So good drive there from Kenzo Craigie. Very impressive yesterday, I thought, Nicole, with his race pace. And good value for his third place on the podium.
Yeah, I do think they were happy with that result. Not a win, but still a podium nonetheless. Mechanic Ben Folland, I know he was excited with that. They were the family, lots of podium pictures, lots of excitement.
Absolutely, they are going to have to recover from this first race. So it's not going to be the kind of result that they wanted, but the key is for me right now is that race pace is still there. Again, Harrison Mackie is just able to hold himself at about 2 kart lengths ahead. This is such a difficult thing to do as a driver, isn't it, Nicole? Manage it, not overcook your tyres. It's a very impressive performance again from Mackie.
Yeah, he's looking over the shoulder. He knows that Rocco is there. He's fully aware, so he's just probably, you find, trying to stay calm. As I say that, Rocco has caught up to him up on the bridge. We'll see if he has a look into the first hairpin. Probably a little bit too far back for now. But like I was saying, Harrison, he knows the driver behind is there. He's just got to stay calm to not make a mistake.
Time is up, so they will see the last lap board the next time they go over the start-finish line. Other changes for position. Aston Sharp's progress now means he's up to 17th place. Sorry, he's up to 9th place. He's gained 17 spots, rather. Also gaining good a good number of positions. Jesse Phillips is up 11 in this race to 16th.
Yeah.
Last lap board then, Nicole, for Harrison Mackie, and he's just looking very calm at the wheel once again.
Yeah, looks pretty unfazed, really. You know, you see him looking over his shoulder, but it's probably more just so he knows that the gap is there and not pushing. You know, he's not pushing too hard. And
saying that, Shenton's going to have a look down the inside. A great run onto the bridge for Shenton, and he's got the move done. Well, I don't think Mackie was quite expecting that, but like we saw a lap ago, Shenton with a really good run onto the bridge, stuck it down the inside, coming off of the bridge. Dries van Langendonk trying to find a way through there as well. Down and towards the Fullerton S's. Shenton having to defend really hard right now, and Dries van Langendonk snipped through. Well, Dries van Langendonk takes his opportunities into P2. Can Rocco Leon Shenton hold off the OK Junior World Champion of 2023? I think he can. Through the final couple of corners, Rocco Leon Shenton is going to take his first win of the weekend here at PF International in X30 Junior. A fantastic run there ahead of Van Langendonk. Mackie in third.
You said to me a little bit earlier on in the weekend that you said 10% of what you think will happen will happen.
Absolutely.
And I think when I was talking just now,
that goes in the 90% pile.
Yeah, that's what's happened.
So there you go. Rocco Leon Shenton wins the second heat of today, the 6th of the weekend. Will be one of the two drivers on 0 points once we get to the second round of heats in X30 Junior later on today. Dries van Langendonk second, Harrison Mackie third, Lewis Islin strong again there in fourth. Thomas Min-Spearing, improvement from yesterday, had a difficult day on Saturday, finishes P5. Good to see Danny Kelleher as well there in 6th place ahead of Monda Junior Canini. Has a much better start for Canini, was in the repéchage yesterday with a solid result in the second round of heats. Will not need to worry about that today. 8th place for Aston Sharp, up 18, your biggest mover. 9th place for Alex Dodds, Nicholas Schaufler inside the top 10 as well. Joey Brown, Nat Johnston, Kenzo Craigie, Sky Parker, Jesse Phillips, all inside the top 15. Devin Waltz, James Harris, Archie Owen, Zef Nürnberger, and Dylan Patel in the top 20. That was the end of your finishers. Quite a few retirements in that one. Emmanuel Hay, Jake Brook, Archie Lovett, Alexander de Benedictis, Zach Green, Jarrett Clark, and Louis Cachet all did not see the checkered flag. Well, there we go. For all of the X30 juniors, that's one race down. For the drivers who were just in that one, groups B and D, the next time we'll see Group B out in circuit will be 2:15. Group D will be out before that. Their race is at 2 o'clock here at PFI. Quite a few karts to recover. There is the number 35 of Archie Lovett and the number 64 of Alexander de Benedictis. Good to see that both drivers are okay after that incident just coming onto the bridge, but disappointments nonetheless for both of them. Rocco Leon Shenton having a discussion there with Dries van Langendonk about how that race unfolded. Both of them in the same awning this weekend. Andy L and Forza Racing sharing that one. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your messages of support. We've got a new poll on the go as well. Favourite helmet colour scheme, gloss or matte? We'll leave that one to go through. We're going to be back in a short few moments' time. One more race before the break here at PFI. Water Swift Restricted are up next. Back here at PF International, you're watching live coverage of event number 2 of the 2024 Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you today. One more race before we go to the 25-minute lunch break on a packed schedule here today at PF. First racing appearance of the day for Water Swift Restricted, 8 minutes plus 1 lap for them. Quick review of yesterday. It was the Alfie Davidson show. Was top of the intermediate classification, had pole position for the final, Nicole, took the race win in that final as well. A very strong performance from him. Let's see if in a few moments if he can repeat it here in round 2. The next race, IAME Water Swift Restricted.
On our front row, we have Alfie Davidson alongside Mason Hibbert. Second row is Chester Fawkes and James Roots. Shortly behind is Alessandro Salas and privateer driver Daniel Ferguson. Row 4, we have Harry Favell and Harry Chapman. Row 5 is Oscar Kenny and Henry Algar. In 11th, we've got Louis Williams-Mabs and William Crombie. Row 7, Ethan Robinson and Reggie Chandler. And rounding off the grid, we have Ilias Sami for Jamie Green Racing.
15 drivers ready to go for the start of their second round of this year's Vera Tools British Kart Championships. The result from yesterday, as we say, Davidson from Ferguson. Chester Fawkes was on the podium, P3 as well. Mason Hibbert, fourth in the standings. The championship scores, Davidson with a double haul of 65 points yesterday, of course, leads the championship. 8 points is the gap back to Daniel Ferguson on 122. James Roots had a decent day, third in the standings right now on 118. Very close for that third place, though. He's only 1 point ahead of Mason Hibbert. Himself is only 1 point ahead of both Chester Fawkes and Alessandro Salas. Oscar Kenny is 3 points further back on 113. Harry Chapman, winner of the Bambino Championship last year, got a decent haul of points as well. He's 8th in the standings at the moment on 111. Henry Algar on 107. And Harry Fable completing the top 10 right now of drivers in the standings. Let's see how we're going to do things here in round number 2. We're going to go round for an additional formation lap because the drivers left on side of the grid, I think, weren't quite in the right position there for Nigel Edwards, race director, to be happy with that one and get us underway. So we will go round for an additional formation lap. I should explain as well, of course, 8 rounds across the course of the season for all of the IAME categories means you also have 3 dropped scores. So if you do have a bit of a bad day, it's not too bad because you've still got further opportunities. You've got opportunities to drop that score once we get later into the season. How does that play on your mind as a driver, Nicole, when you're at the start of the season and you don't quite get the start that you want?
I think it's a bit difficult to deal with early on in the season because, yeah, you can drop the score, but you don't want to be thinking about that this early on. If you're getting halfway through, yeah, your mentality can be a bit more so, it's okay, yeah, I've got a score to drop, but this early on, it's really not ideal.
Absolutely. Well, Alfie Davidson on pole position from timed qualifying earlier on today, the 3-lap average timed qualifying, of course. Mason Hibbert alongside on the front row of the grid. Chester Fawkes is not there, we should note. He's at the back of the grid for this one. So I think there's been some problems for Chester Fawkes on formation. Yeah, we are going to go round again for another time. Yes, so that... And again, I think Chester Fawkes got some form of problem when on the initial getaway because...
We watched that from him yesterday in one of the heats.
Yeah, we did see that be something that was plaguing the number 38. We saw it out of the pits here from pre-grid as well. So for Chester Fawkes, it just seems to be when the engine's at low revs and then the loud pedal is pressed by Chester that at the moment that car doesn't seem to want to go anywhere in too much of a hurry.
Yeah, wondering if it's potentially maybe a bit of a fuel issue when he's in the low revs, because he does seem like he gets going again once they're over the start-finish.
Indeed. So, the number 28 of Alessandro Salas will be directly behind Alfie Davidson for this one. Drivers into the Mike Wilson complex once more. Hopefully this time we will be good for a race start. Alfie Davidson will take it from the front again. Yeah, you can see just Chester Forks has just joined the back of the field again. There is power there. Just again, this little gremlin for him right now. Are we good for a start this time? Yes, we are. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then towards turn 1. There are a few drivers off the back of the field who didn't quite get into the full formation there. Delayed through the Mike Wilson complex, but hopefully there'll be enough time for them to catch back up. But a good start there for Alfie Davidson. Oh, William Crombie running wide there, but getting back onto the circuit over the bridge. I think one of the Fusions has run wide in the background as well as, oh, bit of a problem there for the number 21 of James Roots. James Roots loses positions, 4 wide off of hairpin number 1. William Crombie going to the left-hand side there and has made that one work. So William Crombie goes through. No problems, though, for Alfie Davidson at the front of the order again, though. Nicole has looked so confident this weekend. Celebrated magnificently at the end of yesterday. Was doused in champagne. We had a chat with him during the Paddock show, which, again, you can watch in not too distant future when we go to the lunch break. Has had a really good weekend so far and leads once again at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, great start by him. We've also got Ilyas Sami is under investigation, the number 26. So,
oh dear, as a driver off, I think it might be Henry Elgar in the shadow there of the pit straight building. The number 12 has not, has now come through. Apologies, no, it's not Henry Elgar, it's the number 47 of Reggie Chandler who's not come through. That's good to see. Reggie out of the kart. It's going to be a bit difficult to get back onto the circuit, but the most important thing is that Reggie is okay. Oh, it's all going on through hairpin number 1. Daniel Ferguson losing out in that exchange. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go here. And it's a top 2 have very much broken away at the front. Davidson and Hibbert. Alessandro Salas leading the chase pack there in 3rd. And he's got some help from behind. I think in the shape of the number 48 of Oscar Kenny. Yes, he has. So Oscar Kenny, who yesterday was 5th in the final, had a good run from 8th on the grid. He's going to be closing in now on the 2 leaders. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Mason Hibbert. And Nicole, what will Mason Hibbert be thinking right now, knowing he's got the fast pace right now? How does he deal with the performance so far of Alfie Davidson in the lead, do you think?
Yeah, Hibbert just taken a 10th and a half away from Alfie Davidson. I think he'll know that he's strong. That's the good thing. But I think he knows that Alfie is fast enough and experienced enough that when they get back together and they have a little battle, I think he can trust that it'll be a good race. And, you know, I think he'll trust Alfie, push away together and then leave it until a bit later on in the race.
Indeed, James Roots trying to progress back through the order, is down the inside here of Daniel Ferguson and goes through. There has been some news though, Nicole, regards our driver in 2nd place.
I think that needs to go back in the 10% pile. What we were just talking about, we were just saying Mason catching up to Alfie, but now 5-second penalty, that will drop him back down to about 8th place.
Will do at the moment, but if you are going to get a 5-second penalty, this is a pretty good position to be in, clear of the rest of the field. Go into time trial mode, try and push away from the rest of the field. Might be able at this stage, they've already got 2 seconds over Oscar Kenny behind to negate the effects of that 5-second penalty. And well, we'll see if that happens in due course for Kenny and Salas. A little point to the head there from Oscar Kenny to say to Salas, think about this, we're in a good position. We can close in on these 2 if they start fighting at the front of the field. Meanwhile, battle raging on for 5th place. Chester Forks coming back through. So yeah, this is again what we saw yesterday, Nicole, wasn't it? That whatever the technical problem is at the very start of the race, once Chester gets going, brilliant pace and ability to come through the field. Yeah,
I'm not sure if they've changed anything on that kart, but I think when they're going back to the awning, they might want to, you know, look at the engine and have a bit of a think what is causing this, because it's not a constant issue, but there is an underlying issue somewhere with that kart.
It's not constant, but it is repeatable. As I say, it's the same manner that we saw problems for Chester Forks yesterday. There in the centre of your screen, number 22, Louis Williams Mabs. Beautifully prepared machine there, the Intrepid privateer chassis prepared by his dad, who we had a chat to in the Paddock show yesterday. That'll be premiering shortly. And at the moment, Louis Williams Mabs in 10th place, one place up from where Louis started. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Daniel Ferguson, who's gone purple through sector number 1 on this new lap as well. So Daniel Ferguson trying to find a way past James Roots. They're about 4 seconds off the leaders at the moment. Also, just to update on that gap between Hibbert and Salas. Hibbert, we know, has a 5-second penalty. The gap back to third is now 2.6 seconds. So it is growing, Nicole, but I don't think it's quite growing at the rate which would completely scrub off the 5-second penalty and mean Hibbert can hold on to that second place. Still some work to do.
Yeah, definitely. Oscar Kenny just dropped a position there, but he's having a good race so far, up by 5 positions. Ilyas Sami warning flag there, and we previously had the number 12 is under investigation, Henry Algar. Not sure what incident that was caused by, but we'll see what the outcome of is that. James Roots back in with the fastest lap of the race with a 1:06.07. James, fantastic day for him yesterday.
Yep.
It was, it was the Alfie Davidson show, but James was having a good run, and we saw a lot of, they pull away together, and James leaving it to the last lap.
I mean, yeah, James Roots took a race victory in the heats yesterday. He was a bit unlucky, perhaps, in the final. Finished in 7th, or classified in 7th place. There was some good work between Roots and Ferguson right now, because they have closed in and caught the chasing duo of Salas and Kenny. Meanwhile, on your screens, this is the battle for 9th place. Harry Chapman ahead of Ethan Robinson, Ilyas Sami, William Crombie in there as well. Louis Williams Mabs at the back of that train. This is not good news now on the screen for Mason Hibbert, because we've got a quartet that are all working together of sorts. There's some overtaking going on at this precise moment, and that down the inside is James Roots going for a move and getting up to 3rd place. Nicely positioned there by James Roots. Ferguson has followed through into 4th. Kenny and Salas now 5th and 6th. But what this group of 4 is doing, in my view right now, Nicole, is more pace now in that group. Now that is a spin for the number 23 of Ethan Robinson that we just caught the end sight of. I think Ethan looked too pleased about that one. And will drop down to 13th place. 4 karts versus 2. More engines always the better case, Nicole. And right now for Mason Hibbert, he's done well. He's got 3.5 seconds over this quartet. But right now, looks like he's just going to slot in behind them once that 5-second penalty's been applied.
Yeah, that sandwich of karts, though, if it's really beneficial, like they're fighting around the bowl, they need to fight more for Mason Hibbert to gain a little bit more time on them, and then not to lose out too much to that 5-second penalty that's been applied to him.
Indeed. Well, Alfie Davidson's still in full control. This is a very entertaining scrap for 3rd place that Daniel Ferguson has just taken charge of with that move on James Roots. James Roots quite happy at the moment just to sit there and do a little bit of bump drafting with Daniel Ferguson. They've dropped Alessandro Salas from this group, but Salas still looking good for 6th place, which could become 5th based on what the sector times look like over the next lap, which will be the final lap of this heat for the IAME Water Swift restricted category. All drivers all in one group for IAME Water Swift restricted. So on to that final lap. Here comes James Roots. Ferguson moves to the inside, but cannot stop the power of James Roots. Roots back through into 3rd place. This is normally where Henry would say the Roots are on fire, and definitely, again, this has been a good performance by James Roots. Coming back through, had a difficult start through hairpin number 1, but is back into 3rd place. Needs to defend, though, into hairpin 1 and does so. This again is good news. Oh, it's very close there between Kenny and Salas. And Salas goes through. Also, again, up in the battle for third place. Daniel Ferguson has found a way, for now, past James Roots. James Roots is going to try and sweep round the outside through the Fullerton S's. Good defence there from Daniel Ferguson. Here is your race leader going through the Mike Wilson complex. This battle might be enough here for Mason Hibbert to be more than 5 seconds clear of the rest of them. For Alfie Davidson, though, this brilliant weekend continues. It's his second heat win of the weekend. He follows up his final victory from yesterday with another strong result. Hibbert in second. What is the gap? Back to third. It's enough. So Hibbert will hold on to second place because the gap between first and third is 5.79. The gap between first and second is 0.67. Will become 5.67 if we can do our maths correctly here in the box. Third place was taken by Daniel Ferguson in that one, ahead of James Roots, Alessandro Salas and Oscar Kenny. So despite the penalties, that top 6, at least provisionally for now, remains as it is on your screens. Davidson from Hibbert, Ferguson, Roots, Salas, Kenny. Chester Forks fights back after those problems on the formation lap to P7. 8th for Harry Fable. Top 10s for William Crombie and Ilias Sami. Henry Algar, Harry Chapman, Louis Williams-Mabs, Ethan Robertson all see the checkered flag in the top 14. One retirement out there being Reggie Chandler. Well, what a weekend, Nicole, for this driver here. Alfie Davidson just seems to be going from strength to strength.
Yeah, definitely. He's, like you said, Alfie Davidson show so far.
Goes on to the weighbridge just to check that everything is okay, which by the looks of the reactions there, the answer is yes. Credit Mason Hibbert as well. You know, kept driving on, did what he needed to do, and despite a 5-second penalty, of course we're not quite sure what the 5-second penalty was for, but will, at least provisionally, stay there in second place, virtue of being, in the end, 5.12 seconds clear of Daniel Ferguson in third place. Well, we're going to take a short break here with some messages from our sponsors and some of the features that we've filmed and recorded so far this weekend. We're going to be talking Tilletson T4 and then the Paddock Show, all coming up here with the next race will be on circuit at 1:30. For now, though, keep it locked here at PF International. Plenty more to enjoy here for event 2 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships.
It's a new season, it's 2024, and whilst there's a number of familiar returning classes for this year's Vera Tools British Kart Championships, it's great to welcome this weekend the Tilletson T4 class for their qualifier ahead of the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia later on in the autumn. This weekend here at PF International, we're going to take a closer look at this new class for the British Kart Championships that's been running in some capacity since around 2010 when Tilletson first started their engine building business. Let's catch up with the guys here at Tilletson to see what it's all about. Well, we're here down in the Tilletson T4 part of the paddock here this weekend at PF with Mark French and Andrew Fallon, two of the gurus of Tilletson racing. Mark, Andrew, great to have you here. What's it like to be here at PF?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thanks very much to Motorsport UK for having us here and for having the T4 series at our first T4 UK Cup. So great to be here. Obviously in PFI, it's been beautiful weather for the week, and it's been a lot of work, 5 years to get to this point to race with Motorsport UK. So yeah, we're happy, all the drivers are happy, and we have a good turnout.
Andrew, the ethos of Tilletson T4 racing, what's it all about?
You know, it's all about fun, fair, affordable racing. You know, it's like Mark said, we've come a long way to be racing here, and you know the progress we've made, and Motorsport UK recognise us now as the right platform for their karting pathway to bring drivers into owner-driver racing. And you know, the ethos is everyone's on the same level, same kart, same material, and it's affordable and it's fun. You know, so I think that's the thing that they recognise, and you know, across the world it's growing so fast, and it's exciting for us to see the progress made in UK, and we're looking forward to the future.
And looking forward to the rest of the year as well. We've got this event here this weekend at PF. We've got another qualifier for the juniors at Wilton Mill later in the year, and then ultimately drivers doing well this weekend go on to racing at Lucas Guerrero Autodromo in later in the year for the Nations Cup. For those not aware of the Nations Cup, what's that kind of like as an event?
Yeah, that's it exactly. It's everything. All roads lead to the Nations Cup. So we have lots of series globally, maybe 30 different regions now where T4 series is active. So as you said, this weekend here we have a T4 Senior. At Wilton Mill at the next race we're going to have T4 Senior and T4 Junior. So yeah, this weekend was a little too early for the juniors to arrive, and yeah, we have 3 places. There's 3 tickets to the Nations Cup. So as I said, all the regions, everyone's racing for those golden tickets to the Nations Cup, and that's the 5th to the 8th of September this year in Lucas Guerrero. This will be our 3rd year in Spain, Lucas Guerrero, so it's grown quite quickly, the event. Last year we had 170 odd drivers from 26 or 27 different countries, and the plan this year is to have 192 drivers from as many nations as wish to enter. So yeah, it's an exciting event. It's a 5-day event in Spain, and it's kind of what everyone races for to get there. I think with our partners for the series, Max's Racing, we have quite a big sponsorship package which we use for tickets allocation. So you know, there's a lot of prizes and a lot of value of prizes distributed globally to bring the drivers to the Nations Cup. So it's a great incentive for our driver base, and you know, for a grassroots category and an entry-level category to have an opportunity to come to an international style event. It's a unique thing for the drivers.
I definitely look forward to the racing here this weekend and for the rest of the year. Guys, thanks for being here. It's fantastic to have you here, and best of luck for the weekend. Here in the paddock again with Anwar Barul-Smith. Anwar, great to see you, mate. Good to see you back in the kart again. Tilletson T4, tell us a little bit about it from a driver's perspective, the materials you've got here this weekend. What's it like to drive?
So it's a great little package, to be honest. So as you know, I've done quite a lot of karting across the years and dabbled in pretty much everything there is to offer. And but I've always had sort of like a basis in trying to save money, like most people. And the fact that this is a great sort of level playing field class with 4-stroke machinery just keeps the cost down. And I'll tell you what, the racing's really, really good. So I mean, as far as the kit goes, it's all the same chassis, all the same engines. The engine parity is bang on point. You know, you can go a good 30-40 hours on a motor before it really needs to be changed out, and actually changing out is cheaper than doing an engine rebuild. But as a class, the whole ethos is about just everyone sort of working together and just having fun, you know. And I think some people tend to forget, like, you're spending a lot of money to come and do racing. You know, you've got to enjoy it for the amount of money that you spend. And I think doing this on such a low cost and being so competitive with some good drivers and some good karts, you know, good engine parity and having a laugh is, I think, more important than anything at the end of the day. So, you know, as a piece of kit, the chassis itself is actually based on a Praga chassis, which Tilletson then branded as their own and taken as their own product. It's been developed in hand with them, with the 4-stroke engine designed around the centre of it. The engine itself puts out a decent amount of horsepower as well, around 15 horsepower. Lap times are comparable to what we see with the BPEC Pro karts. But the fact that it's quite a nice little light outfit as well, you know, it's quite light and nimble, but the weight limit at the class allows for slightly maybe sort of taller or heavier drivers to get involved as well without having to worry about giving too much away on weight. We use the Maxi Sport tyre as well, which has got good grip, but also good longevity. I think, you know, there's a lot of classes now that are starting to move to that kind of ethos. We also limit the amount of tyres that we can use in a season, so a maximum of 2 sets per season. So as you can see, everything that the class is about making it accessible to people coming out of that rental karting scene, perhaps, or maybe someone like myself who's been away from karting for a while and wants to come back and try something new, and being able to get it on, you know, in at the ground level, hit the ground running, and be competitive from the out. And it's a great class, honestly. And we've got a strong grid this weekend. Hopefully, we'll put on a good show and hopefully get more people interested. And, you know, obviously, it all builds to that Nations Cup, that Valencia event at the end of the year, which is just a fantastic event as well.
And you mentioned there, in terms of the karting pathway, you've done a lot of racing, lots of success in Club 100 over the years. For anyone perhaps at that level now looking his way in, why should they perhaps choose Tilletson T4 over others?
I think, without meaning to repeat myself, all the things I just said are like the best arguments for it. Like, you know, that if you're looking for that pathway to sort of experience something a bit different, like you've come through racing, you've got yourself involved in karting, you've got yourself involved in competitive karting at a good level, and you think to yourself, okay, I want to try like the next step from rental karting, you know, from your Club 100s or your BIKC, things like that. This is just the perfect stepping stone for that, you know. And don't get me wrong, like the two-stroke classes are fantastic. X30, TKM, Rotax, all brilliant, and I've driven all of them, they're fantastic. I think the issue is that the amount of money it is to be competitive when you want to get in at any level, whether it's club level or this level of British champs, and also the knowledge that you need, you know. Like that's the thing that people always tend to forget. Like it's all very well like going and buying like the best motor, but also it's about knowing what to do with it and knowing how to set the car up and all the little nuances of the class. And people don't tend, I mean, I hate to say it, people don't tend to share information when it comes to that sort of level. Whereas you can see here, everyone's in the same awning, we all work together, we share tools, we share experiences, we share a laugh, and no one hides sprockets or gearings from everyone. We all share it because we want it all to be about the racing and all about, you know, the fleshy bit that sits behind the wheel rather than the lump of metal that sits beside you. So I think for someone who's looking to come out of those classes, this is the best way to get involved in something where they can hit the ground running, have an environment around them where they can learn, but also not just learn the basics, but actually learn everything, you know, and get to a point where they can be competitive. And we've had people turn up on rental karts, you know, that have done sort of like hire karts of these that have done, you know, maybe 20 odd hours, and people turn up on brand new karts and the results are the same. So, you know, for me, that's the best advert that I could give. You know, if you're ready to take that step and you want to own and run your own kart, it has to be something like this. You know, you otherwise you run that risk of just pumping, you know, sort of good money after bad, so to speak. So yeah.
Well, brilliant insights as ever, Anwar. Best of luck for this weekend. I know you'll give it your all, and we'll catch you out on the track later.
That's great. Thanks, mate. Take care. Thank you.
Here with Ellen Donnelly, all the way from Cork in Ireland. Ellen, great to see you here at PF International. Racing here in Tilletson this weekend. What's it all about?
Well, I've been racing in T4 now for 2 years in Ireland. I've never raced in the UK yet, so I'm really excited. We did the Nations Cup last year in Spain, so that was kind of my first bit of taste of international racing. So I'm really excited for today and tomorrow, and hopefully it all goes well.
What's it like to come to a place with so much history here at PF and share the track with some great drivers over the years?
I've honestly this is like a dream track for me. I've raced on the sim in COVID, and like I think I've watched like hundreds of races here, so honestly I'm so excited, and I just think it's so amazing. There's so many Irish here this weekend, so it's kind of like home away from home at this stage.
And qualify this weekend for the Nations Cup. What's going to be the key for getting one of those tickets to Valencia, do you think?
I think some of the Irish just have to work together this weekend, because in Valencia we kind of struggled with that a little bit because we're not really used to it at home. We do qualifying for regionals, but we weren't really too confident in it. So hopefully this weekend now, and just stay out of trouble and just try and have a bit of luck, hopefully.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for the time, Ellen, talking to us, and best luck for the weekend.
Thank you so much. See you.
Thanks for watching. If you've enjoyed the video, do click that like button. If you want to see more content like this from the Vera Tours British Kart Championships, then hit that subscribe button as well. Welcome everybody to Paddock show number 2 of the weekend here at PF International. We're just at the culmination of the podium ceremony for round 1 here today, the Saturday round for double header, of course, this weekend for the IAME classes. What a day for this team. Fusion Motorsport taking the win in every single class, including a podium lockout in IAME Water Swift. This is a team, of course, with such great performances, particularly in the IAME categories over the years, but that is a statement of intent from them as a team today. We're going to take the next 15-20 minutes or so to capture some of the thoughts of the drivers from today and how they're feeling ahead of round 2 tomorrow, where we do it all again. Same format, 2 heats, plus a repéchage for those who can't quite make the final, and then the final themselves. And of course the Tilletson T4 series are in action tomorrow in a race capacity. They've had timed qualifying earlier on today for their qualifier for the T4 Nations Cup. I want to see if we can grab some drivers, because we've not done this before, so we've not normally had double headers, and try and catch thoughts of a driver who we've not spoken to so far this weekend from a Paddock show perspective. Might actually stand out the way whilst Alfie Davidson's about to spray the champagne. This is never work with animals and children. That's what they say, don't they? Let's have a chat. In fact, let's have a chat with Freddie Lloyd, not Lewis Mackey, but I think no, come on in, Freddie. He's running away.
Oh, we'll give up on that one for today, but a good performance from Freddie Lloyd. Nicole's with us. Nicole's going to save the day. That microphone doesn't work. That one doesn't work. I've turned it off. Thoughts on today? How's it gone for you?
Really good. First IAME event that I've worked on and absolutely loved it. Really different, but all the same, fantastic atmosphere and some really big talents in this category as well.
How are you finding settling in on the other side of the fence here?
Yeah, I think I'm getting there. I've had some good feedback, which has been great. Everybody's been absolutely fantastic. I couldn't ask anything more. It's very different. Of course, sometimes I sit there and think, I miss going into that first corner under the bridge, but yeah, loving it so far.
Good stuff. Right, we'll break off. I think we'll leave Fusion to their excitement and head on into the paddock. There are a few drivers that we didn't quite catch. Oh, Paddock Pooch, there we go. First one. Henry isn't here, but the spirit of Henry is whilst he's away this weekend. Who have we got here?
Pebbles.
Pebbles. And who does Pebbles belong to? That's the question Henry always asks.
Me.
And you are?
Ebony. Yeah.
Ebony. Which race? Ebony Owen. Is this Archie Owen's family? It is indeed. Well, Pebbles, can you talk? You can indeed. What do you want to say?
And it's one with fun. We've got the brown one with the race one.
Okay, we'll move on from that one. Good to get a Paddock Pooch on the Paddock Show. You see, I've got me drills from Henry to get in across the course of the next 15 minutes, but we need to crack on. I do want to see if any of the Tilletson guys are still around. As I say, they've had their time qualifying in free practice. They weren't in competitive running yesterday, so a lot of the drivers we haven't had a chance to talk to yet. We have got a feature on Tilletson T4 that's coming up across the course of the weekend. Let's see if we can catch a quick word with Lewis Bird. Lewis, I've jumped on you. I'm my first driver I've properly talked to. Good day for your P3?
Yeah, not too bad. It didn't really go to plan in the heats, but managed to get through in the final and get third, so decent championship points.
You've had a lot of good runs in Europe in Euro Series so far this year. How does it compare coming back to British Champs?
I think the driving style is obviously a lot different. In Europe you have to be smooth and calm, but here you can kind of rag it around a bit more and just throw it in a bit more.
And do you think that experience that you've had has given you the edge over some of the other Euro runners this weekend who found it a bit elbows out at times?
Yeah, I think there's been a few drivers from Europe that have been quite fast, but some have struggled, but I think it's helped me a lot, so yeah.
Good stuff. Keep up the good work, mate, and we'll see you again tomorrow. I think this is the thing, because we've set this one off after the podium, that there's a lot of people have gone to bed. See, Tilletson sometimes. There's old Club 100 drivers who need a good night's sleep before they get going. But yes, we will catch up with them tomorrow. Colby Patterson, you can have a chat with us. Another good drive for you today. Happy with how the final went?
No, not really.
Why not?
It just went wrong. Not a very good start because I started on the outside and then just went backwards. I lost my head towards the end, but overall I think I could have done better as a driver, but I know that for tomorrow and I can push on.
But it's a long championship season, you're getting quicker and quicker all the time, gaining that experience. You confident for tomorrow, for round two?
Very confident for tomorrow, yes. I think I definitely have the chance for a top three. I definitely have the pace and I've proven to have the pace over the term of the weekend.
Good stuff. Keep the hard work up, Colby. Dan Ashton, I think, needs to talk to us. How's your day been, Mr. Ashton?
Good day on track. Safe day on track, this is the main thing. Some really good hard fair racing today. Hopefully the same tomorrow.
How do you feel things are different with this double format compared to what we had with Rotax for Event 1? Do you like it?
I'll let you know tomorrow. I think it's good. I think it's good for the guys in the paddock. They've got another chance tomorrow to gain some more good points for the championship. And that's the main focus, obviously, for everybody. Is they need to focus on the championship more than the one-off or the race days, if that makes sense.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, taking the time. Dan Ashton there, clerk of the course. Let's march on. I feel like we need to crack on with this one to try and get some things in that we
perhaps didn't talk about yesterday. We did talk about ORM yesterday. Another decent day for them. Just looking through some of the results. For example, Blair Smith, 5th in Water Swift, the top 10 as well for Christian Kobe. Another good run for one of the runners from Ireland. Ireland fantastically supported and represented this weekend. Drivers are running away. It's all right. I'm going to get some ones in. Hello, guys. Alfie Davidson. We need to win. We need to talk to Alfie Davidson, who I think is covered in champagne. So I won't get too close. You must be a happy young man today.
Yeah, happy. I just got covered in champagne by Ollie. Yeah, my mechanic.
Well, it's a good day to be covered in champagne. What do you think's given you the edge today?
Just to keep confident and like you always have to put your head in the game, and yeah.
Same again tomorrow, do you think?
Of course.
Anything that you're going to change before tomorrow? Is it going to be same plan, keep the same setup?
It's gonna be a different plan and try and win the second heat and try and defend better than what I did. And that's it, yeah, really.
Good stuff. Well done on the win here today, Alfie, and we'll go again tomorrow. I want to try and get to the back of the paddock because there's a couple of privateers that we haven't had chance to speak to yet this weekend. Just have a quick sight of Sukhmani Kira there. 3rd place for Kira today. Brilliant to see her coming through. Great support as well from Alpine's Formula One team in her development. But, you know, we saw it last weekend, myself and Mr. Jordan out in Franciacorta when we were covering the IAME Euro Series. She scored points for the first time. I spoke to her and her dad afterwards about what's next. Do we think we've got more to carry on and keep pushing on? The answer was yes. They delivered it today. P3. Very good stuff indeed. Dayton Coulthard over there. Bit of a tough day for Dayton. Troubles in the first heat. Trying to get a quick word with Finlay Lines. Finlay, an up and down day for yourself, but again, race pace is there. Should be a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, like, we need to limit the amount of the crashes we have because the championship's obviously important. We're obviously going to drop some of the races we've had today, and we need to make sure we have a really consistent day tomorrow and try and get in the top 3.
Obviously, it's a little bit different to you racing in the Rotax classes because you're the only Synergy driver in there. Is that a factor in terms of how you're racing against the others?
Well, it's basically the same. Well, sometimes it's helpful having the teammates, sometimes it's not. And I know I've got the pace in both of them to win both of them. So if I can just be consistent in the Rotax and IAME, I can hopefully win both of them.
Good stuff. Thanks for taking time with us. These guys have been following us around, including Cooper. You got an interview yesterday, so you don't get one today. Guys, for the Paddock show, that's what we're doing. Introduce yourselves from OMS Racing. How are we doing?
I'm Callum Graham.
How's your day gone, Callum?
It's not been the best. First heat we went from 20th to 10th. Second heat we had a big crash and flipped it. And in the third heat we were on a new chassis, so it was a bit hard to bed in and stuff.
But have you enjoyed yourself today?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it today. It's been good. It's just had a couple ups and downs, but hopefully we can go well tomorrow.
Good stuff. Henry Elgar's with me as well. Henry, you're Grayson Wortley. Grayson, how's your day been? You were up in the top 6 earlier on.
It was good, yeah. The day's been really good, and finally I started 8th. Pretty good, but then at the end of it just started to drop off. I'm still happy. It's my first British in IAME. So, yeah.
What do you think you've learnt most of all that you can take into tomorrow? A couple of setup changes, perhaps?
Not really a lot. Just like the drivers are a lot better in IAME than Rotax.
And is that something you enjoyed? Do you like the challenge of racing in the IAME? Welcome back to PF International here in Lincolnshire, getting ready for the next race. X30 Senior Groups A and C are out next. Race number 26 on the schedule for this weekend starts with Finn McLaughlin on pole position, Noah Wolf alongside on the front row, Oscar Repetto and Cian Geraghty start on row 2, Joseph Smith and Aaron Brown start from row number 3, Oliver Stilp and Freddie Housley start on row 4.
Hayden Eldridge and Guy Albag on row number 5, with Ryan Egberg and Henry Gregory on row number 6. Row number 7 is Lewis Francis and Henry Harvey Rofe, and row number 8, Robbie Buckley and William Smith.
In the midfield, Connor McPollan and Fred Green start on row 9. David Marshall and Josh Palfreman go from row 10. Archie Tillett and Michael Gray start on row 11. And it's Dale Lewis and Juan Pablo Gerard on row number 12. Completing the field of runners, Tony Cazagel from France starts on row 13 alongside Ava Anagnostiadis. Dylan Briley completes the 27-strong field for drivers in Group C. So anyone on the anti-pole side of the grid, 2nd, 4th, 6th and all the way back. This is their second race, their last heat to try and qualify through to the top 28 who will go directly into the final across the 40-yard drivers that we've got here this weekend. For anyone on the pole side of the grid, your pole sitter McLaughlin as an example, this is their first one of the weekend. And for Finn McLaughlin, he really has been in tremendous form this weekend. Took the round win yesterday. We did have a quick chat with him in the Paddock Show. Apologies we weren't able to play out all of the Paddock Show, but don't worry, you will be able to see the whole thing on the Karting UK YouTube channel. Right now, though, on the live broadcast, we are ready for racing again here at PF International to kick things off for the afternoon session. Away we go. Good start for Finn McLaughlin. Noah Wolf's going to slip down a couple of places there. Didn't quite get the run from grid 2 that he would have wanted, but is still in the race. He's around 4th place, just behind Joseph Smith. I think Oscar Repetto has had a really good weekend so far. One of the best weekends I've seen from the Monegasque so far in 2024. He's up to 2nd place. Cian Geraghty trying to come through as well as the wide wall of Wolf forms again. We saw this yesterday in the final, Nicole. Noah Wolf able to soak up incredible amounts of pressure to hold onto his race position. He knows how key track position is in this second race for him. He needs a good result. That's why he's being a bit defensive right now on lap 1 there in 3rd.
Yeah, good start by Finn McLaughlin, and who is up the front with him?
It's going to be Oscar Repetto from grid number 3 who's gone with him. The two of them will try and work together now for the next few laps to break away fully from the rest of the field, but they've got a good opportunity to do so. Great start for Archie Tillett, up 7 spots on the first lap, so keep an eye out for the number 26 on the Charles Leclerc chassis, up to 14th place now. Not so good news, Nicole. Unfortunately for Connor McPollan, had a difficult day yesterday, plus 3-second penalty. Likewise for the number 16, which is William Smith for Mick Barrett Racing. You would imagine that that is for start infringements, most likely. Jumping out the tram lines a little bit too early. So the rest of the order here on lap number 2. There's a fight between Tillett and the number 19 of Guy Albag. Guy Albag racing for Victory Lane this weekend, the French team who've come here in good numbers across the channel. Again, preparing for the World Championships later on in the year. 5 minutes and 50 seconds of this one remaining. Finn McLaughlin not completely clear of Oscar Repetto at the moment, Nicole, but based on what we've seen so far this weekend, he'll be backing himself. He's looking strong yet again. Yeah,
if we take what we've seen from other classes as well, just because these two have pulled away does not mean that they're out of the way from everybody else. Yep. Noah Wolf is in there in 3rd, and no doubt he will be catching up to these front two later on in the race, especially since Oscar Repetto, we are going to see him trying to go for a move on McLaughlin probably very soon.
And we'd say with Noah Wolf, there's a little bit of a look down the inside there from the 46 of Aaron Brown. That was on Hayden Eldridge, and on the entry to the Mike Wilson complex, he's made it work. I think there's a problem out of our commentary box window for 2 karts stranded at hairpin number 2. I reckon it's going to be Dale Lewis and Fred Green who have not come through sector number 2 yet. There they are, running down into the lower reaches of the standings at this moment. Just to go back to Noah Wolf, that's a nice move from one of the Argentis. It might have been Lewis Francis coming through. Noah Wolf, I think, is now justified in his defence on lap 1 because he's starting to come through the field as Dale Lewis retires. If he wants to take an example of what he can do having this as his second race, he just needs to look to yesterday, to what Finn McLaughlin was able to do when he was in the same scenario up against Gus Lawrence. McLaughlin was able to catch up to Lawrence, even though he'd done more running on his set of tyres, and overtake him, which was a bit of a surprise for us at the time. And he's got some help from behind in the shape of Cian Geraghty and Oliver Still. But how do you think Wolf will be playing the next couple of laps of this race, Nicole?
I think it's hard to gauge because he doesn't know from where he is how hard Finn is actually pushing.
True.
He's on tyre disadvantage, and like we saw from Gus yesterday, Gus pushed quite hard and then ended up losing a bit of time. We'll see how Finn gets on in this, but at the minute, I don't know, we could see a repeat of what happened yesterday, like you said.
Good indeed. 3 3/4 minutes remaining in this one. Fred Green, the number 51, is under investigation. In terms of race results, it won't matter too much because Fred Green is out of this race.
Also, he hasn't really had the opportunity yet, but Cian Geraghty following Noah Wolf quite closely behind. Just wondering what's going through his mind. Is he going to be looking to make a move on Noah, or is he going to play it smart and see if they can catch up slightly to Finn and Repetto? I think he might wait a little bit, see how it's going until we've got only a few minutes left.
Indeed, but I've got to say, for Geraghty, the race pace is a lot stronger than we saw yesterday. There's been some good work on that kart yesterday. 56.57, new fastest lap from Joseph Smith in the victory lane. I reckon there's someone who that guy from Circuit of the Americas has joined us here at PF International for this weekend up on the bridge. Some extra sound effects that we caught there. 2.5 minutes remaining in this one, though. McLaughlin leading from Oscar Repetto. What is the gap like back to Noah Wolf? It's fairly stable at the moment. It's 100th here, it's 100th there through the sector times. Archie Tillett continuing progress through the field, has just got past Freddie Housley for 12th place. Just to notify those of you at home of that move. And I'd say great to have Archie Tillett back in the paddock. Nicole down earlier in the weekend in the PF International garage, having a chat with Gus Lawrence as part of the We Are the Champions feature, and Archie had a big smile on his face, reminding Gus that he is to represent the Tillett brand, of course. But yeah, great to have him, and showing some really good pace this weekend is Archie Tillett. Yeah,
of course. Him and Gus used to be teammates a couple of years ago, back in, I believe, probably up until 2022, and then we've seen Archie Tillett disappear from British karting shortly. Good to see him make a return, like you said.
Absolutely. 1.5 minutes remaining in this one. McLaughlin and Repetto still out front, still line astern, working together to just keep Noah Wolf at that 7/10 gap that they've been able to retain. Noah Wolf keeps chipping away. I think he could just do with a little bit more help, if it's possible, from the drivers behind, especially now Repetto's starting to just drop away from McLaughlin. We could be a little bit more vulnerable in the latter stages of this race. This is one of those races where there's not a lot of overtaking right at the front, Nicole, but you can just tell from the body language of the drivers in their karts. They are pushing right now, and it's very hot conditions out there. It's hard work for them. Yeah,
as I said in the earlier heat, body language from Noah Wolf. You see him lap after lap after lap. He gets his head down like clockwork. He knows that that's something he has to do. It's almost like muscle memory for him.
Brown having a go down the inside of Joseph Smith and gets through into 6th place. Smith had a go at Oliver Still into hairpin 1. Still was wise to it though, and did a beautiful switch back to retain 5th place. That opened the door for Aaron Brown, who stepped through and taken 6th spot. 2 laps to go then And I tell you what, that was a big lap from Noah Wolf. Closing in now on Repetto. It's just a question of how many corners Wolf would have as an opportunity to work with Repetto and catch up to McLaughlin. He's got to catch up to Repetto first as well. That was a touch wide out of coming off the bridge and down towards hairpin 1. Hence just checking over the shoulder to see how Cian Geraghty's getting on. For Finn McLaughlin, he's led a lot of laps. He's won a lot of races so far in 2024. And right now, he's looking in control of this one, but knows he's one mistake away from losing it. Oscar Repetto has raced him hard from third on the grid in this heat. Time is up. Final lap board will be out shortly. See Lewis Francis up to 9th place, the Australian. Another one of the drivers who normally we see on the international stage as a works driver for Kart Republic. Kart Republic in Argentine Motorsport, of course, having their working relationship is the reason Lewis Francis is in their awning this weekend and has a decent race, up 4 places so far in this one to 9th. No other changes further down the order. Got to say, Nicole, Finn McLaughlin is again just looking very calm this weekend. He really is in a good rhythm right now.
Yeah, you see him around the paddock as well, and just like you said, calm, relaxed, not too much to really think about.
And quite happy to have a chat as well. Sometimes with drivers, you see them be reserved and they want to stay fully focused. That's not how Finn McLaughlin likes to do things. He likes to go out there and win races. Finn McLaughlin takes another heat victory here this weekend at PF International, ahead of Oscar Repetto. Noah Wolf third, Cian Geraghty fourth, Oliver Stilp. Another strong result for Stilp there in 5th place, ahead of Aaron Brown, who sets the fastest lap of the race on the final tour of the circuits. Smith, Eldridge, Francis and Gregory completes the top 10. Biggest mover in that race, Archie Tillett in the number 24, goes up to 11th spot. Good to see Ryan Ekberg is up there as well, P12. Was a driver who had to come through the repechage yesterday, took it from pole position to win the repechage. Right now, he's in a decent position to not need the repechage today with that 12th place. Guy Albag and Freddie Housley in the top 15 again. That was completed by Ireland's Robbie Buckley, Harvey Roth, Colin McPollan, Josh Palfyman, Will Smith and Michael Gray inside the top 20. Riley, Caswell, Marshall, Anagnostiadis and Gerard complete the top 25. 2 retirements in that race at the end of lap number 2, Dale Lewis and Fred Green. But business as usual for Finn McLaughlin. And we should remember as well that these rounds of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships do count towards the FIA International Karting ranking with that. So for McLaughlin, some talk about whether we might do a fuller season from yesterday, depending on how results go this weekend. But this is definitely doing some really good things for his IKR calculation through the course of what is a big year for him. All done on the weighbridge for McLaughlin. The next time that we will see Group A out for their heats will be at 2:45. For Group C, for Noah Wolf, for example, one of the Group C runners, that is things complete for the heat stage. If a driver is in the top 28 of the intermediate classification, they'll go through to the final. The final will be at 5:30 this afternoon. If they don't quite make the top 28, it'll be repechage time. The Senior X30 repechage running at 3:45. Oscar Repetto there. Having a really good weekend is Oscar Repetto. He'll be happy. That's not such a good move, climbing into the scrutineering bed. For now, though, let's take a short break. We'll be back shortly with more action here at PFI. Back here at PF International, a bit of a hush over the circuit at the moment as we're getting ready for the next race. There's a quick look into the CCTV room, part of race control here at PF International, David Manchester. I'll give him his dues. He's not got any racing to look at right now, so he's just having a bit of a pause before we get going for the next race. Also indicative of a good race previously, that he's not having to look through loads and loads of replays as things stand live there in the box. But great work as ever from the Motorsport UK officials. Let's get ready then for the next race. IAME Water Swift. We're on circuit next. Heat 2 for IAME Water Swift. Groups A and C heading out on circuit. Let's have a look at the grid. George Clark on pole position, ahead of Austin Newstead on the front row. Jensen Ackerman and Ian Carey go from row number 2. Colby Patterson and Mason Brooks start on the third row of the grid. Johnston Stewart and Jonty Restrick start on row number 4.
Row number 5 is Blair Smith alongside Teddy J. Porter. Row number 6, Freddie Wood and Max Mason. 7 is Knight Measures and Grayson Wortley. Row number 8 is Harry Williams and Charlie Clough.
On to the 9th row of the grid. Aryan Singh and Cooper Snedden go from that one. Austin Gibson and Harley Musk complete the top 20 on row 10. Callum Graham and Sophie Campbell start on the 11th row of the grid ahead of Mexico's Pato Medina and Luca Naraway on row number 12. Completing the grid of 25 drivers for Evolve Motorsports, it's Aryan Nair. Great qualifying from George Clark. Great to see the OMS Racing team on top in timed qualifying. Great opportunity for them here to get a good result, arguably their best results of the weekend. Yesterday for George Clark, P21 in the intermediate classification. Good progress through the final, finished in the top 15, but some great work has been done overnight by the team racing on the KR chassis to get Clark into this pole position. Great work by the driver, of course, as well. It's one thing to have the equipment underneath you, it's another thing to pedal it. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Are we ready to go? Lights are out and we are racing once again at PF International in IAME Water Swift. Good start from both drivers on the front row of the grid. Couple of drivers running wide. Oh, there's a bit of an incident there coming through turn 2 in the latter stages of the Bruno Ferrari S's. Just looking out the commentary box window, I do think we've got all drivers running again, all drivers moving, which is good to see. But George Clark leads at the front, going into turn number 4, down into the hairpin number 1. Austin Newstead down the inside takes the lead of the race. Remember, for Austin Newstead and anyone who started on the outside of this grid, this is their second and final heat. This is their last opportunity to book their spots through into the top 28 and not need to have to race through the final 6 spots in the final through that repéchage. There's the number 66 of Teddy Porter down the inside. The Ollie Rowland Motorsport pilot looking to gain in the early stages of this one. End of the first lap here for IAME Water Swift. It's Newstead leading from Clark. Mason Brooks is up to 3rd place. Colby Patterson in 4th ahead of Jensen Ackerman, Blair Smith, Jonty Restrick, Ian Carey, Freddie Wood, Teddy Porter. That's the top 10. Onto the bridge then for the second lap of the race. Just looking down the order, Nicole, some good progress from the likes of Cooper Snedden, up 6 spots to 12th, and Luca Naraway 8th. Up 8 spots to 16th. When you've had a difficult qualifying and you know you've got one more opportunity to get those points in, from the psychological side of things, how do you play that?
Pressure's definitely on at that point, and I think at that stage you've got to give it your all. I think that's the stage in the weekend where you've got a lot to lose.
Have indeed. So 6 minutes of this one to go. A couple of changes further down the order. Sophie Campbell's up into the top 15. That was the number 51 of Charlie Clough on your screens. Unfortunate for Johnston Stewart, driver from Northern Ireland. Great number of drivers from Northern Ireland here this weekend. But unfortunately, Johnston's just fallen down to 20th place. But never mind, there's always opportunities through the repéchage if Johnston Stewart doesn't quite make it into the top 28 of these points standings. 5.5 minutes remaining in this one, and it's a group of nearly 4. Actually, no, I would say it is 4 now. That's some good braking from Colby Patterson into hairpin number 1. That means he's now joined Mason Brooks, George Clark, and Austin Newstead as the lead group in this race. Good to see Jensen Ackermann pushing on there as well. We always like to see the privateers taking it to the bigger teams with a bit more budgets out there, and Jensen Ackermann is doing that right now in 5th place, only a second behind the race leader, taking advantage of the strong qualifying that we saw from Ackermann earlier on this morning.
Mason Brooks clearly feeling confident after yesterday. He has gone from 6th to 3rd in the early stages of this race and is just on the back of our race leaders, Austin and George. We'll see how he gets on, hopefully.
Side by side, Wood and Williams there. Apologies, Nicole. They're into 8th place. And Harry Williams, again, showing great performances so far this year is Harry Williams. Been one of my most improved drivers of 2024 so far. That's a move to 3rd place. That's another one of my contenders for most improved driver of 2024 in the first half of the year. Colby Patterson down the inside, just driving with such confidence right now, even when it doesn't go his way, which I think is a really positive thing to see from Colby Patterson in this year so far. So we talked to him during the Paddock show and we asked him, how was the day? It's like, yeah, not the best, but he was, foot forward saying, well, tomorrow's another day. We know we've got some good race pace. We've got an all-round package that can be raced upon. And again, showing that performance up into 3rd place.
Yeah, warning flag out there for Max Mason. And just to mention, Luca Narroway, who started 24th in this race, has gone up by 12 positions into 12th. So great drive from the Evolve Motorsport driver. We've got a fastest lap in there for Colby Patterson, like you just mentioned. Lots of progress, obviously very, very quick. But George Clark, for me, also doing a good job up at the front. As you can see, into the first hairpin, he's right on the back of Newstead, almost pushing him into that corner, right on the back bumper.
Absolutely. They're just going through the middle phase of this race now as Patterson goes for the move down the inside of George Clark, takes 2nd place. Well, for Colby Patterson, who raced last year in the IAME Water Swift restricted category, finished the standings in 5th place after all the rounds last year. And we've touched on it a little bit already, Nicole, over this weekend, of how difficult it is to take those steps up through the ladder and be on the pace early on in the season. Colby's had a lot of good track time in IAME Euro Series so far this year, and he's clearly putting it to good use right now in this opening weekend for the British Championship season.
Yeah, as well. I think putting that work in over the winter, even when the conditions are really quite poor, cold and wet, makes it difficult for the drivers, but brings them on massively. We've got a fight there going off of the bridge between the Fusion and OMR drivers into the first hairpin. George Clark on the back of the Fusion driver, pushing him in, and they've both made the move on Colby Patterson into that corner.
Yeah, good tactics there from Mason Brooks and George Clark. Good reading of the race. Colby Patterson's going to respond straight away, though, back down the inside. This is very good news if you're Blair Smith in the number 15 and Jensen Ackermann. Blair Smith driving, of course, out of Scotland. We'll be in Scotland next week for event number 3 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. More action. We'll be back with the Rotax Paddock for their 2nd round of 2024. We'll be at Lark Hall in the west of Scotland. Do hope you can join us for that one, whether that be live or watching on catch-up across the Motorsport UK platform of channels. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Austin Newstead has disappeared off the front of this field. We've not talked enough about Austin Newstead so far in this race. Whilst everything else has been going on behind, changes for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th as Patterson comes back through into 2nd place. Newstead is pulling away. This time it's Clark down the inside of Mason Brooks. Blair Smith goes through as well. Jensen Ackermann still at the back of this group. Unfortunately, that looks like Charlie Clough is out of the race. Yes, it is. The number 51 Ollie Rowland Motorsports Kart retires at the end of lap number 6. A disappointment there for Charlie. 45 seconds to go in this one. Austin Newstead, and I know I've said it a lot in 2024, tends to finish races stronger than he starts them. So when he's had a strong start to a race, he really is a very difficult driver to beat. If he was to get this home, it would be a 0 and a 2, a 1st and a 2nd from his 2 races. That would be very hard to beat indeed. He's going to position him well going into the final later on this afternoon. 14 seconds to go. Colby Patterson still holding others at bay. Clark, Smith, Brooks and Ackerman the chasing pack. I think they have clocked into that position now, Nicole, of going, well, we could still potentially catch Austin Newstead with the time remaining and the corners remaining, but we've got to work together if we're going to do that. Through into the Fullerton S's. Once again, a bit further down the order, Max Mason, Luca Narraway and Grayson Wortley have all got past in Carey, the privateer from Ireland. Oh, down the inside goes Clark. Gets the move done on Colby Patterson. Blair Smith coming through now as well. Beautiful positioning there from Blair Smith round the outside. Takes third place. On to the last lap then. What is the gap like? Well, it's gone up to 0.91 of a second for Austin Newstead. So he's looking in a good position right now to take this one through to the end. George Clark has fought back up to second place. You've got to give it for the OMS driver. It's a bit of a new position for him this weekend, but he doesn't look phased by the drivers around him.
Yeah, he's doing a good job out there, but Newstead obviously extended his lead there by 4 tenths. He's kind of saying to the pack behind him, you lot hold each other off. I'm up, I'm off. See you later.
Yeah. He's very focused, is Austin Newstead as a young driver. And this has been another tremendous performance from the driver who was second last year in IAME Water Swift Restricted. It's still going on for third place. As is that Teddy Porter? It is Teddy Porter trying to fight through past Harry Williams and others as well. Austin Newstead is in the last couple of corners. He's going to put himself in a very strong position in the intermediate classification. Takes the win in this heat, and on the line George Clark holds on to second place ahead of Blair Smith. Jensen Ackerman races home to a fantastic fourth place. Good work there from Jensen Ackerman ahead of Colby Patterson. A good run as well for Mason Brooks, Harry Williams, Teddy Porter, Freddie Wood, Harley Musk are all in the top 10. For Musk, that was a super drive, up 10 positions from where he started, the number 21 kart. Max Mason, Luca Narraway, Grayson Wortley, Ian Carey and Cooper Snedden all inside the top 15. But your winner again this season in the IAME Water Swift category, doesn't matter whether it's here, home in the UK or overseas, Austin Newstead is always a driver and a force to be reckoned with. And yeah, he's really in that rhythm now. There's the rest of your provisional results. Good drive from Arian Neyer up to 16th place. Austin Gibson 17th. Callum Graham, Johnston Stewart and Knight measures inside the top 20. Sophie Campbell P21 ahead of Jonty Restrick, Arian Singh and Pato Medina, the last of the finishers. One retirement in that race, which was Charlie Clough.
Great result there for Austin. I'd say he's a very concentrated young driver. When I caught up with him yesterday on the grid, he can tell you exactly where he finished and started each race, what went on, what positions he lost and gained. He's very invested into it all, I think.
Very invested, very intelligent young driver. And I say that the racing that I've seen from him, not just this year but in previous years, he's got a wealth of experience, having come through the Bambino and the cadet categories, now into the categories. This is a driver with probably something like 5 years of racing experience now. He's another one of those drivers, almost like a senior in a way. Never panics. No. Never panics. Even when sometimes he'll maybe fall down to 8th, 9th place, he'll back himself to pick his way back through. Yeah, really good performance yet again from Austin Newstead. The driver's down there in Parc Ferme, having a chat there between Newstead and Clark, George Clark. That's a great result for the OMS racing team, who are building all the time. Not the biggest team here this weekend, but very much have got their eyes on those podium places in the near future, if they can. Racing continuing here shortly at PF International after a few messages. Junior X30 are out next. All set to go then for the second round of heats today in X30 Junior. Here's your grid. There's already been a bit of drama before this one. Taylor Orridge is on the front row and is joined by Dries van Langendonk, who we're told only just made the gate. Max Ewell and Thomas Min-Spearing are on the second row of the grid. Aaron Richardson and Nicholas Schaufler start on row number 3. Hamish Forrest and Zach Green go from row number 4.
Starting off row number 5 will be Harrison Whitcomb and Joey Brown. Row number 6 is Rocco Coronel and Alex Dodds. 7, Morgan Moore and Archie Owen. Row 8 will be Jacob Bashler and Devin Walls.
Iskander Solfikari and Louis Cachet form up a very international row number 9. Harry Walsh and Dylan Patel start on row 10. Jan-Matteo Rousseau and James Harris start on row number 11. Charlie Myers and Zef Nurnberger start on row 12. Completing the 27 runners in this one, Adam Holmes and Aston Sharp go from row 13. I expect to see another charge through the field from Sharp. And Ashley Hazer completes the 27 kart field. Well, as I say, a little bit of drama already. This is the information that we've received in the commentary box from very good sources, that Dries van Langendonk's number 29 kart made it through with 3 seconds to spare after fitting some tyres. Not quite sure why they were cutting that fine. Very professional job from Forza Racing, but well, he's in, and he starts this race on the outside of row number 1. And I'm sure he'll be in the zone now for this next 8 minutes plus 1 lap. We're going to go round again for an additional formation lap. And another interesting front row this for us to feast upon in X30 Junior. So we talked last time about Harrison Mackie versus Dries van Langendonk, you know, the most informed driver in Europe at the moment in X30 Junior competition, if you ask me, versus Dries van Langendonk with his record. Now, bit more of this circuit proposition. You've got the OK Junior World Champion going for the double this year, not in this event of course, but preparing for it, versus the driver who almost calls this place his backyard, the reigning Kart Masters champion in Taylor Orridge. How do you see these two racing against each other, Nicole?
I think between the pair there would be quite a good competitive rivalry. I think they'd both be thinking that they've got the upper hand, but We'll see how it plays out, see who's actually faster around here.
Indeed. So the grid will form up through past the red line there, indicating no more overtaking into formation and momentarily into the tram lines as well. Start the second and final round of heats then for X30 Junior. Are we ready for a start? Yes, we are. 8 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Orridge immediately into the lead. Ewell takes second. Van Langendonk settles for third. You can see Harrison Whitcomb trying to go around the outside of a couple of drivers there onto the bridge. He might have made that work, you know, from the 5th row of the grid. Down towards hairpin 1 for the first time in this one. Orridge looks over his shoulder, sees he's got some help there in the form of Max Ewell. Defensive there from Van Langendonk from the Argentis immediately behind, but he's lost out. Through comes Whitcomb there. Apologies, no, it's not Van Langendonk who's lost out there. It's Nicholas Schaufler who's fallen down a couple of positions. Look how tight and congested it is through the first couple of corners. As wide goes Van Langendonk out of the Fullerton S's. Oh, and there's a moment there with Green. Now, did Van Langendonk manage to keep that one going? He'll have lost a lot of positions at least through to complete lap number 1. It's Orridge from Ewell. In third place, it's Harrison Whitcomb. What a start for Harrison Whitcomb. Up 6 places. Spearing, Schaufler, Forrest, Brown, Green, Dodds and Richardson, your top 10. Where is Van Langendonk fallen down to? 15th for Dries van Langendonk, and he's now right in the middle of all the goings-on of an X30 Junior heat here, Nicole. This is going to be a proper test of his skills.
Fantastic start for the Croc promotion team as well. Their 2 drivers, Taylor Orridge and Max Ewell, working really well together. Max right on the back bumper of Taylor, pushing him really hard to get a gap away from Harrison Whitcomb.
Nicholas Schaufler fighting his way through past Thomas Min-Spearing there for 4th place. Thomas Min-Spearing, he's had an up and down weekend so far into the Mike Wilson complex. There's the problems there for Louis Cachet and I think Harry Walsh as well, both of them falling down the order. It's been a bit of a scrappy weekend for Louis Cachet. Not the kind of performance that we normally see from the Frenchman.
Not the day for Cachet, I don't think.
No, not the day that he would have wanted. But again, got to consider that this is all a learning experience for the European runners looking further down the line, of course. 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one. Look at the gap that Orridge, Ewell and Whitcomb have got here. Nicholas Schaufler has weaved his way through to 4th place. That's Zach Green down the inside. Zach Green needing a big result in this one, of course, Nicole. Didn't have a good time at all of it in the first heat. Well, I say, if there's problems in this one, I know it's remarkable to say, could be seeing Zach Green in the repechage. I'm sure that's not going to be the case, because he's in a decent position here in 5th. Look at this. Look at this wrestling through there. That's Joey Brown in the number 11, getting back ahead of Hamish Forrest. This is back to kind of some of the heat racing style that we saw from the X30 juniors yesterday, Nicole, where it was fierce out there on circuit. A bit of a case of you just got to try and keep your nose clean across the course of these 8 minutes.
5-second penalty in there as well for Ashley Harzer, the number 33.
Yeah, so Harzer at the moment has gained some positions out there. It's up to 23rd, but that 5-second penalty will move him back down behind Adam Holmes and Charlie Myers. Coming through again there in the red and white Mick Barrett Racing efforts. It's Aston Sharp. We saw the number 52 do this in the first round of heats, and Sharp yet again is on the move, is pushing his way through onto that top 28 automatic qualifiers list to the final later on today, overcoming problems in qualifying into the middle phase of this race now. Zach Green has found a way past Nicholas Schaufler for 4th place. The Austrian having some good races out there this weekend, but also, there's a load of debris there on the circuit. Now, where has that come from? I didn't quite see at that point. Here goes Sharp down the inside of Joey Brown. Sharp takes 10th place. Zach Green sets the new fastest lap of the race, and right now, Nicole, he needs to be hitting those purple sectors because he's about 1.5 seconds back from the rest of the order.
He does indeed, and let's just look at the chunks Harrison Whitcomb has taken out of the two drivers at the front. On that last lap, he was 4/10 faster than them. Look at him now. It's not a 2-kart lead anymore. It's 3 karts at the front.
It is indeed, and Harrison Whitcomb has not been afraid to make an overtake so far this season. For Max Ewell, this is a better position. He has been in 2nd place earlier on today in the first round of heats, but just faded in the last few minutes of that first heat. We're looking to stay up here in the top 3 if he can, but that was a great run for Harrison Whitcomb, but no, he's just electing to stay behind right now. Wants to build up that gap, wants to work with the two crop promotion drivers right now to move off the front of the order. Well, now he's going to go down the inside of both of them. Oh my goodness, Harrison Whitcomb. Add that to the list of overtakes of the first half of 2024. Gets both of Orridge and Ewell onto the bridge. Orridge fights back through into 2nd place, but Harrison Whitcomb just hooked it up, got on the inside there, Nicole, backed himself to take the lead. A magnificent move.
These junior drivers this year, they're not scared to be ambitious, are they?
Absolutely. Well, that does change things now. News on the Dries van Langendonk front. He's in the pits now on our timing information. So the junior world champion, the leader in the points in the European standings right now, is out of this one. Bit of a communication there between Morgan Moore and Thomas Min-Spearing. Was there a problem there for Thomas Min-Spearing? He seemed to almost be standing still down the pit straight in comparison to the premium karting number 16. We'll keep monitoring that situation. Back at the front of the order, Zach Green is on the move now. Has caught up to Max Ewell and got past Max Ewell for 3rd place. What a magnificent run here for Zach Green. Well, there is the evidence. Dries van Langendonk out of this race. I think we'll still make it through to the final, of course, but this is a bit of a repeat of what we saw yesterday for the Belgian. Nicole had one strong result, one mixed result in the heats, and it meant he was right in the middle of the pack when it got to the final.
Yeah, just wondering if that's because of damage caused in that incident earlier on, or if that's a choice to preserve the tyres. I don't know. I'd question that.
Absolutely, it could be a tactical choice. Rocco Coronel's on the move. Well, a few weeks ago in the FIA Karting Championships, anyone who watched that saw a remarkable drive from Rocco Coronel. He seemed to be defeating physics, tyre wear, the whole lot as he drove through the field to take a very worthy third place on the podium in Val d'Argenton. And that move there on Thomas Spearing puts the Dutchman up to 8th place in this race. As a driver, after 2 full days of racing here at PF International, I don't think he's going to be right at the sharp end of the grid for the final, but definitely look out for him later on. There is Dries van Langendonk. Where had it all gone wrong in that race? It was a great start. He did a sensible thing, slotted into 3rd place after the initial getaway, but it all went wrong at the end of lap number 1, and he watches this one from the sidelines. 2 laps to go. Whitcomb and Orridge going toe-to-toe, I feel, right now, Nicole.
I think Taylor Orridge maybe was caught a bit off guard by Harrison's move earlier, but he looks like he's woken back up again, going so hard and so late into that first hairpin. We'll have a look to see if he makes a move on Harrison, pushing him into the second hairpin. He hasn't yet. We'll wait to see if he tries to get it done, but we have almost run out of time in this race.
We have indeed. The last lap board will be out at the end of this one, lap number 9. And Harrison Whitcomb's just keeping eyes forward at the moment, not looking over his shoulder, not letting Taylor Orridge get any advantage in the mental battle between these 2 drivers. Zach Green's not too far behind as well. They need to be conscious of the number 8 there as well, who's hit another fastest lap and another fastest lap that's just been immediately taken away from him by Nicholas Schaufler. It might be a kart out there with some exhaust troubles as well, I'm hearing in my ear, but the corners are ticking on by for Whitcomb now. Yes, there definitely is a kart that's got a loose exhaust towards the back of the field. We'll keep focused, though, on this battle at the front. Whitcomb has got through hairpin 1, a very good run through hairpin number 1 there. No opportunity for Taylor Orridge to even attempt to move down the inside. This is looking good at the moment for Harrison Whitcomb to strike back. Would leave him on 6 points in the intermediate classification. Orridge has got to think as well. A win and a 2nd place would do quite nicely for his run through these heats. I think they are going to hold in this position. Harrison Whitcomb is going to take another heat win here this weekend for Argenti Motorsport. Takes the checkered flag by 0.18 of a second ahead of Taylor Orridge. Zach Green races through to 3rd and had some very good pace in the second half of that race, Nicole. That is a very good sign for when we get onto the final later on today.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't want to make any predictions because what I've predicted so far has gone in the 10% pile. All I'm going to predict is going to be exciting.
Well, I think that one's definitely going to be one that gets the green tick. There's your provisional result. Whitcomb from Orridge and Green, Schaufler through to 4th, Max Euler top 5, Morgan Moore, Rocco Coronel, Aston Sharp, Thomas Spearing and Hamish Forrest in the top 10. Iskender Sulfikari, Devin Waltz, Aaron Richardson, Alex Dodds and Jean-Matteo Rousseau finish inside the top 15. Joey Brown, Jacob Backler, Archie Owen, Seth Nurnberger and Dylan Patel inside the top 20 ahead of Ashley Haase, Adam Holmes, James Harris, Louis Cachet, Harry Walsh and Charlie Myers, the 26th finishers. 1 retirement in that race being Dries van Langendonk. And we didn't quite find out who the driver with a loose exhaust was. We didn't see any technical flags on there, so they might have semi got away with that one. It's often that case of like trying to spot where the sound is coming from is quite difficult if your track size is almost like blasted away by the noise.
Just a thought for you, Andrew, as well, something I've just been thinking stood here. Some of these insane moves we've been seeing recently have been double moves. We had Macaulay Bishop round the outside at Wilton Mill. We had Harrison Mackie, 2 karts in one go, and we've just had Harrison Whitcomb 2 karts in one go. Bit of a theme going on there.
There is a bit of theme. Is this going to be a replay of that move? This is looking under the bridge. Yes, it is. So he's already got up alongside. So I think what's happened there is Max Ewell's gone for a move on Taylor Orridge, and Harrison Whitcomb's read that as, yes, this is my chance to get both of them. So a very good piece of driving there from all 3 involved. Taylor Orridge having a little discussion with the team there after that one. Very well could be on pole position for the final later on today. We've got to move on though from from this group of drivers. Next up, race number 30 race number 29 is going to be X30 Junior again. Last heat for X30 Junior. This is Groups B and C out on circuit. Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham share an all-fusion front row. Rocco Leon Shenton and Jack Eiliff go from row number 2. Lewis Islin and Ian Kraling of Germany go from row number 3. Kenzo Craigie and George Edgar start on row 4.
Daniel Kelleher and Samuel Branston on row number 5. Monday Junior Kanini and Evan Purcell on row number 6. 7 is Jarrett Clark and Mayan Patel. Row number 8 we have Argenti, Sky Parker and Laith Khan from Jade Racing Team.
On the 9th row of the grid, Archie Lovett and George Quartermain are due there. Nat Johnston and Monty Brathwaite start on the 10th row of the grid. Alexander De Benedictis and Drew Waltz start on row 11. Emmanuel Hay and Josh Parker go from row number 12. Wrapping out the field of 28 runners in this one, Jake Brook and Keith Burke starts on row number 13. And Jesse Phillips goes from the back of the grid alongside Daniel Samir on row 14. All 28 drivers out and registered on circuit. This is going to be another interesting one. Mackie, Cranham, first and second on the grid. The same order they finished the final yesterday. Teammates know each other well. Can they get another great result here for Fusion? Lights are green, 8 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Good start for Mackie, good start for Rocco Lane Shenton as well, who had a super run through his first heat earlier on today. Wrapping round onto the bridge they go for the first time. It's Mackie in the lead. Another controlled start from him, Nicole. Once again, Harrison Mackie looking difficult to beat.
Rocco Shenton there in second. Looks like he's having a look on Harrison Mackie out of the first hairpin, and he's got it done. He's taken the race lead.
Yeah, really good stuff from Shenton there off of the corner. It's easier said than done overtaking Harrison Mackie through a hairpin, but Rocco Shenton has just achieved that. It's all going on in the second half of the field. There's a spin. Further back down the order, I think it might be the number 74 of Emmanuel Hay in the Piers Sexton Racing PSR machine. We'll confirm that in due course. 7 minutes to go in this one, end of lap number 1. And Rocco Shenton, my goodness, he's had his Weetabix this morning. Had a great performance earlier on today, and right now, two race victories would give him pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Cranham up to second place, Islin, Mackie third and fourth. I don't think this will panic Harrison Mackie at all though. As I say, last week in the final at Franciacorta, he went all the way down to 7th place in that one and still worked his way back to take the race win in a magnificent fashion. Here goes Islin down the inside of Riley Cranham. That opens the door for Mackie as well to slip through into third. So Cranham back down to 4th place. Lewis Islin, I think, was a bit unlucky yesterday in some regards. Definitely he's had the pace over the last couple of weekends. Raced here as part of Trent Valley Kart Club's meeting 1 week ago. Islin had those problems, 32nd in the end in the final. It's looking good for another good result here today and good value there in second.
Harrison Mackie up back into third.
And now into second, because Lewis Islin has taken the lead of the race away from Rocco Shenton. And now Mackie's taking the lead from Islin. So Mackie worked his way through with great efficiency once again into the lead of this race. As it's a pack of 5 going down. In fact, it's not 5, it's growing. It's more karts now as Danny Kelleher's joining in the fun. And Mons Jr. Kanini, who had a difficult day through the heats yesterday. We are definitely at this stage not going to be seeing Kanini in the repechage in a few moments' time with this kind of result. Jack Eiliff fighting through, getting the elbows out. The Texan fighting his way through there. And what's that? Up to 4th place past Lewis Islin. Now this is where, for me, Harrison Mackie starts to hit the hammer. It is Mackie time at the front of the order. 0.34 is the gap over Rocco Shenton. Riley Cranham there in third. This is a big question to Rocco Shenton now of what kind of pace has he got to close in. Well, at the moment he's run wide. In fact, has he got a problem? He has! He has got a problem! Rocco Shenton is out of this second heat. It will not be a second win in a row, and he cruises down the service road and out of this race. You can see him just to the left of our commentary box, out of the kart. Mechanical problem for Rocco Shenton, and that is a big change in the story of his day, Nicole.
That is a massive shame, especially after his first heat, which he had a really great performance. That's not what he wants. I don't think he's going to be happy at all.
Oh, well, you've got a feel for a driver when that happens. The race continues, though. 4 minutes to go. Harrison Mackie leads. Riley Cranham there, P2. Jack Iliff now the fastest driver in this race. No, change that because it's just gone from to Kenzo Craigie and then to Arjen Kraling. Arjen Kraling now into the 57s, the only driver to do so at the moment. So look out for the German there in 8th place. Down the inside, Kenzo Craigie having a fight there with the number 9 of Monza Junior Canini. That's Daniel Kelleher, the Irish driver, just ahead in the number 70. This is looking good once again for the Fusion boys.
Kraling sat behind Kenzo there, just trying to push him through. He's not trying to go in on his teammate. He's just waiting for Kenzo to make the move, and then he'll follow him in.
Absolutely, some good teamwork going on out there. Who's made the most progress so far in this race? Well, Jesse Phillips, having to go from the back of the grid, is up 11 positions now to 16th. It still needs a bit more if he's going to keep himself away from the dreaded repéchage. Another new fastest lap of the race for Jack Iliff. Oh dear, as out of the race there.
Is that?
That is Archie Lovett again, and I think Laith Khan is the other driver involved. Yes, it is. So Laith Khan, the number 78. That's a coming together on the inside of the last chicane, the last part of the Mike Wilson complex. That's a bit of a strange place for two karts to end up. And well, for Archie Lovett, that is not good news at all. That is going to be repéchage time for one of the Forza Racing drivers. That is a bit of a surprise.
I'd say that move, typically what you, as a driver, what happens is somebody's tried to hang it round the outside. They both tried to go into the corner, touch wheels, and a spin. We have also got Harrison Mackie pulling away now. He has got a 6/10 gap, which is exactly what he needed. We saw him drop back to 4th, shuffle down the order in the early stages of the race, but within probably a lap and a half, he was 1st to 4th, back up into the race lead. Great performance by him.
Lewis Islin has set a new fastest lap of the race, 1.31 seconds off the leader at the moment. So keep an eye on Lewis Islin there in the number 12. Down the inside, that's Arjen Kraling going for a move on Monza Junior Canini. Is up to 7th place. And more moves going on through the order. Kelleher on the attack. This is George Edgar in the number 17, who's had a bit of an up and down race so far, but looking strong at the end of it. As I think there's also a problem just out of our window. There it is. The number 46 is out of the race, falling down through the order. That is going to be Evan Purcell for Fusion Motorsport. Back with our battle towards the front of the order. And Riley Cranham having to work really hard now to hold on to this second place ahead of Jack Iliff from the United States and Lewis Islin. Lewis Islin going this way and that, trying to find a way through. I think he's definitely got more race pace right now, but very good defence from Cranham and Iliff at this precise moment. Into the first hairpin they go. There's a battle further behind this thing on screen now as Monza Junior Canini's coming through. Harrison Mackie still leads this one by 1.22 seconds. Monza Junior Canini continue to see these fighting hard for that 8th place. 20 seconds remaining in this one. Kenzo Craigie, Nicole, having another strong run in terms of race pace. Had a difficult one earlier on, had an incident on his first lap of his first race. This is more like it from Craigie, running well there in 6th place.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew. I was just getting distracted by George Edgar trying to go round the outside 3 corners in a row.
Indeed, there's nothing that George Edgar won't do to try and gain a position. This is the growing battle for 2nd place. This has now got the likes of Craigie and Kraling in it. Riley Cranham, I think he's taken some tips out of the Harrison Mackie, book of defence there, just holding on the inside. Crailing trying to find a way past Daniel Kelleher. Kelleher's going to be wide on the outside there. Craigie trying to get in underneath. In the end, they hold position. Harrison Mackie is clear and gone here. It's just the question of whether Riley Cranham can hold on to second place. Good move from Lewis Islin, taking an opportunity to get down the inside of Jack Iliff and doing so. That is for third place. We're on to the final lap now. Lewis Mackie can cruise this one home. He's got a 3.2 second lead now. Riley Cranham still holding there for second place. Is a crucial second place at the moment for this for Cranham, because right now it's giving him third place on the grid for the final. Arguably the second place spot to start a final here at PF International, such is the nature of the first corner. Lewis Islin trying to defend now from Craigie. Jack Iliff fading a bit in the latter stages, fighting now with Kelleher and Crailing there. It's all going on here. Cranham's gone. Cranham's got second place secured. It's now down to Lewis Islin. Can he hold on to third place ahead of Craigie? This isn't him necessarily defending from Craigie in terms of IC. It's defending against others, because Islin right now is in a position where he'd be on the inside for the final. I'll tell you who is going to be on the front row, though. His name is Harrison Mackie. Another victory. 3 points from the heats here today. He'll be on that front row with Taylor Orridge. Cranham, P2 in this race, books himself onto the second row of the grid. Lewis Islin, P3 in that one, ahead of Kenzo Craigie. Jack Iliff and Daniel Kelleher complete the top 6. What was there, Nicole? Another very exciting race in X30 Junior.
Yeah, great performance again by Harrison Mackie, 3.25 second lead. I think probably be looking behind him when coming in, thinking, where's everybody gone? All holding each other up behind him, but works well for him.
But for Mackie, it's another win. And as I say, also a good haul of championship points, of course. Championship points awarded at the end of the intermediates classification. And for Mackie, won't be a haul of 65 unless, of course, results change after they are provisional. But another useful haul of points for the early championship leader. And really good performance again from Fusion Motorsport. They are having one heck of a weekend. Riley Cranham P2 in the end didn't need to fight too hard on that last lap, because it was Lewis Islin doing all of the defensive work to fend off Kenzo Craigie. Jack Iliff has had a difficult weekend so far, but a top 5 there. That's, I think, another sign of a driver probably new to this circuit, preparing for later in the year, starting to get on top of it now, and performing well there in 5th place. Crailing behind Kelleher for that battle for 6th place. Monza Junior Canini definitely will be making it through to the final directly today with that 8th place. Mayan Patel, another good drive from Mayan Patel, up 5 places to 9th place in that one. George Edgar completing that top 10. Clark Parker Phillips, Branston and Drew Waltz inside that top 15. Nat Johnston, Monty Braithwaite, Brathwaite, Alexander De Benedictis, Emmanuel Hay, George Quartermain inside the top 20. Jake Brook, Keith Burke, Josh Parker, Daniel Samir and Laith Khan finishing the race in the top 25. 3 retirements in that race, and some of them quite big ones as well. Evan Purcell in the number 46. Archie Lovett for the 2nd race in a row, and Rocker Lane Shenton. We'll be back shortly. More racing to come here at PFI. Next up, it's Water Swift Restricted. Ready to go then for race 30 of the weekend. It's the second heat today for IAME Water Swift. Let's take you through their grid. Alfie Davidson starts on pole position. Mason Hibbert alongside on the front row. Chester Fawkes and James Roots will start on the second row, ahead of Alessandro Salas and Daniel Ferguson on row 3. Harry Fable and Harry Chapman go from row number 4.
Oscar Kenny and Henry Algar on row number 5. Louis Williams-Mabs and William Crombie, row number 6. Row number 7, we have Ethan Robinson and Reggie Chandler. And row number 8, their 15th car on the grid is Ilyas Sami.
All 15 drivers on the on track as well. Good to see everybody back out there, including Reggie Chandler, who had a difficult time in the first heat earlier on today. Keep your comments coming in. Keep your messages of support rolling in as well. Hello to Jason Livings cheering on Finley Lines. We'll see Finley out again later. As stated by Motorsport Magpie, do click that like button if you're enjoying the stream, enjoying the broadcast on the streaming platform, rather.
Just keeping an eye out now to see how Chester Fawkes gets on at this start. We've seen a few issues for him getting out of the last corner on start earlier on today and yesterday. So just keep an eye out to see if those issues have been solved.
Yeah, very good point there. And there we see Mason Hibbert communicating with Alfie Davidson, getting this one ready to go. Good to see that, yes, Chester Fawkes is indeed their third place on the grid. Hopefully those gremlins have been fixed. Are we good for a start? No, we're going to go around again for another formation lap. Hello to Marty, who's wishing the best of luck to Ellen Donnelly. Dad Marty there. And in fact, we've got action from the Tilletson T4 crowd at 3:15, so not too far away. We saw Ellen earlier on the Tilletson T4 feature that we did. So do let us know in the comments. We're looking at the Alpha Live comments on the Alpha Live channel, just so you're aware, because otherwise we'd have so many tabs on the computer. We wouldn't be able to deal with all of them. So we've gone for Alpha Live today. So put your shout outs of who you're supporting on the comments on that particular copy of broadcast. We're on so many. Hello to everyone on the Karting UK channel. Hello to everyone on Motorsport UK TV as well. Getting ready for this next one for drivers in this race for IAME Water Swift Restricted. And for Alfie Davidson, another chance to get a race victory here. Took the checker flag in the first heat. Can he do it again here in heat number 2? Ready to go racing then. This time lights are out. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Davidson immediately sweeps into the lead. Good start for Chester Fawkes this time. Immediately up to P2 from the second row of the grid. We have seen Chester Fawkes be strong in these races once the kart is up to speed. There is one driver off the back of the field which will catch up with in a short few moments' time. Davidson feeling the need to go defensive. Here comes Mason Hibbert down the inside. Lovely move from Mason Hibbert. Takes second place. And that is just what he would have wanted. A great way to respond. I think it's the number 47 of Reggie Chandler that's off the back of the main group there, Nicole. But still running, still circulating there in 15th place.
Yeah, just wondering to see, has he had been in a similar position as Chester Fawkes was earlier on, an issue at the start, potentially?
Maybe so. And for Reggie, he'll hope there's a bit of battling in the second half of the field, will allow him to catch back up to the main pack. But at the end of the first tour of the circuit, it's Davidson from Hibbert, Fawkes, Salas. Good start for Alessandro Salas there, up to 4th place, ahead of James Roots, Daniel Ferguson 6th. Henry Algar 7th, ahead of Harry Fable. And William Crombie's gained a couple of positions off the start as well, is up into the top 10. 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. Good scrap going on behind William Crombie there, but focusing at the front of the order, Davidson for Hibbert, Fawkes, Salas, Roots. How would this affect the intermediate classification? Well, right now, it would be another 0 score, perfect run through the heats for Alfie Davidson. Would also mean another haul of 65 championship points, would be his third of the season so far. Still, whilst it is young, Mason Hibbert at the moment would be alongside Davidson for the final. He's currently sat on a live score of 4, 5 points clear of a 3-way tie on 9 points between James Roots, Alessandro Salas and Daniel Ferguson. A reminder that when drivers are tied on points after their 2 races, the tiebreaker goes to how they did in the timed qualifying. So at the moment, James Roots did a little bit better in that TQ earlier on this morning. He would have position over the others. That has changed though, because James Roots has just got up to 4th place ahead of Alessandro Salas, so that's a point off for James Roots in a good manner. Puts him on 8, clear of Ferguson and Fawkes on 9 and 10. Situation for Alfie Davidson right now, Nicole. How's he going to be treating this race, do you think? It's a much bigger group of drivers in fairly close proximity behind him.
Yeah, it's a 6-kart battle so far. Not like what we saw yesterday, where it was normally just Alfie breaking off with another driver. Also, Mason Hibbert behind him, he almost looks as if he's being held up slightly into corners. He has been pushing Alfie Davidson, which shows he is slightly faster. So we'll just see how they get on. Came out of the last corner looking as if he was a little bit faster again. Lap times are... So he is, yeah, he's a 10th faster. So we'll see what Mason does. Fastest lap there by James Roots.
Yeah, James Roots on a 1 minute 6.51. I just wonder for Davidson and Hibbert at the front right now, conscious that they've got 2 drivers with very good race pace at the wheel for them behind them. This is a good scrap. This is the 8th place battle between Harry Chapman and William Crombie. Chapman there in the yellow and black helmet, Crombie in the all green. Chapman down the inside into hairpin number 2. Gets back through into 8th place. Crombie has a think about getting back down the inside.
Mason Hibbert has made the move on Alfie Davidson there.
He has indeed. He's got through, passed into the lead of the race. So this is going to be the question now for Alfie Davidson. It hasn't actually been out of the lead at this stage of a race so far this weekend. All the races that we saw from them yesterday, the 2 heats and the finals, Alfie Davidson led from the start all the way up to the last lap. There was one race, of course, where James Roots managed to get ahead, and then we saw the same this morning. So this is a bit of a new position now, this weekend at least, for Alfie Davidson. Be interesting to see how he reacts to it, Nicole.
Yeah, well, also, he's gone up the inside off the bridge, back in on Mason Hibbert, and he's got the move done. And Chester Fawkes on the inside of Mason Hibbert as well. And back in Mason Hibbert on Fawkes. Swapped positions twice there in about 50 metres.
Well, we've got our answer. How is Alfie Davidson going to respond? He's going to go straight down the inside and retake the lead of the race. Keeps this pack fairly close, though. 6 of them together. A quick shout out to Henry Algar as well. Up 3 spots at the moment into 7th place. Difficult position this at the moment, though, Nicole, because he's 3.4 seconds off this, or 2.4 seconds off this main group at the front. But he's also got a really good gap ahead of Harry Chapman and the others as well. How do you find it's a good way to keep focus when you're in this scenario, just kind of being on your own at the moment?
I think looking as far ahead as you can, just making sure to keep an eye out on that, but also, every so often look behind you, maybe see what the gap is. And then I think depending on what the results of those 2 things are, is just either pushing or just staying calm, keeping the tyres fresh. Just keeping your head, really. Absolutely.
A bit of a wide moment there for Alessandro Salas out of coming off of the bridge. Got it back onto circuit after a little bounce through the AstroTurf. And the geo block on driver's left there. Alfie Davidson back into his rhythm, it would seem, at the front of the order. Not saying that he was really out of his rhythm. It was just a very good move, opportunistic move from Mason Hibbert that gave Hibbert the lead momentarily a few laps ago. There's a warning flag out for the number 16 for blocking. I think I can just see out of our commentary box window. That's the warning that's gone to the to William Crombie. Crombie currently heading that battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, all the way down to 14th place, where Ilyas Sami currently is. Reggie Chandler still continuing round as well, actually doing some really good pace.
Chester Fawkes tried to have a go up the inside of Mason Hibbert there, but has compromised his speed, and James Roots has gone past Fawkes. And Daniel Ferguson has made the move as well.
Yeah, Daniel Ferguson has indeed moved himself up the order. This will start to affect the intermediate classification for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Still Davidson in full control of things at the top of the mini league table. 0 points as things would stand. Hibbert would be on 4, Roots 8, Ferguson also on 8, but at the moment the tiebreaker would go in the direction of James Roots. Chester Fawkes on 10, Salas on 11, then Kenny, Algar, Crombie and Fable completing the top 10. 2 laps to go then. Still not decided at all as who's going to win this race, because here comes Mason Hibbert down the inside. Davidson looking to shut the door and does so. James Roots coming through there as well, going for 2nd place. Robust stuff here, going on to the penultimate lap of things in IAME Water Swift Restricted's 2nd heat of the day. And in fact, it's Daniel Ferguson who's come through into 2nd place. So Ferguson back up to P2. Hibbert cuts to the inside through hairpin number 1. We'll have the inside again for hairpin number 2. Ferguson trying to do a switch back there. Gets back ahead of James Roots. That was good positioning from Daniel Ferguson. Chester Fawkes still there as well in 5th place. Salas has dropped back a bit, but is looking at good points there in 6th. Last lap board about to come out. This quartet have got to stay organised, you think, for the next few corners, Nicole, if they're going to catch the race leader.
Yeah, it has turned back into the Alfie Davidson show there up the front. Like you said, I think he got a bit more back into a rhythm later on in this race. But it has been a very different race from what the Water Swift Restricted have shown us this weekend. It's been more of a fight at the front rather than just a few drivers driving off.
Absolutely. So Mason Hibbert still holding their 2nd place. Now I've just seen on our timing screen, Nicole, a message, number 46 under investigation. So that is Alfie Davidson, who's attracted the eye of the officials. We are on the final lap. Changes for 2nd place as through has come James Roots, has gone with Daniel Ferguson. Mason Hibbert fading a little bit, unfortunately, in the latter stages of this one, is dealing with Chester Fawkes at the moment for 4th place. This is the battle side by side between Ferguson and Roots, and Ferguson's got the job done. Another great piece of overtaking from Daniel Ferguson with the backing of Ram Racing, the GT3 race team in the British GT Championship, as here comes Hibbert. Well, we said he was fading. He's struck back there down the inside, getting both of them. Alfie Davidson is going to take the checkered flag again here this weekend in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Mason Hibbert just takes P2 ahead of Daniel Ferguson. Chester Fawkes across the line in 4th ahead of James Roots. Really good drives from all of those top 5. Ahead of Alessandro Salas, 6th. Good drive as well from Henry Algar to keep his focus there, bring home P7. William Crombie holds on in the 2nd big cluster of karts there ahead of Harry Chapman and Oscar Kenny. All of those drivers in the top 10. Ahead of Harry Fable, Louis Williams-Mabs, Ethan Robertson, Ilyas Sami and Reggie Chandler. Your 15 finishers in that one.
Quite looking to see what Alfie Davidson is under investigation for.
It might be. I just wonder if the officials would kind of a look at that moment with Mason Hibbert. That would be, I'd imagine it might be for. Doesn't mean a lot in terms of the race. It's a look. It's a further look at what happened there from the many camera angles that the officials here have at their disposal in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, of course. And now
Chris
I've
Simpson.
just heard it. We've got Chris Simpsonception.
Chris, get off your phone.
We've got Chris Simpson, photographer Chris Simpson, who you know well, Nicole, from your racing days, being filmed on his phone, not paying attention at all, by Chris Simpson Sr., stood down there at
Texting on the job.
corner.
Texting on the job.
So there we go. Only here in the Vera Tours British Kart Championships could we have Chris Inception, and I'm gonna call that phrase for the rest of the year. Green flag in the air, though. We've got to get ready for the next race. Senior X30, here is Nicole with your grid.
Finn McLaughlin and Freddie Lloyd start from our front row with Oscar Repetto and Alistair Cresswell shortly behind. Joseph Smith and Jamie Helias on row 3 with Oliver Stilp and Oliver Rands on row number 4.
Hayden Eldridge and Lewis Bird go from row 5, Rylan Ekberg and Dominic Simek on row 6, Lewis Francis and Alfie Gallagher on row 7, Robbie Buckley and Matteo Giaccardi on row 8.
Row number 9 we have Connor McPollin and Ty Stansfield, David Marshall and Harry Yule on row number 10. Returning driver Archie Tillett and Dayton Coulthard, row number 11. Dale Lewis and Casper Pajecki, row 12. 13 is Tony Kazagao and David McIntyre. And rounding out our grid is Dylan Brierley and the number 1 plate of Gus Lawrence.
Gus Lawrence needing a good result here to avoid the repechage. Now those are words that I was not expecting to say at the start of today, Nicole. If you're just joining us and wondering what on earth has happened to Gus Lawrence, had a problem with the rear bumper in timed qualifying, so starts this one from the back, and then was involved in an incident on the first lap of race number 1, meaning that, yeah, I think you've got to see for Lawrence at least top 15, maybe even top 10 to make sure that he doesn't slip into 29th and beyond and be in that repechage. We're about to find out. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Finn McLaughlin takes them from pole position. Away we go at the first time of asking. Good start for Oscar Repetto again, straight up into second place. We saw McLaughlin and Repetto be able to lead out a run to take the win last time out. There's a bit of shenanigans at the back of the field there. We'll capture who that involved in a few moments and see who's delayed through sector number 1. There into the first hairpin. Number 61 of Lewis Francis looking for moves. Gus Lawrence has already gained, I think, about 6 or 7 positions. Drivers delayed through sector number 1. McPollen, Marshall as well. I think Dale Lewis also didn't come through as expected, a few seconds off the back of the pack. There's Dayton Coulthard, started this race P22. Another driver needing a good result here. Wants to avoid being in the repechage as he was yesterday. And a good was right in front of Coulthard there. Big step out moments, I think, for one of the Croc promotion drivers. There's Joseph Smith trying to fight his way past Alistair Cresswell for 4th place. Yeah, it was Harry Yule who had the wild moments getting on the curb on drivers' rights through the Mike Wilson complex there, Nicole. And we've not talked too much about the curbs here at PF. They're a little bit different to other curbs that we talk about elsewhere in the country, with it being a CRK graded circuit. How do those present a bit of a challenge for the drivers?
I think the thing is with this track, there's not many curves that you hit, but the ones that you do are really crucial, especially around the last corner. You really need to hook that really well. I really like the curbs here personally. I think when you get it right, you literally just ping off the corners. It's great.
Out of the race is Connor McPollen there in the number 29 Mick Barrett Racing machine. Disappointment for... Oh, now! Technical flag for Finn McLaughlin, and he slams his steering wheel in frustration there, and it's for a chain guard. You can see on the digi-flag out of the front of our commentary box, well, that is not just a big story in this race, but in the round. That has completely blown things wide open. Finn McLaughlin, quite sportsmanly, has pointed his teammate for the weekend, Freddie Lloyd, through. And, well, that's going to be the Irish driver out of this race. He also lets Repetto through. Got to give McLaughlin that. He's not contesting it. He's making it clear to everybody that there is a problem on the kart and that he is going to be in at the end of this lap. But there you see it. No chain guard on the number 25. And Finn McLaughlin is out of this race.
I think it was unintentional, but the way that happened as well has given Fred Lloyd a bit of an advantage there, the way that Finn let them through. But the way he handled the situation, really mature, didn't get in any of his competitors' way, accepted the flag and has come in.
Yeah, well, there is Finn McLaughlin. It'll be fine. He'll be in the final. He won't be slipping into the repechage, but will have a lot of work to do. Now he's not going to be able to get pole position for that final later on today. Right now, down the inside. Hello, Oliver Stilp. It's had a quiet weekend so far, but that was a big one down the inside of the number 11 of Jimmy Elias. Elias now fighting back side by side as they run towards the Fullerton S's. Elias is going to get off the racing line. He's going to be in a bit of bother here. He's going to have one of the TWMs and his teammate Joseph Smith down the inside. It's Alistair Cresswell in the number 18 who had that difficult day yesterday. Hayden Eldridge getting involved also in the number 33. Through to complete lap number 4 then. Warning flag for Matteo Giaccardi. Oscar Repetto now the fastest driver out on circuit at 56.91. So as things stand, this would give Freddie Lloyd pole position for the final if he can hold on to this lead. Virtue of having had a win earlier on today in another one of the heats. Repetto would be alongside on the front row. Noah Wolf would be third. Change between the victory lanes, which changes straight back again. Joseph Smith down the inside of Jimmy Elias.
It's all getting a bit feisty in this mid-pack there. We watch Alistair Cresswell was defended really heavily into both of these hairpins. I think that group there need to be careful. Will, you were saying earlier that there's some drivers that have got some work to do. One of them, Gus Lawrence, up 14 positions into 4th, so great work from him. There's also a warning flag out there for Giaccardi just a minute ago, so needs to be careful where he's putting that kart on the circuit.
Does indeed. Gus Lawrence is doing what he needs to do to avoid the repechage. You'd think right now he's got the number 22 ahead of him. That is going to be Ty Stansfield, who we saw have a retirement earlier on today. Alistair Cresswell getting all crossed up, going on to the bridge there. This is almost feeling a little bit more like an X30 junior race right now than the seniors, but I think that is circumstances playing into things here. There's a lot of drivers out of positions knowing they need big moves, 15 places, 20 places to get themselves into the top 28 of the intermediate classification. There's I wouldn't say panic out there right now for some of these drivers, but it's definitely that feeling, again with the body language of the drivers at the wheel, that they really need to get on with things in this race.
I don't know. I'd say there's a few that I would say are panicking slightly, but not so much thinking about getting into the final. Maybe just trying to maintain what they've done in qualifying and in previous races. But great run so far by our top 3, Lloyd, Repetto and Bird. Pretty much have cleared off from the rest of the field. Repetto catching up to Lloyd gradually. We'll have a look to see what he does, but hopefully Lewis Bird can catch up as well, because always puts moving Repetto, and he's done it into the second hairpin. He has done Lloyd.
Indeed. I saw Gus Lawrence going through there. That's another position for Gus Lawrence. 19 of them now for the champion of X30 Senior the last 2 years. Here you are back at the front of the order. Oscar Repetto now ahead of Freddie Lloyd. And for Jade Racing Team, great to see a real mixture of different chassis as well running well here this weekend in Senior X30.
I think our senior grid is the one grid where there's lots of variation of different liveries at the front as well. Lots of teams up there.
Indeed, and the 2 Crocs are coming into play now as well. Down the back straight here once again. Now with Freddie Lloyd in the lead of the race ahead of Lewis Bird.
Have a look to see if Bird is going to do a move on Freddie Lloyd. Obviously Repetto has dropped back to 3rd. Very calm race so far though compared to what we've seen previously. Let's see how Gus Lawrence up 20 positions into 8th. That and a fastest lap. That is really beneficial to him. We'll see if that gets him out of the repechage.
I'd be pretty confident that kind of performance would get him into the top 28. And using all of his experience there, we'll want to just keep things, I think, nice and clean now. The worst thing to do when you've had a huge drive through the field like that, Nicole, is of course you clip someone or something and you get a bumper drop. Yeah. But all looking good right now for Gus Lawrence. Time is up. We are on the penultimate lap of this race. Freddie Lloyd doesn't right now need to win this race. Oscar Repetto being there in third means Repetto scoring 5 points. Lewis Bird is currently on 7. So if Bird was to go down the inside like that, and as long as Lloyd could hold his position in second, which he does, great move there from Lewis Bird.
It's almost like he could hear you.
Well, sometimes. I mean, he wouldn't do very well listening to me in terms of driving, but I'll give him that one. That was a nice move down the inside. What it does, though, is Freddie Lloyd stays in pole position right now in the IC. He's on 2 points. He's got a 3-point advantage over both Wolf and Repetto. So as long as he can keep Repetto behind, he'll be fine. But he wants the race win back. Trying to go down the inside there of Lewis Bird. Lewis Bird wise to that one. Just using that wider line. Is there going to be an opportunity for Repetto to get Lloyd? No, not into hairpin number 1. For Bird, that's a big move. Oh, Repetto down the inside. Gets it done on Lewis Bird. On Freddie Lloyd, rather. Lloyd trying to fight back. Has to take a big chunk of curb through the initial part of the Fullerton S's. Well, this could swing things back in the advantage of others. We'll see how it works out for them as they come over the line. But for Lewis Bird, it's going to be a win. A great performance for Croc Promotion. Over the line, takes the win. And with that, Repetto second goes to 4 points. Lloyd holds on. 3 points is enough to give him pole position in the final later on today. Oliver Stilp P4. That's a good set of results for Oliver Stilp. He'll be high up the grid for the final later on today. Jimmy Elias in 5th ahead of Joseph Smith. Magnificent drive from Gus Lawrence. Pushes himself way up the order in terms of the IC. 7th place. Alistair Cresswell 8th. Oliver Rands 9th. Hayden Eldridge P10. And Lewis Francis, Archie Tillett, Ron Ekberg, Buckley and Giacardi in the top 15.
Just wondering, and this is obviously going to be have to be fact checked because I'm no good at maths. Are McLaughlin and Lawrence going to be starting in a similar area?
I think McLaughlin might be a little bit further ahead because he'll have a win and a 26th. Whereas Lawrence will have a 7th and something like a 23rd. But they're not going to be too far away from one another. They could both be flying through the order. But for Lewis Bird, another great victory. As things stand, provisional with a capital P, we should remind everybody here at the circuit.
Who did we see do that earlier?
I think we see Oscar Repetto do that one earlier on. It's Lewis Bird into Park Firm. See, Oscar's learnt from his mistake earlier, sticking a much wider line into Park Fermain. Lewis Bird will be on the second row of the grid for the final. Not a bad place to start. I think he'll back himself. You know, he's beaten Repetto in that race. Repetto will be directly ahead of him on the grid. He's beaten Lloyd in that race. He'll be on the other side of row 1. He's got a good amount of experience racing against Noah Wolf over the years as well. That is right at the point where if you're Lewis Bird, you want that crescendo of form getting up into the higher places later on today. Oscar Repetto there, P2. Can be very happy. You're going to have 2 Jade Racing Team drivers up towards the sharp end of the grid for the final. Great work by Repetto and Wolf. And indeed, we'll have more later on from the X30 seniors. We'll be back shortly. Next up will be race number 32, and that'll be the A versus B race for Water Swift. Back here at PF International, racing through the schedule here today, getting ready for race number 32, and it's the A versus B heat for Water Swift. Let's take you through the grid then for the second heat for Groups A and B in Water Swift. George Clark and George House on the front row of the grid. Jensen Ackerman for Synergy Factory Team, apologies, we were mistaken earlier with him being a privateer, does start alongside Zednek Babicek on that second row of the grid. Colby Patterson and James Nolan on row 3, Johnston Stewart and Will Green on row number 4.
Row number 5 is Blair Smith and Oscar Miller. 6 is Freddie Wood and Henry Clark. Row number 7, Knight Measures and Jala Sayer. Row number 8, Harry Williams and Oliver Rowlands, Christian Kobe.
On the 9th row of the grid, Aryan Singh and Sukhmani Kira go from that one. Austin Gibson and Andy Stewart complete the top 20 there on row 10. Callum Graham and Finley Lines go from the 11th row of the grid, ahead of Pato Medina and Jesus Bartolos of Spain on row 12. On row 13, it's Aryan Naya and Savi Fonch. So, formation lap is nearing its completion. George Clark, great run earlier on today from a similar position on the grid. Good opportunity here once again to score some good points. George House has been strong so far this weekend for BMR. Zednek Babicek was impressive earlier on today as well. This will be the last heat, of course, for Water Swift. We'll find out our grid for the final once this race has been completed. Are we good for a race start? 8 minutes plus 1 lap? No, we're going to go round for an additional formation lap, which gives us a little bit of time to check in with some of our comments. Do keep them coming in. I'm going to change things up. I'm going to go across to the Karting UK comments and see who we've got in there. Thank you for your support. Hello to Stuart Pemble, Dara Rice, William Omar, Isaac Barker as well. Who else have we got? I'm going to switch back across to the Alpha Live comments now. Thank you. I think we've got a poll on the go as well in the chat. What professional racing driver would you like to see do a wild card? And the options for you are Norris, Sutton or Loeb. Ooh, that's an interesting one.
Who would you pick?
I'm going to go Ash Sutton. I'd love to see some of the BTCC's finest on one of these grids. Keep your comments coming in. I say, bit late commenting. Hello to Nanny June, cheering on Harris and Mackie. A bit late for us reading the comments as well, but hello Nanny June. Keep your messages of support. Let us know who you're supporting here today. We're ready for the next heat for IAME Water Swift. So a reminder, it's George Clark on the front row of the grid, joined by George House on the front row. Lights are out, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then once again here at PF International. Great starts for Clark, great start for Ackerman as well. Straight up into second place, round the bowl, up onto the top of the bridge. Now you can see Will Green trying to go around the outside there. Started on the 4th row of the grid with the number 2 on his kart. Down towards hairpin number 1 we go for the first time. And oh, Babicek, beautiful switch back to the inside. Oh, and there's a bit of Harry Williams has had a spin towards the back of the field. The number 27 of Aryan Singh there as well. 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. But Nicole, another really good start there from George Clark. I'd say it's been a great step up in performance from what we saw yesterday from George Clark, but he seems to be taking it all in his stride.
Yeah, I'd say he's gone back yesterday, probably looked at maybe if what went wrong, well, not what went wrong, what wasn't as strong for him in the heats and final yesterday, and definitely changed it for today. He's doing a great job out there.
End of lap number 1 then. Clark leads from Patterson. Ackerman there in P3. House, Green, Babachek, Smith, Nolan, Clark and Wood. That is your top 10. Most positions gained on lap number 1. We're going down to 15th place. Finley Lines is up 7 spots already in this one. And we saw Finley Lines come into play in the latter stages of his first race. Side by side, 3 wide off of hairpin number 1. Ackerman, Babachek and Green all fighting over position there. And I think it's emerged with Babachek at the front of that small group. Change at the very front of the order. George Clark has slipped back down to 3rd place behind Colby Patterson and George House. Still a lot to be decided in this one, of course. Through onto the pit straight once again. Colby Patterson has been in this position of leading races recently. Had some good runs last week in Franciacorta for the second round of the IAME Euro Series.
Warning flag there for Zdenek Babachek. Don't know if that is caused by a bit of commotion going on at the first hairpin.
Could be. Could be indeed. But at the moment, just a warning flag. Nothing more than that. Top 3 working together. Patterson, House and Clark trying to get a bit more of a gap over Babachek and Green behind. About half a second is their gap, or was their gap at the last check. It's a lot less than half a second now. Good couple of hairpins there for Babachek, means he's pulled back towards the number 42 of George Clark. Will Green as well, winner 1 week ago in Italy, coming through. And Jarlath Sayer, second yesterday in the final for Jarlath Sayer. Is a very competitive young driver. Was a bit disappointed. Had led the race for so long. Yes, a good haul of championship points, but he wants to bounce back from that. There is George House going down the inside of Colby Patterson for the lead. 4.5 minutes to go. And again, George House building with confidence. A lot of speed the last few weeks. And again, here for the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, Will Green's having a look down the inside of George Clark now for 3rd. And sweetly gets by, gets the move done. Up another position. And will now set about trying to find his way past Colby Patterson for 2nd place into the Fullerton S's once again. Looking a bit further down the order. There's all kinds of positions changing down the order. Sayer has got past Ackerman for 8th place. Wood, Lines and Kira have all improved as well, gaining positions past Gibson and James Nolan. There will be a repéchage for the Water Swift drivers, so again, everyone's trying to make sure that they're in that top 28, that cut-off for the drivers who automatically go through. Yes, of course, I think many of these drivers would back themselves, Nicole, in the repéchage of getting into the top 6. But again, it's just something that you'd rather not have at this stage.
Yeah, you'd just rather not have to do it.
Yeah, Blair Smith going down the inside. This is on George House. George House leaves enough racing room, and Zdenek Babachek's going to try and follow through there as well in the 35. That's all over 4th place. But yeah, just go back to that thought with... in fact, no, we'll just cut back to the battle for the lead. George Clark has worked his way back to the front of the order, past Will Green and Colby Patterson. Babachek confirmed as through and into 4th place. Finley Lines now up to P9. I tell you what, Finley Lines is flying along here. He's only 1.5 seconds off the race leader, and with the most part of 3 minutes and a lap still to play, we'll just see the flash of green in the background there on the Synergy racing machine. This is another great performance from Finley Lines. He really is a star so far this year. As he head down the inside, there's Will Green on George Clark. Retakes the lead of this race. I think for Will Green now, that's a good time to hit the front, is it not, Nicole? But that quartet behind really started to close in on the front trio.
Colby Patterson in on George Clark there into the first hairpin as well, and George Clark's got it back in the second.
Yeah, and that means, well, that Will Green now is clear, but there is an ever-growing gaggle of drivers immediately behind. Clark's there, Patterson's there, Babachek, Blair Smith, Finley Lines. There is Finley Lines in the number 81, fastest driver on the grid right now. And I was about to say they have a good chance of catching Will Green here. They have caught Will Green here. So with 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining on the clock, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think you're going to take it all the way down to Jarlath Sayer, the top 8, covered by less than a second and a half. Warning flag for Freddie Wood, the number 38 currently in 10th place. Something tells me, Nicole, this top 8 are not going to stay in this order for the remaining laps in this race.
Babachek up the inside, going up onto the bridge into 3rd, directly behind George Clark. So have a look to see what Finley Lines there. Is that... That's
yes,
Lines in 4th.
Yeah, 4th place now for Finley Lines. And we have seen some drives through the field this weekend. Think back to Brooks yesterday, taking that win from 14th place on the grid in the final. It's something to do it here in a heat with less laps, of course. 45 seconds on the clock. There's going to be 2 more laps here for Will Green to defend. He won't panic, though. So much experience on the young shoulders of Will Green.
So composed.
So composed, as we've seen throughout the course of this weekend. Took heat wins yesterday. Checks over his shoulder. Sees that, yeah, there's quite a few drivers there, but isn't going too defensive at this stage. 20 seconds to go.
Is that Finley Lines into...
It
oh,
is.
he's
Go
tried.
For it. Down the hill once again then.
Babachek signalling to Lines to go, and Lines signalling back up. Has a go on into the first hairpin, and he's done it. It's impressive what Finley Lines can do.
It really, really is. As I say, we have seen this every single time Finley Lines has come out to play so far. Last lap board will be out shortly. Will Green has managed this penultimate lap of the race very well. Would be tempting to get defensive, start white lining it all the way to the end, but Will Green knows he's got the speed through the corners to just hold George Clark off at the moment. It's going to take a big move for George Clark to go down the inside, a brave move down the inside as we go on to the final lap now. There are yellows out under the bridge, which are just removed as the race leaders get to that point of the circuit. And still, Will Green holds the lead of this one, actually pulling away now a little bit from Finley Lines. I was saying that by the time they've got off of the bridge, Finley Lines is closing in once again. This is going to be key. You can see a point there from Finley Lines. Don't think George Clark would have been able to see that, but it was simple from Lines to say, keep going, guys. We're right there. We can get this top 3 secured for this heat. Right now, the IC would stand like this. Newstead on the front row. Clark defending a spot alongside on that front row. Will Green a little bit lower down the order in the intermediate classification for this round, doing all he can to hold on to this race victory. He's been composed, he's been clean at the front of the order. Will Green just needs to weave his way through to the left, to the right, onto the pit straight. Will Green's going to take victory in this heat on the line by less than a tenth of a second. 0.09. Oh, it's out of the race. It's Harry Williams. Harry Williams in the grass there. It's Green who takes it from Clark. Finley Lines up 19 places in that race to 3rd. Zednek Babachek 4th. George House in 5th. Patterson, Sayer, Smith, Wood and Kira all inside the top 10. Henry Clark in 11th. Jensen Ackerman 12th. Christian Kobe and Aryan Nair. Good drive there from Nair, up 11 spots to 14th ahead of James Nolan, completing that top 15. The intermediate classification situation though, Nicole, Austin Newstead pole position for the final. There were signs of that happening yesterday, but had some bad luck through the heat. He's got it absolutely spot on so far today in IAME Water Swift, and he'll start the final from pole. Great story.
He's got it nailed, yeah. He'll be very happy with that, especially considering the bad luck yesterday.
Indeed. Well, into the pits comes Will Green. As I say, at the moment, because of problems with Will Green earlier on today. Well, that's good to see that Harry Williams is out of the kart. Obviously disappointed. Will be classified in 26th in that race. But it'll be Newstead and Clark on the front row, as things stand provisionally. Babachek and House on row 2. Good position there for Babachek on the inside of row 2. Colby Patterson and Teddy Porter on row 3. Finley Lines is going to be on the 4th row of the grid. In a way, do you make him favourite for the final based on how much overtaking we've seen from him today? He's going to have to do decidedly less from the 4th row on the grid to get to the front of the order.
Based on what I've seen today and what we've seen from him from the past few weeks, few months in different categories as well. Yeah, in my opinion, yes.
Indeed. Let's get ready for the next race. More racing coming up here at PF International. Time to welcome the Tilletson T4 series back out onto circuit for the next race. This is their second heat of the day, part of their qualifier for the T4 Nations Cup to represent the United Kingdom later on this autumn in Valencia at Cartodromo Internacional de Lucas Guerrero for the biggest event of the year in Tilletson T4. The first result for the drivers looked like this. Philip Rawson took the win ahead of Mike Coppin, Bradley Beavers and George Townsend. We'll be back shortly with more action here at PFI, here for the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Green flags for the start of the formation laps for Heat 2 for Tilletson T4 Senior. Philip Rawson on pole position, Bradley Beavers alongside on the front row, Aaron Coogan and Anwar Barul Smith on the second row of the grid. Mike Coppin and Matt Wildman on the third row of the grid alongside, or ahead I should say, of Jason Bradbury and George Townsend on row number 4. Chris Alcock and Owen Roberts on row number 5. Paul David and Marco Ferrazzini start on row number 6. Christian Reza and Ellen Donnelly start on the 7th row of the grid ahead of John Nuttall and Yuri Bechtel. Ben Higginbotham and Olivier Lemon start on row number 9. Peter McBride starts on his own on row 9. Darren Beavers unfortunately does not take further part in the events here today. Oliver Greening and James Byrne are due on row 11, and Mickey Brennan completes the 22 runners who will race in this one. We do wish that hope Darren's okay. We did see him have an incident down at Hairpin 1 earlier on today. Hope everything is okay with him and Wagon, and that we'll see the number 28 out again later in the year for Tilletson T4. Philip Rawson took the race victory earlier on in heat number 1. Mike Coppin followed in second place. What are we going to see here in this one? We're going to see right now an additional formation lap. Do keep your comments coming in. Hello to Louise, who's cheering on Jensen. Hello to Royal Princess Motorsports as well. Bambino, Carter and Dad here. Second races next week, and we're loving the live coverage. Hello from the United States. Hello indeed. Which part of the United States? Very big country. 50 odd states out there. Let us know. Keep the likes rolling in as well. Thank you for your continued support, particularly on a warm, I'd say, well, we're still in spring, a warm spring day. And thank you for having us with you. Let us know if you're watching outside in your garden with a little drink as well on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Don't worry as well, if you do need to go anywhere, you can take us with us on the road.
In fact, I've just had an idea in my ear from producer James Fitzhugh that if you've got Instagram and you're watching in the garden, take a picture, put it as a story, tag at British Kart Championships and at Alpha Live as well, and James Fitzhugh will share it. That's a promise. That's a guarantee ahead of this second heat of the day for Tilletson T4. Do defeat the circuit as well. Here is on the circuit PA. Ready to go then for heat number 2 then in Tilletson T4. 8 minutes on the clock. Green light, away we go. Good start for Philip Rawson. Checks straight across. Oh, that's a very close moment there, and somehow Rawson has held on to the lead ahead of Bradley Beavers. There have been a couple of drivers been delayed through and under the bridge there. We'll track who those drivers are in a moment's time. And, well, for Rawson, heading into the first hairpin, it looks like Anwar Barul-Smith has come through into second place ahead of Jason Bradbury, and a slow procedure for the first time today. The race is neutralised on lap 1 here. And the drivers, hands in the air, good observing of the flags by all. And Philip Rawson effectively becomes a pace kart now. For, well, this is for one kart I can see off to driver's left. I think it's Bradley Beavers who's not come through sector number 1, and also Mike Coppin I think also hasn't come through sector number 1 either. I'll see the kart that was stranded down by driver's right through turn number 2 has now been recovered off the road, which indicates as well that driver of course is out of the kart as well. It's a bit too far away for us to confirm anything beyond that in terms of race number details, etc. But we stay, of course, under slow zone, end of slow procedure, end of lap number 1. Rawson from Barul-Smith, Bradbury, Wildman, Alcock, Townsend, Roberts, David and Bechtold. That is your top 10. So the clock will keep ticking on down. Great response as ever from the marshalling team here at Trent Valley Karts Club, hosting this round of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. One of the best kart marshalling teams, in my opinion, not just in the country but in the world. And as I say, that's why we've got a number of great events heading here for 2024. 5.5 minutes. Nicole rejoins me in the box, having just popped outside. Temperatures still feeling like European conditions out there?
Even warmer than
Even
it was.
warmer?
Not warmer than Europe.
Not warmer than Europe.
Warmer than it was earlier on today, and warmer than it was yesterday as well.
Indeed. Well, thankfully for now, no sign of those thunderstorms that were reported or forecasted earlier on in the day. Meanwhile, we're back to green, we're back to racing. Philip Rawson takes things from the front once again and leads out from Anwar Barul-Smith. There's a battle already raging on for third place. Jason Bradbury, in fact, for fourth place as Chris Alcock goes down the inside of Matt Wildman. Two drivers who know each other very well, of course, have raced through the karting pathway, have raced for a good number of years in Club 100 in the arrive and drive segment to a very high degree. Lots of success between those two drivers in sprint racing. 4.5 minutes remaining of this race. Further down the order there, can see John Nuttall in the number 4 trying to fight his way back through this order, is up to 15th place. Good start as well for Olivier Lemont, the Team Pit Parts driver from the Netherlands. He has gained 8 positions so far and is up into the top 10. Completing lap number 3, and I think what's clear to us right now, Nicole, Philip Rawson had everything his own way in the first race, but he's going to have a bit of a challenge here for Anwar Barul-Smith. He's less than half a second behind.
Yeah, I think Smith's going to test what Rawson is made of shortly. Let's see how Rawson gets on, because he's a quick driver. He's done a lot of racing, so let's see what his racecraft is like.
Leaders going through hairpin number 1 then. We're on lap number 4. A couple of position changes further down the order to report. Ellen Donnelly is up to 11th place, has got past Matteo Ferrezzini, who's also now been overtaken on this new lap by Christian Reza. Through John Nuttall from the back of the grid. Seed number 4 from the Tilletson T4 Series Championship standings from 2023. It's up now to 14th place. Aaron Coogan, who started the day very strongly, of course. Well, started this race not the way he would have wanted, down to 17th place. Well, down even further than the 17th place. Is now starting to fight back up through the order. But Rawson right now, Nicole, getting into that same rhythm that we saw in heat number 1. Now 0.64 of a second clear of Beryl Smith behind.
Move there into the first hairpin for third.
Yep.
That is Matt Wilmer. That's Jason Bradbury going in on Chris Allock.
Yeah, so Bradbury down the inside of Chris Alcock. Again, great racing between these drivers. George Townsend, who'd had a good race earlier on this morning, fighting through as well there. Townsend, who was classified 4th in the race earlier on today. Through the Mike Wilson complex once again, Jason Bradbury, who was a bit unfortunate in the first race, had a retirement. So this is good to see Bradbury getting straight back into things here. In 3rd place now, ahead of Chris Alcock. It's always the response that you want to have as a driver, isn't it, Nicole? When you have a bad race, it's straight away get back on form.
Yeah, exactly that. Also, Philip Rawson continues to extend his lead. He's at 1.3 seconds now. Also, 8 tenths faster than Smith behind him.
Yeah, that's a really impressive last lap from Philip Rawson. Very experienced driver, of course. And I think as well, you know, with the controlled tyres, the Maxxis Sport tyres that Tilletson T4 drivers are using, it's probably fair to say there's not as much of the conservation game. This is a really good platform, this Maxxis tyre, to get into the middle of these races and keep pushing on, keep going for those fast laps. So unfortunately, I think there's a problem there for Oliver Greening in the number 10. But that must be really rewarding as a driver, that you could just get into the focused mindset of just racing as hard as possible with this kind of tyre.
Yeah, I think some other tyres, like especially probably the D5, you could be absolutely rapid, but you can only do so much before you ruin the tyre. And sometimes it's quite frustrating because you want to go faster and you want to extend your lead, but you can't because you've got to preserve the tyre. But on these, slightly different, and the driver can keep pushing, like we're seeing from Rawson.
Indeed. Well, I do know it's from some of the work they've been doing with DDMM so far this season in the FIA paddock, where they also use a Maxxis compound, that it is a very, very stable. It has on the new ones at that level of the sport. You do have. Oh, it's round. There's the number 83.
Is that
Ellen Donnelly has had a spin, and sadly for her, that's going to be Ellen falling down from 15th place. Looks like it's just a spin, and yes, Ellen Donnelly has got going again. The driver that we spoke to earlier in the Tilletson T4 feature. If you missed that at the lunch break, don't worry, you can watch the whole thing back on the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed yet to the Karting UK channel, do click that button and lend it your support. But yes, as I say, in the FIA series we have a Maxxis tyre, control tyre, which again has a very peaky first few laps, but then really has a good level of longevity. Oh, there's an incident to driver's right just coming under the bridge. One driver off to driver's right there. That was all a bit close there. Around, I want to say, 12th position. Couldn't quite make out which of the drivers didn't make it through. I think it might be Ben. No, it's Christian Reza who's not come through sector number 1. There's the number 29. Still in the lead of this race. This result, of course, would book Rawson onto pole position for the final. He's on the final lap, and he's going to take 2 heat wins from 2. A great run for Philip Rawson through this Nations Cup qualifier so far. He takes another victory here at PF International. Anwar Barul Smith, second place, and will start on the inside of the second row pending confirmation of these provisional results. And it is a good effort from Anwar Barul Smith. George Townsend, third in this race, will join Rawson on the front row for the final. A good haul of points for George Townsend with a third and a fourth across the two heats so far today. Good race for Jason Bradbury as well. Through retirement earlier on today, bounces back, P4. Can be very pleased with that. Chris Alcock as well moves himself up the intermediate classification with that result through to fifth in that race, and at the moment will be sixth on the grid for the final, which, just to go through the intermediate classification as things stand, would be Rawson and Townsend on the front row, Barul Smith and Roberts on row 2. Paul David's got a bit under the radar, a French driver, with a P7 in that race, but another move up through the order for Paul David gets himself onto the third row of the grid. And then Alcock, as mentioned, also on that third row ahead of Wildman and Ferretzini on row 4, Coogan and Bechtold on row 5. But so far, it looks like a walk in the park for Philip Rawson. But we've watched this sport long enough, Nicole, to know that when you get to a final, when you get to one of those longer races, anything that's happened in the heats is in the history books. It's a completely brand new race. So, well, drivers will go through the procedures at the end of the race. There's Anwar Barul Smith on the scales. Can be happy with that performance. We are just having a look outside of our commentary box window. Testament to the safety of these machines. A fair bit of damage to one of the carts that we can see out of our window, but all drivers okay. So great work from Tilletson and from Prague as the chassis provider, of the base chassis that is worked on by Tilletson to make sure that everyone's emerged from that okay.
Yeah, does look rather twisted, so hoping that the driver is okay, because when a car ends up like that, it's because something's gone on. Yeah, I think that's one of the carts out of our window there you could just see being recovered back in. Mike Coppin on his feet there, good to see. Unfortunate results for Coppin, but we'll see him in the final. We'll be back shortly after this ad break. Next up out on circuit, it's repéchage time for X30 Junior. The heats are completed here today. It's time for the repéchages. Top 6 from this race go on to the final, and it's Jacob Backler on pole position in X30 Junior. Sky Parker alongside on the front row. George Quatermain and Mayan Patel on row 2. For Devin Waltz and Archie Owen, it'll be a third row start. Adam Holmes and Jarrett Clark go from row number 4. Row number 5, we've got Monty Braithwaite and Dylan Patel. Row number 6 is Drew Waltz and James Harris. 7, we have Emmanuel Hay and Zeph Nürnberger. Row number 8 is Josh Parker and Jake Brook.
On the 9th row of the grid for this repéchage, Laith Khan starts alongside Evan Purcell, Keith Burke and Gian-Matteo Russo go from row 10. Alexander De Benedictis and Charlie Myers start on row 11. Ashley Hazer and Archie Lovett start on the penultimate row of the grid. Louis Cachet and Harry Walsh complete the 26 runners in this one. However, already I think there's a bit of drama here, Nicole, because according to our information here in the box, admittedly the field are out of our view for our right, no Jacob Backler. And yes, that is confirmed. No number 69 at the front of this grid.
That does, well, so it's good for George Quatermain, but
we'll go around again for an extra
who is that
lap.
emerging from
that is
the
going to be
grid?
Backler. So Jacob Backler is back out. Maybe perhaps just had some troubles getting going from the pre-grid. But will now, hopefully his sake, get an opportunity to get back to the front of this order. So, top 6 drivers from this race progress through into the final. For all other drivers, it will be the end of their round. It will be the end of their weekend, unfortunately. Quite a few drivers in this race who, based on their records, are not going to be happy being here in the repechage. Particularly the likes of Jarrett Clark, Archie Owen, Drew Waltz, Archie Lovett, Louis Cachet are all drivers that you wouldn't have said, they might have a bit of a struggle making the final. You would have said they were strong bets for making it through to the top 28, but this is where they are, and it's an opportunity for them now to race through. And we have seen drivers, of course, Nicole, race through from the repechage and then do well in the final.
Yeah, most definitely.
Into the tram lines again then. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. Repechage is underway with Sky Parker effectively from pole position now, with Backler at the back of the field. Good start for Sky Parker through and under the bridge. She leads in the early stages as they round onto the bridge for the first time. Looking clean and tidy for the rest of the field. Don't want to take yourself out of contention early on in one of these repechages. It's about keeping yourself in the game for the latter stages. 8 minutes are underway. All of them running through hairpin number 1 now. And for Sky, is round there. Is that back? No, it's not Backler. It's the number 89 MDL towards the back of the field. And that's going to be James Harris. As there's an incident there involving the number 33 of Ashley Harza. And I think that was Jacob Backler this time in the number 69. So it has all gone wrong there for those drivers. They'll be out of contention of racing through to the top 6 unless something extraordinary happens. Change at the front of the order. Mayim Patel has come to lead this race at the end of lap number 1, ahead of Sky Parker, Archie Owen, George Quartermain, Devin Waltz and Jarrett Clark. If things were to finish right now, those would be your top 6 drivers going through to the final.
Let's have a look to see. Archie Owen has made the move on Sky Parker, and out of view, I can't see where she's gone. Sorry, third. She is the third.
Yep. Still there in third place. Backler confirmed out of the race. What a disaster. Was meant to start this race from pole position. Retires at the end of lap number 1. Ashley Harza has got going again, as has James Harris.
Do you know what's why I've lost Sky there? It's because she's got the split design in her helmet. So I was thinking, where's the pink gone?
Where's the pink gone? We were seeing the green side from our position here in the commentary box. 6 minutes to go, end of lap number 2. Still a very close affair at the front of this order. Patel continues to lead from Owen now. Parker, Waltz, Clark and Holmes in the top 6. So George Quartermain has just slipped outside the advancing positions right now. Who's coming through the order? Archie Lovett is up 10 positions so far in this one to 14th, and it's only 3 seconds off the race lead. Archie Lovett, who's had a difficult day so far, 2 retirements, but we know the speed in that Forza racing effort. You've already started to see the defensive moves as well, Nicole. The Forza racing number 37 of Jarrett Clark defending hard there with the 34 of Devin Waltz as well. Out of the race, I think that was Ashley Harza there in the number 33, flying the flag for Jamaica this weekend. Unfortunately, that is the end of the weekend for Harza, classified 25th in this one.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on Archie Owen here with Mayim Patel in front of him. He was 2 tenths faster than him on that previous lap, so is quicker, the quicker driver at the moment.
Is indeed. 5 minutes to go in this one. Change of position confirmed. Clark passed Waltz for 4th place. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, Nicole. The psychology of one of these repechage races, but for the benefit of those who weren't here, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, how does it differ in a driver's mind mid-race depending on what position they're in?
It also depends on the gap we're talking about. Yesterday when we were saying if you're 1st, 2nd, 3rd, the pressure is off. As long as you've not got a drop down.
Laith Khan out. Laith Khan out, and that's going to go nowhere in a hurry, unfortunately. Is beached up on top of one of the bollards, separating the run down to hairpin 1 and down to hairpin 2. So that will be the end of Laith Khan's weekend. But no, you go back to those thoughts on how the drivers treat these 6 positions.
Yeah, I think 1st, 2nd, 3rd in a repechage, it's always much easier. pressure is off, you know you're getting through as long as you've not got a nose cone. And then 4th, 5th and 6th, that is, I think that's commonly where you see maybe a few more crashes caused by a bit of desperation, trying to guarantee that place.
Right now, the top 6 have actually got a bit of a gap over Dylan Patel behind, so there's no reason for them to fight too hard. There's also a yellow flag out, of course, for the stricken Laith Khan in the number 78. And shouldn't be any overtaking through that part of the circuit. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here. Jarrett Clark, number 37, under investigation. So that is not good news for Jarrett Clark. We'll keep on top of that one and let you know if there's any more notifications through from race control. 3 minutes to go. I'll tell you what, the 4th, 5th, 6th train have caught back up to Archie Owen here. Sky Parker's got back ahead of Archie Owen on that last lap, and here comes Jarrett Clark down the inside. Well, I don't know whether, if you've seen that number 37 under investigation board, whether Jarrett Clark has thought, right, 4th, 5th, 6th is probably not enough. I've got to get down the road. There could be a 5-second penalty coming here, and I've got to get in a position to negate it.
Yeah, I think Archie Owen needs to be careful here, because him and... Oh, hang on a minute.
Back at the front of the order, Patel still leads from Sky Parker. Through has come Devin Waltz into 3rd place. First of those 2 fusions with the orange and white liveries. Jarrett Clark, the second of them, in 4th. Got to feel there's got to be a move from further behind. Drew Waltz, Dylan Patel and the rest of them are losing touch, and Evan Purcell has just set the fastest lap of the race, but is now under investigation. So another driver has received the attention of the officials.
Yeah, what we were saying previously, it was just about Owen and Quartermain just being careful. They're both on the cusp. If either of them are going to decide to make a move, they just need to be conscious of what's going on around them.
Sky Parker takes the lead. Great move down the inside, and a bit of a wrestle there between Patel and Waltz over 2nd place. Sky Parker, this is a great opportunity for her to break away at the front of the order. Oh, it's all getting a bit close through the Fullerton S as all 3 of them involved there keep it running in the right direction, but this is going to bring Drew Waltz and the others back into play now, including Archie Lovett. Archie Lovett is up to 10th in this race. That's a gain of 13 and is now only a 1.5 seconds off the back of this pack. In fact, make that less than a 1.5 seconds off the point where it needs to be, the minimum place of 6th in this race to progress through to the final. How would that would be a story if Lovett, after a terrible run through the heat, could make it through to the final.
Sky Parker, good run from her here. She's showing maybe what she's been learning out in Europe with the DPK racing team. We've got Devin Waltz who's had a warning flag as well.
Have indeed. Look at this, fighting for 2nd place. Maya Patel not wanting to let Jarrett Clark through there. Jarrett Clark, who's now starting to make progress, remember, is under investigation for something earlier on in this race. Not a lot of time remaining. I think our race leader is going to get across the line before we go to 0 seconds. So yes, there's going to be 2 more laps, which for anyone around that 6th place bubble is not good news at all, because it means they've got longer now to defend their positions. Drew Waltz is currently holding that 6th and final spot to go through to the final, but he has had a warning flag at 15:42. That was a minute ago. In fact, the 96 has also had a warning flag, so they're both under the attention. There's been an incident coming out of the race is the number 35. That is Archie Lovett. That is the end of a torrid day for Archie Lovett. Will not move through to the final. It was a good effort up to that point, but that is the Forza Racing driver out of the race. Oh, as that is very close indeed.
Whoa.
And round goes Maya Patel out of the top 6. Had led this race early on. There's damage to the rear bumper as well. That kart's going to go no further at all. And that was with one of the Forza Racing entries. Might have been the number 34 of Devin Waltz. We're on the final lap. For a number of these drivers, this will be the final lap of the weekend, and it's all got a bit ferocious out there for some of the drivers. Desperation is starting to sink in now. One of the Fusions is going backwards. Archie Owen there in fourth. So this is all around that sixth place battle. At the moment, I think it's the number 73 of Harry Walsh who's got the last of those spots right now. Question is, Nicole, can he keep hold of it?
We'll find out. Final lap. We'll have a look. It's all getting a bit feisty into the later stages of this race, definitely. Got a Victory Lane Kart there going into the 90 right, trying to defend from the Kart, trying to go on the inside. We have a change as well.
For sixth place, yeah, it looks like Purcell has got through. Sky Parker, brilliant run, has got through. Jarrett Clark under investigation is there, P2. Devin Waltz, P3. Fourth for Archie Owen. Fifth for George Quartermain. And with that move right at the end, Evan Purcell, at least for now, is also through in sixth place. Well, that was some repéchage, but it's emerged with Sky Parker deservedly, I think, Nicole, on top. The driver who kept her head most out of all the drivers out there, and is a deserving victor.
Yeah, most definitely. Sorry, I'm still laughing that I completely lost Sky. I thought, where's the pink helmet gone? That split design caught me off guard. I do like it though.
It is a good design, and well, it's one we'll see again in the final later on this afternoon. I should just note that the number 20 of Mayan Patel is under investigation, joining the number 46 of Evan Purcell and the 37 of Jarrett Clark. So yes, we've got two drivers there in that top six on the road at the end of the race who are under investigation, so just bear that in mind for the final result. For the number 20, it won't matter too much because Mayan Patel sadly classified down in 19th place on that one. Parker from Clark, Waltz, Owen, Quartermain and Purcell the top six. Walsh, Patel, Hay, Cachet and Rousseau in the top 11. Waltz 12th, Nürnberger 13th, Holmes 14th, De Benedictis up 6 to a spot in the top 15 there ahead of Parker, Brathwaite, Brook, Patel and Myers. That was your top 20. James Harris and Keith Burke, the last of the finishers. 4 retirements in that race: Archie Lovett, Laith Khan, Ashley Hazer and Jacob Backler.
I think all these drivers coming over the weighing scales now will feel a lot of relief. They've obviously got to put some work in the final, but now that you're in there, I think for a lot of people the kind of nerves settle slightly.
The nerves settle, and hopefully they can enjoy the final as well. It's been a long weekend for all the drivers here at PF International. They'll have one more race and an opportunity to score some good championship points for those that are the regulars in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. If it's the X30 Junior final that you're particularly looking forward to, 17:05, 5 minutes past 5 will be the time that race goes here. Let's have a quick look into the control room, into the CCTV room. There you can see David Manchester, as I say, busy at work, looking over some of the footage from that last race. I think we got a quick sight of Nigel Edwards there as well. We'll be back very soon. The Senior X30 repéchage is up next after these messages. Time to roll out for the repéchage in Senior X30. Here are your runners in it. Tony Kazagel and Kasper Pajecki start on the front row. Dominic Sibek and Josh Palfreman start on row 2. David Marshall starts on the third row of the grid alongside Dylan Briley. Those are the 6 drivers currently on the inside, trying to defend those positions through into the final. Dayton Coulthard races in the repechage for the second day in a row is alongside Michael Gray on row number 4.
Row number 5 is Ava Anagostinadis, Connor McPollin. Row number 6 is Juan Pablo Girard and Ty Stansfield. And rounding out our field is the number 81 of Dale Lewis.
Well, in yesterday's repechage for X30 Senior, a lot of the drivers moving up, some drivers moving down as well. It was a topsy-turvy race, and again is one of those where the odds are actually slightly higher of making it through, of course, in this race, Nicole. There's 13 runners, so just under half of the drivers in this race will make it through. Sometimes means that these ones are a little bit calmer than what we've just seen with the juniors.
Yeah. I do think, though, you'll never see a calm repechage.
No, a relatively calm repechage is what we had from the seniors yesterday. Let's see what we've got today. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for 6 of these drivers. They'll march on. 7, it will be the end of their weekend. Very good start for Kasper Piecki there in the number 99. Under the bridge, one driver has taken to the grass there, but is still part of the main pack. Up onto the bridge for the first time then. Down on the way to hairpin number 1. It's a great start for Piecki. Has got away from the rest of the order right now. Josh Palfreman in the red and orange Vismo International. Number 28 there has had a decent start. Is up to P2. The Croc promotion also there. Third place. I think that's going to be Dylan Briley who's come through in the number 31. Dayton Coulthard there on the inside, raced through from the repechage yesterday with a strong performance. Looking for the same again here. Lovely switchback by the number 81 there, cutting to the inside. That's Dale Lewis, who started this race from the very back of the grid. I think he's already up around 4, maybe 5 positions. End of lap number 1 then, across the line. Battle for the lead, Piecki and Palfreman. Good start for Dominic Simek, is held there in third. Briley, McPollan and Marshall also in the top 6. Action right at the front of the order though. Palfreman going for the lead of the race and taking the lead of the race. Good move there. Down towards the hairpin then. Briley fighting there with Piecki and going through. Connor McPollan in the green suit, the Tony Kart suit there. Kart number 29. Dayton Coulthard currently in 7th place, just needing one more position to make his way through into the final. And again, could lean on the experience that he had yesterday in this race to do so again for all the people watching back in Scotland. We'll be in Scotland next week, of course, for round 2 of all the Rotax classes. Very much looking forward to the trip to Lark Hall, which you'll be able to watch here across the Motorsport UK platform of channels. 6 minutes remaining in this one though. Plus 3 second penalty. I wondered whether this might come in because I thought it was the case. Tony Casagrel a bit eager out of the tram lines at the start of the race there, Nicole. Plus 3 second penalty.
Yeah, good start by leaders Josh Palfreman and Simek though. Pulled away nicely. David Coulthard looking for a move for 6th place into the first hairpin, and he's got it done. Oh! And what's happened to Coulthard after that, into the second hairpin? He's got a problem. He has his hand up.
Yeah, Dayton Coulthard looks to be out of the race. He looks down to his left-hand side, looks to the right, looks, well, either way, it's all gone wrong for Coulthard. He just made that move through into 6th place, and the kart said no further, and that will be the end of the weekend for Coulthard there in the number 38. Well, it's not a seizure. It's still rolling. Can't quite tell whether there's any noise coming there from the engine. It might have, well, either way, out of this race. That's a real shame. Was making his way through the order. Also making their way through the order, Ty Stansfield up 4 places now. Warning flag for the number 81 of Dale Lewis, who's slipped back down to 11th place. Yeah, keep an eye out for Ty Stansfield. Had a tough start to things here today for round 2 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships for this X30 senior season. But Palfreman and Simek right now, Nicole, doing exactly what they need to do, aren't they?
Yeah, the Forza and the Vismo drivers just kind of wandered off from the rest of the pack, and calm, I think they both have in their heads. Neither of them need to really do anything else.
Indeed. So 4 minutes remaining in this one. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader. That's immediately changed because Ty Stansfield has just done a 57.77. Faster than anybody in this race. It's about 6/10 off the back of David Marshall right now. And that is the key position for getting through into the final later on this afternoon in the early evening. The beautiful skies here in Lincolnshire. 3.5 minutes remaining. Sometimes, do you think for drivers in this situation, Nicole, it's almost a bit of a nervous energy at the wheel for Dominic Simek, where the racer in him, do you think he's thinking, I need to go for the lead here, this is the lead of a race, but then also reminding himself, well, he doesn't need to go for the lead of the race, with it being a repechage and it's all about racing through?
I think as a driver, your natural instinct is always to go for the move, but then you've got to be logical as well and just think, if I go in for the move and he doesn't see me, he turns in and we collide, then it's just not going to be good. So there's a bit of both. I think in this circumstance, you've got to use your logic more than anything. Absolutely.
Change for 6th place. We've been saying keep an eye out for Ty Stansfield in the red and white Birrell Art machine. Kart's number 22 has found a way past David Marshall and now goes past Dylan Briley as well, but Dylan Briley fights back. Retakes 5th place off of the corner. I think he spotted something there. Nicole is back down the inside again, goes Stansfield. Taps his head, says, let's think about this. We've both got the pace to pull away from the drivers behind. Let's start doing so.
Yeah, you might have heard me be a bit shocked a minute ago. Simek went into the first hairpin very, very hard and went slightly into the back of Josh. He needs to be careful of that nose cone. It wasn't intentional. I think it was just a late on the brakes thing, but yeah, I'd keep an eye out for that for him.
Indeed. Change for 6th place. Michael Gray has fought back, has got past Dylan Briley there for 6th place. The key 6th place, nearly 3 wide coming off of the bridge as well. I think we have had a change further up the order as well. Dominic Simek has got through past Josh Palfreyman. That's a good battle for the lead, but not the key battle in the story of what this race is about. This is an important one. Ava Anagnostiidis stuck behind David Marshall at the moment there in the number 41. It's been a difficult weekend for the Australian, and there's still a chance of racing through into the top 6 here, but time is running out now.
Clock is ticking.
It is indeed. Just over a minute of this race to go on that clock, so what do we reckon, 2-3 laps for the drivers. There is the driver currently in the key position, Michael Gray, Kart number 77 in 6th place. Doesn't need to do any more than that, just needs to hold there. He's got a 1 second lead clear of Dylan Briley. Other drivers now fighting behind. That is good news if you are Michael Gray. No penalties at the moment affecting those in that top 6. The only penalty that we've had is for our pole sitter, Tony Casgrel, who at the moment is down in 10th place in this race. David Marshall has got through, is in 7th place now, so Dylan Briley fading a bit in this second half of the race. Surely right now, Nicole, it's that stage where these two have got to work together just in the eventuality that someone ahead of them has a 5-second penalty. They've got to keep themselves in the discussion as opposed to fighting each other for 7th place.
Yeah, exactly that. You start fighting, you lose time, and then if somebody has got a nose in front of you, you're going to miss out.
Yep, indeed. Time is up. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Back with the race leaders. Dominic Simek leads on the road and won't be nervous anymore. I think he'll be liking this position now, stretching out at the front of the field, being able to control his own pace. This is the fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Ty Stansfield has caught up to Kasper Piecki. Good to see Connor McPollan racing through. He's had a really tough weekend, as Connor McPollan. This is an upward trend now for the driver representing the Republic of Ireland. Is there looking at 3rd place, looking at a place on the grid for the final. And yeah, it's raced really well, I think, in this repechage.
Yeah, definitely, I agree.
Final lap then. Simek from Palfreyman. clear. Just need to bring this one home. Same for McPollen, Piecki and Stansfield. Michael Gray has the advantage over the rest of the field as well. And Piecki defending to the inside there over that 4th place ahead of Stansfield. Stansfield, who had a mechanical problem earlier on in the race. Oh, now look at this. This is a fight for the lead. You don't often see this at the end of a repechage, but Josh Palfreman having a little go there, trying to get back through ahead of Dominic Simek, but Simek's not having any of that. The driver from Czechia is going to come through to take the checkered flag, take the race win, move on to the final, and Dominic Simek will be joined by Josh Palfreman there in 2nd place, Conor McPollen in 3rd, Ty Stansfield 4th, 5th for Casper Piecki, and Michael Gray gets 6th place as well. If there are any of those drivers with time penalties for front fairings and the like, it would be Ava Anagnostiadis to take advantage there in 7th place. She finishes ahead of Devin Marshall 8th. Tony Casagel in 9th, but has a 3-second penalty from the start of the race to be applied, so will slip back behind Dale Lewis and Dylan Briley. Juan Pablo Girard in 12th. Unfortunately, a retirement from the race for Dayton Coulthard.
As repechages go, however, that was,
That was mellow.
Yeah, it was
a mellow
bit
repechage.
reserved. Hopefully they're just saving it all for the final.
The wisdom of the seniors. That's what I'll put that one down to. Well, one more repechage to go here for this segment of the day. It'll be up shortly. It'll be the IAME Water Swift repechage. Drivers coming in at the culmination of that Senior X30 repechage. Keep your comments coming in. Motorsport Magpie reckoning chain. Yes, it could have been a chain for Dayton Coulthard. Loss of drive, so not necessarily the engine having a problem. That would most likely be a seizure. But either way, not what Coulthard would have wanted there. Indeed. So as I say, keep your messages of support rolling in. Keep your likes as well, and subscribe as well to the Alpha Life channel, Motorsport UK, Karting UK, all of them. Click that subscribe button multiple times. And if you've got multiple accounts as well, keep pressing it. Just keep getting that support rolling in. Thank you very much for supporting all of our drivers here in the top level of karting here in the UK. At the start of a new season for all of the IAME drivers. As I say, one more race to go in terms of repechages. IAME Water Swift coming up shortly. For all of the drivers who do race through from the Senior X30 repechage, they've got about an hour and a half to get themselves mentally ready, even shorter to get themselves mechanically ready, of course, for the final Senior X30 final, due to go off at 5:30 p.m. this evening. Still beautiful conditions here at PF International. Yeah, again, I think it's still the shock of the weekend almost, Nicole, isn't it, of just how good the weather has been.
We was forecasted for a storm at one point, which, because I'm not racing, I'm a bit of a shame that that's not going to happen.
I'm going to go with the positive line, because I always get told off in the paddock when I start talking about rain. No rain today, please. We just want a nice run for the mechanics through to the end of the day. There you see the number 28 in scrutineering. We're going to take a short break here, and the commentary will be back shortly with the next race, which will be the repechage for IAME Water Swift. Back here at PFI, getting ready for the next race, which will be the Water Swift repechage. Xavi Fonge on pole position, Jonty Restrick alongside on the front row, Johnston Stewart and Charlie Clough go from the second row of the grid, moving on to row number 3. Austin Gibson and Oscar Miller go from that one. Aryan Singh and Sophie Campbell will look to improve from the 4th row of the grid and get into those top 6 positions. Pato Medina and Jesus Bartolos also go in this one. All drivers out on circuit for this race, which is very good to see. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again for the drivers. Josh East is very warm outside the commentary box, I can see. It's just a warm and sticky day. Dan Ashton's puffing his cheeks. We're all ready to go for the repéchage here in IAME Water Swift. Into the tram lines, we're going to go around again for another additional formation lap. Positivity, everybody. It's been a long weekend. Hard-working officials here at the circuit. And I'm sure we'll get through this repéchage, and then the finals will perk everybody up with a bit of energy for the latter part of this second event of the year for the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. If you've missed any of this weekend, if you've missed any of Event 1, if you've missed any of the Rotax O-Plate, you can watch it back all on the Motorsport UK platform of channels. And who would have thought it? 3 weeks ago we had the jumpers on, the long johns, everything. This weekend the calipos are out. The British weather, everybody. Being criticised for my...
do you mean a calippo?
Calippo? I'm from the north. I can't pronounce things properly.
A calippo.
Anyway, repéchage time for IAME Water Swift. Good chance this for Xavi Fonch. Had a chance to go through from the repéchage yesterday. Here is another one from pole position. 8 minutes on the clock. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. Away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Jonty Restrick. Sweeps into the lead. Oh, there's a few karts off towards the back of the field. I think that's taken 4 runners out of the equation right now. Is everybody running again? I think everyone but one driver is running again, and that driver is out of their car. This is the number 26 of Oscar Miller, unfortunately, who I think is out of this race. Now, that could make it quite simple for the drivers still remaining in this one. Looks like Charlie Clough has come through to lead the race. And, well, I'm seeing 5 karts at the front of this, this group here, Nicole. This makes it very simple for these drivers now. Just bring it home. No need to fight too hard. Don't have any mistakes. Don't pick up a front fairing penalty, and you'll be through.
Yeah, if the finals are going to be anything like what we've seen, it's going to be not easy, but there's going to be a lot of positions to be gained from different things going on. So I think I'd almost be thinking, do you know what? Stay where you are.
Yes, well, Fonz has gone down the inside of Restrick there for that spot, back up into second place. Yes, we've had 6 drivers come across. Well, now we've got 7, now we've got 8. So the top 6 were all the drivers who weren't involved through turns 1 and 2. Pato Medina, the last of those. So this does become one of those races where, yes, just got to tick the laps off, tick the minutes off, and make sure that you get to the end. Down the inside there, that's the number 52 of Austin Gibson. The champion, of course, in IAME Water Swift Restricted in 2023. I wouldn't have expected to be in the repéchage, but that sometimes is how racing goes in the very competitive Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Now, slippery surface flag / something on circuits that shouldn't be is out, showing through turn 1 and turn 2. It's not rain. I would imagine maybe some water from a radiator off one of the karts in the early stages. But
yeah, I'm wondering if that's caused by that incident in the
yes,
the
I'd
first
imagine
lap.
so. But for the drivers, I say, it might not even be a fluid. It could be a piece of debris, a bit of gravel and debris from off the circuit that was brought on.
It could be a melted cloppo, as you like to call it.
It could be on a day like today. I do know that the IAME Water Swift drivers like to
cool themselves down with an iced snack from time to time. Either way, there is a race going on. I'll apologise for my northern pronunciations of iced treats, and we'll get back onto the action. IAME Singh's having a good run here, Nicole. 3rd place. And ahead of Austin Gibson right now. Fastest lap of the race last time around for IAME Singh on 1 minute 4.67. How do you best keep your focus, do you think, in one of these races when you know there isn't necessarily that threat of falling out of the top 6 right now? It can be quite difficult for the drivers, I imagine, at this time.
As difficult as it is, I just think to not overthink it. Just drive the track how you would in any race or any practice session, corner by corner. That's how I would treat it.
Indeed. 4.25 minutes to go then. Clough still leading this one from Fonge. And, yep, bit of a discussion there between Singh and Gibson saying, no, let's keep in this order. Let's let the race come to us. Don't need to overtake Fonge and Clough necessarily to get through. But there is that question of, well, you can get to the front of the repechage. You're up another row.
Yeah.
You're a little bit further forward when you get to that final.
Austin Gibson as well, being as fast as he is, and as as having won as much as he has, I think for him winning it would just help to prove a point that he should not be in this repechage.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We have had a little development. At the moment, it's not hugely changing things, but Jonty Westrick has had a 5-second penalty. Possibly jump start, I'm thinking back to, it was a few moments ago that one came in. But at the moment, he's more than 5 seconds clear of 7th place. It's all lovely stuff down the inside from Singh. Goes through past Fonge there. Fonge now side by side with Austin Gibson. Gibson, I think, will try and look for the switchback. No, just slots there back into 4th place. So as I say, Jonty Westrick has had a 5-second penalty come up on our timing screens here in the box. But is... Oh, round goes Gibson. Now, what's happened there is in the middle of the racing line. Gets going again. Well, oh, now he's stuck. Is now stuck on the grass and is going to fall out of the top 6. Well, we were just saying it's all about bringing it home to the end, and Austin Gibson, with that problem, may get back into this race, but it's going to be outside the top 6 now, and Sophie Campbell is now in a position to go through. Well, this is the very definition of never give up, because there it is confirmed on your screens. Sophie Campbell, one of the karts involved in the in what happened down at turn 1, turn 2 on lap number 1, has kept going, kept pushing on, not given up, and is now looking at a spot in the final. This is the fight for the lead of the race. Through the Fullerton S's, there is Xavi Fonge in 3rd place. Pato Medina is now looking a bit more comfortable in 4th. Jonty Westrick 5th, still with the 5-second penalty. Doesn't change anything at the moment in terms of classification. But Sophie Campbell, I wonder if Sophie even knows that has been the case, that she's in 6th place now. Did brilliantly yesterday in the repechage. It's got some 10 seconds over Jesus Bartolos behind, and actually Bartolos has also got a plus 5-second penalty, so make that 15 seconds. Johnston Stewart there in 8th place looks to be out of this one, and unless something really extraordinary happens. And Austin Gibson still circulating in 9th. They may as well keep going, because again, you never know. This is the battle for the lead of the race. Singh has got ahead of Clough. So less than a minute to go. Well, what a dramatic set of circumstances here. Last year's IAME Water Swift restricted champion. We'll probably review that one. And I think the biggest problem there was turning onto the grass. Could have had enough time to turn around, turn to his left, as it was with that problem, and get back in there and still be in 6th place. But the second that the number 52 was on top of the grass there,
it was going to be going nowhere very quickly. Great recovery back onto the circuit. Good to see that he was able to get back onto circuit, because you don't often see that actually go well for the drivers, but is a long way behind now. Time is up. Aryan Singh leads the race. Charlie Clough P2, Fonge P3, Medina P4. John T. Restrick still doing more than enough to race through here. There is a little bit of a wobble there on the meso panel of the number 51. And sometimes can be a bit difficult to see whether there is a front fairing down, but even if there was a front fairing to be down on the number 51, well far enough ahead of the cut-off point of 6th place to still be going through to this to the final later on today for IAME Water Swift. Final lap of the race. Charlie Clough looking down the inside of Aryan Singh for the lead. Gets it done onto the bridge. Nice move there from Charlie Clough. And we'll look to bring this one home. In and through hairpin number 1 towards hairpin number 2. No other changes of position to report. Fairly spread out in this one at the moment. But Charlie Clough, hopefully this can be a bit of a confidence boosting win. We have seen drivers come through from the repéchage and really kick on when they get to the final. Charlie Clough, this is a great opportunity for that to happen. Formulated the race well, resisted the attacks from the Fusions, and takes the checkered flag in the repéchage for IAME Water Swift. Marches on to the final. We'll start it from the 15th row of the grid. Ahead of Aryan Singh, Savi Fonge as well through, Pato Medina, John T. Restrick, even with 5-second penalty. And Sophie Campbell also goes through. A good drive there. Could have given in, didn't give in. And due to incidents for other drivers, gets that 6th and final spot through into the final through from the repéchage. But there's the results. Clough from Singh, Fonge, Medina, Restrick and Campbell, your top 6. Bartolos, Gibson and Stewart. That is the end of their weekends, unfortunately. But we will hopefully see them back once again, of course, for the next round for IAME, which of course will be the second weekend of June at Wilton Mill. Well, that is, of course, the, well, not quite the end yet. Still got a couple of drivers circulating the circuit, such as was quite spread out at the end of that one. The number 13 coming back in soon, as is Austin Gibson, as is Johnston Stewart. We'll be back shortly. The finals are up next.
We're just walking onto the grid ahead of the Tilletson final. We're with Ellen Donnelly. Ellen, how's your first experience been racing at PFI?
I'm really enjoying it so far. I mean, I think I've had quite an unlucky weekend, unfortunately, but I honestly feel really lucky to be here at all, so I'm just grateful to have the experience and just to be here.
And this is the first time we've seen the Tilletson class here with us. What brings you to the category?
Well, Tilletson in general is more of a affordable and competitive class. So for me personally, I was in X30 before and I just couldn't keep up with everything to be top of the grid. Not that I'm top of the grid here right now either, but at home I'm a little bit quicker. So I like the way you can be competitive but not have to put in thousands of pounds.
And I've been in a similar position to you before, where being one of the only females on the grid and sometimes in the paddock. What's your experience been as a female in motorsport?
I think generally it's been good, but you do get the odd person who doesn't want to be beat by a girl. But I think, as you might know, a bit of fire in the belly and just makes you want to beat them more, you know.
Great to hear from you, Ellen. We'll let you get on, let you get concentrated, and we'll go back up to Andrew ahead of this race. Personally, really looking forward to watching this final. Don't miss it.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great to hear again there from Ellen as we're getting ready for this Tilletson T4 senior final race that acts as the qualifier for the T4 Nations Cup later on in the year. You can see the drivers getting ready on the right-hand side of the grid. Driver's right-hand side of the grid, your left-hand side of the picture at home. All around the track, if you're watching the broadcast on mobile devices. Philip Rawson will take this one from pole position. And it's joined on the front row by George Townsend. For the drivers in this one, in this final, it will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. Engines have been fired for all of the karts on track. Have confirmation hopefully soon as to whether we will see the drivers such as Bradley Beavers and Mike Coppin join us on the grid for this one. Because we did see them having some problems in the previous heat of the race, just leaning out the window to see if we have got them. Let's get ready then for the next race. It is the Tilletson T4 final. Time to go racing then in the Tilletson T4 senior final. Philip Rawson on pole position, George Townsend along on the front row. Anwar Barul Smith and Owen Roberts start on the second row of the grid. Moving down to row 3, Paul David and Chris Alcock. Matt Warman and Marco Ferrezzini start on the fourth row of the grid, alongside Aaron Coogan and Yarrow Bechtold on row 5. Bradley Beavers and Mike Coppin due to start on row number 6. I'm not sure that we see both of those karts out. Jason Bradbury and Ben Higginbotham on row 7. Olivier Lemons and Christian Razor on row number 8. Ellen Donnelly and Peter McBride on row number 9. James Byrne and Mickey Brennan start on row 10. John Little and Oliver Greening go from row 11. Darren Beavers does not take part in this race. And for the first final of the weekend, it's a great opportunity to book your spots on the grid for the T4 Nations Cup later on in the year. Always good when you've got an event later on in the year to focus on as your culmination of your racing season, to book your spot on the grid for it very, very early in the racing calendar. These drivers have had a couple of race events so far this season. Jason Bradbury's looks good in the finals so far this year. But so far on the form book of this weekend, very hard to look past Philip Rawson in the form book for being beaten here. But this is a final. There was a race I talked about last week where that was the case in the senior category, and the strong favourite didn't win it 7 days ago. So let's see what happens here in this one. Who can take the fight to Philip Rawson, in particular George Townsend, who's driven through the field pretty well so far this weekend. 12 minutes on the board, looking pretty good for a race start, and the lights stay red. Are we racing? I think we are racing, so away we go then for the start of the Tilletson T4 final. Good start for Philip Rawson. No, we're going to go round again. Now the chevron boards have come out. The lights did not go out there, so we'll go round for another formation lap. So just to be clear, we've got 20 karts on the grid. Darren Beavers does not take this final start. Bradley Beavers and Mike Coppin also unfortunately don't take the start. Bradley Beavers and Mike Coppin both had incidents on the first lap of the second heat, and unfortunately haven't been able to get karts repaired in time for this final. They were quite heavily damaged, of course, testament to the safety on these Tilletson T4s that both drivers are okay. So round for another formation lap. Rawson and Townsend on the front row. Burrell, Smith and Roberts on row 2. Oh, and Roberts knows how to win a one-off race, of course, being the O-plate holder. Paul David and Chris Alcock there on row 3. Matt Wildman and Marco Ferrazzini on row 4. Look out for Aaron Coogan as well on row 5. Very strong in qualifying earlier on today. Had a bit of bad luck in heat number 2, but did race back through. Here we go then. Second time of asking. Lights are out. Away we go then for 12 minutes plus 1 lap here in the Tilletson T4 final. Good start, very even start from both drivers on the front row. Townsend really giving a challenge to Rawson there through under the bridge, but Rawson has come above it and gone into first position. Risen to the task of holding there. Little bit of jostling in the midfield. There's 2 drivers off in the background. One of them is the number 15 of Christian Reiser, I believe, who's got back on circuit. The other is, I think, the 92 of Olivier Lemont there. But for them, that is their hopes of qualifying through from this event gone for today for the Nations Cup. Towards the Fullerton S's for the first time then. And looking good at the moment at the front of the field already. Philip Lawson breaking away from the rest of the pack, doing what he needs to do, get into that comfortable rhythm and book himself on that plane to Spain. End of lap number 1. Rawson leads. The gap is 0.94 of a second. Here comes the number 6 of Aaron Coogan down the inside of Chris Alcock there. Chris Alcock holds on to 6th place. Well, that's Coogan ahead of Matt Wildman now for 7th place. So that's 2 positions gained by Coogan on that first lap. Also gaining out there, Jason Bradbury had a strong second heat, but had a retirement in his first one. Has gained 4 places, is up to 9th place now. Also going up for Ben Higginbotham. As a bit of a moment there for the number 66 of Aaron Coogan. Well, all that work from the first lap has just been undone. Lost a couple of places now. Very hard braking into the first hairpin, of course. Well, Philip Rawson looking in full control right now. Alcock a bit wide out of the Fullerton S's. There is Jason Bradbury in karts number 17. Number of these drivers very experienced, know each other's racing styles very well indeed. Matt Wildman, Jason Bradbury both confirmed back ahead now of Aaron Coogan. So Aaron Coogan back to where he started in the number 66. Now, Owen Roberts has come forward, is into 2nd place now. Has he got the speed to chase Philip Rawson down? Well, we see a move to the inside there by Paul David. I'd say it's gone a little bit under the radar as Paul David, but has got through there into 5th place ahead of Anwar Burrell Smith. Chris Alcock just behind. Matt Wildman the next in line. I just wonder now with Owen Roberts, we haven't seen this for Roberts so far today, an opportunity for the O-plate holder to be at the front and try and see if he's got that speed to close down Philip Rawson. They do need to start thinking about that. Well, I'm sure they are thinking about that, but if they can start being effective in pulling that gap down, because it's 2.3 seconds at the last count. Now make that 2.6 seconds, because Rawson, again, as we saw in the heats, gets to the front and just pushes hard. Starts setting those purple lap times, starts going for fastest laps. It's down the inside there. Paul David going past George Townsend for 3rd place. And the driver representing France here this weekend can be very happy with that. Battle for 5th place. Chris Alcock down the inside of Anwar Burrell Smith, and through goes Chris Alcock into that position. Good respectful racing between 2 drivers who've raced against one another for a good number of years in other series, have both come through the karting pathway together into this Tilletson T4 field. Likewise with Matt Wildman just behind, and Jason Bradbury. 4 drivers who've utilised those steps up from a Arrive and Drive Club 100 racers into this level, into this controlled category. Thoroughly enjoying their racing as well, as is the number 73 of Ben Higginbotham, who's got through past Aaron Coogan there into 9th place. It's a gain of 5 places now for Higginbotham in this race. Right now, very difficult to see how anyone is going to be able to wrestle this lead away from Philip Rawson. There's plenty of effort here. Here goes Paul David down the inside of Owen Roberts, so maybe the number 48 is going to be the driver to chase Philip Rawson down. Has been coming through the field, started on the 3rd row of the grid, is now up to 2nd place, and you never know, because sometimes when you get a new kart, new driver at the front of one of these packs, it can just click. The pieces can fall into place, and they can start pulling time back in. But I think for Philip Rawson, he'll just keep pushing on. So there's no need to preserve tyres in this race. Good basis of those Maxxis Sport compound tyres is going to keep supporting him. Another new fastest lap of the race, 65.41 seconds. 4.23 seconds is now the gap at the front between 1st and 2nd. And I think this next lap is going to be very telling to see, has Paul David got the pace of the rest of the pack, got the pace with the number 48 now at the front of it to start reeling the leader back in. There's been a move once again for 9th place. Aaron Coogan has got back ahead of Ben Higginbotham. Well, down the inside, Owen Roberts wants this 2nd place. He wants that higher step on the podium today. Paul David trying to fight back. I think now this field have resigned themselves to fighting for 2nd place, but it's going to be an entertaining fight because look how many karts are involved here in this scrap to be on the podium here this evening at PF International. Change for 6th place. Wileman has got past Beryl Smith, the 1 versus the 2, swapping positions there. So Matt Wileman, who's raced many different categories, sprint race. Oh, problem for Matt Wileman. Well, we were saying a very experienced driver is now out of this race. That is such a shame for Matt Wileman. And switches the engine off, has a little look down. I think he knows what the problem is from his reaction there. Either way, it's a retirement from the final here at PF. Higginbotham fighting there with Beryl Smith over what is now 7th place. Here goes another attempt for 2nd place down the inside. Paul David on Owen Roberts. Gets it done momentarily, but Roberts comes back, and George Townsend is still there as well in 4th place. Chris Alcock having a good race is there in 5th now. There is Matt Wileman walking away. Very disappointed, of course, was just starting to get into a stride. And, well, a loss of drive there means he is out of this race. 4.5 minutes remaining. Leader now 6 seconds clear. Does show, though, you never know. Philip Rawson's got to take care of the materials to bring it home. Always a part of motorsport. It's just had a new fastest lap of the race, though. 65.21 seconds. Gotta say, it's between 4 drivers for 2nd place right now, as Owen Roberts has got back ahead of Paul David, as has George Townsend. So Roberts up to 2nd place, Townsend now 3rd, David there in 4th place. Chris Alcock just waiting in the wings right now for that opportunity to strike. Using all of his experience of racing over the years to find out and equate where the best opportunity is going to be across the course of the next 3.5 minutes. Roberts round and out of the Fullerton S's. Chucks the kart in through Bobby Game corner. Looking confident right now at the front of this group that's fighting over 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places. I'm going to give it to Aaron Coogan as well. He's not given this one up at all. Started back there on the 5th row of the grid. You can smell an opportunity for one of the Irish drivers. Great contingent of drivers coming over from Ireland to PF International this weekend. They would love to see one of their own on the podium here at the Premier Kart circuit in the UK. But a lot needs to happen between now and the end of the race for that to happen. There's the
second chase group on the road, headed up by Anwar Barul-Smith right now. Jason Bradbury, Yuri Bechtold, Marco Ferrezzini all in that one. And Ellen Donnelly. Good to see Ellen having a good race here. 11th place, has gained 6 positions so far in this one. Had a spin in heat number 2, which moved her a little bit further down the order of the grid for this final. Alcock now trying to find a way past Paul David for 4th place there. Bit of a low percentage chance to get through on the initial run into the Mike Wilson complex, but that's perhaps is Chris Alcock just getting in the mind of Paul David. And I think with good reason, because there is a gap growing now between 3rd and 4th place, between Townsend and David. And Chris Alcock will be keen to try and get through as quickly as possible. He doesn't want to see Roberts and Townsend get too far down the road, because we've got less than 2 minutes of this race to go. Lead is now 8 seconds. As look at this down the inside. This is Coogan on Alcock. Well, that's the wrong direction for Chris Alcock now. Moving down to 6th place. And it's the first of those moves that Aaron Coogan needs to get onto the podium. Roberts and Townsend right now, I think, have read this really nicely. They're working together. They know there's an opportunity to break away from those behind, get themselves guaranteed at least a spot on the podium. It'll then just be a question of which one, 2nd or 3rd. 1 minute to go. There'll be at least 2 more laps to go, possibly 3, dependent on whether Philip Rawson gets round to start another lap before the counter hits 0. He's so far ahead now. 8.7 seconds clear is Philip Rawson. This has been a magnificent performance from Philip Rawson this weekend. I say, not a lot of time to get the job done. They were straight into timed qualifying yesterday, just the one session. He put it on pole position. He took it from the start of each of the heats, didn't look back. Got both heat wins. Same again so far in this final. Change for 7th place, we can just see there. Bradbury now ahead of Beryl Smith for that position. 5 seconds to go. I think this will count through to 0. Yes, it will. So the last lap board is shown to the race leader, who just crosses the line now. Is there going to be a move from George Townsend for this 2nd place? Is there going to be an opportunity for Paul David, Aaron Coogan and Chris Alcock to get onto the podium here? This is the closest and highest battle in the order right now. George Townsend has been patient so far across the course of the last 6 or 7 laps. Now he's got to make an opportunity work for himself if he wants to be the runner-up here today. Roberts is going to go defensive, going to go hard to drivers right on the run down to hairpin number 1, but steps open the door, through goes Townsend. Can he get the drive out of the corner? Is there going to be an opportunity for Paul David to get alongside Roberts? Yes, there is. Great reading of the road there by Paul David. He's got through into 3rd place. Paul David is on to the podium now. Philip Rawson is away. Philip Rawson is going to take the win surely here. He's going to go to Valencia. He's going to be representing the UK at the T4 Nations Cup later on in the year. Philip Rawson wins at PF International, and joining him on the podium, it's been a great fight for 2nd place, and it's going to go the way of George Townsend. Townsend finishes P2. Paul David is on the podium as well, just ahead of Owen Roberts in 4th, Aaron Coogan 5th, Chris Alcock 6th, Jason Bradbury, Anwar Barul-Smith, Yuri Bechtold and Marco Ferrezzini completes the top 10. But it's Philip Rawson's day. He's dominated from start to finish and is a well-deserving recipient of the 1st place ticket to the T4 Nations Cup later on in the year in Valencia, Spain. Wins by 11 seconds after 12 laps, and well, can be very, very proud with the effort there ahead of the rest of this field. Rest of the order: Ben Higginbotham in 11th place, Ellen Donnelly in 12th, James Byrne, Peter McBride and Christian Reza in 15th place. Good to see Reza coming back through after that
spin on the first lap. Oliver Greening in 16th place ahead of Mickey Brennan. Retirements from that race, John Nuttall, Matt Wileman, and fortunately for Olivier Lemont as well. Good to see Bradley Beavers, Mike Coppin and Darren Beavers as well. Across the course of this weekend, they did not take the start in this final. But there's your winner, Philip Rawson. I don't think it was ever in doubt for Philip Rawson this weekend. He's kept his concentration all the way through and will go on to continue his season and march on to the T4 Nations Cup to represent the United Kingdom at the top event for the Tilletson T4 series in Valencia, as we say, later on in the autumn. Quick few moments for Philip Rawson to gather his thoughts. I'm sure Nicole is down there to gather the thoughts with our winner today here at PF International. Let's head down to Nicole now.
Phil, race winner, absolute class drive. He won over by 10 seconds.
Apologies there, we've had a bit of a technical hitch. Hopefully we'll be back with everyone down in Parc Fermé shortly. You can see on the grid the next race being prepared, which will be race 38 in our calendar here this weekend. It will be the IAME Water Swift restricted final. And their second final of the weekend, of course. Alfie Davidson looking to do the double here this weekend in Lincolnshire. Has looked very good so far this weekend. You can just see him outside of our commentary box window here, looking nice and calm, looking focused ahead of this race. Let's head down, though, back to Nicole.
Absolutely class drive there by race winner Phil. Phil won the race by over 10 seconds. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, it was a great race. I'm not going to say it's easy because no race is easy. However, I've been driving this track for 18 years now, and I've got a lot of experience around here. First ever weekend in a T4, usually race road tax. So it's nice to do something different for a change. And yeah, I just got my head down from the start. As soon as the green light went, didn't look back, and just concentrated on driving smooth and being consistent, really. So yeah, and then luckily won the race. So.
Absolutely amazing, Phil. Congratulations, provisional winner. Great. So we've got time for... Oh, of course. Yeah.
Sorry, I'd just like to thank Andy Fallon at Tilletson for giving me the opportunity. Oren Henry Racing, again, for inviting me to do this race. And my family for all the support. So thank you, everyone.
Great, Phil. We'll just go over to the grid now for Andrew to introduce the next final of the day.
Absolutely. Big thanks to Andy Fallon and Mark French as well for all of their efforts bringing the Tilletson T4 series to the grid here this weekend at PF International. 30-second board in the air. The grid has been cleared ahead of the IAME Water Swift restricted final. And it's sure to be a good race. We had a cracking final yesterday, very competitive. Can Alfie Davidson continue this great run of results that he's had so far this weekend? Or is it going to be somebody else? We're going to find out in the next few minutes. Formation lap underway then for IAME Water Swift restricted second final of the weekend. Alfie Davidson starts from pole position. Mason Hibbert alongside on the front row. Daniel Ferguson and James Root start on row number 2. Chester Fawkes goes from the third row of the grid. Is joined by Alessandro Salas. Oscar Kenny and Henry Algar start on row number 4. William Crombie and Harry Fable start on row number 5. Harry Chapman and Louis Williams-Mab start on row 6. Ethan Robinson and Ilyas Sami start on row number 7. And Reggie Chandler completes the 15 runners in this one. The results from yesterday, the form guide. Davidson took the race win from Ferguson. Chester Fawkes was on the podium as well. Mason Hibbert, 4th place, looking to improve on that from the front row of this second final for
the year. Oscar Kenny was in the top 5 as well. Remember, it's 65 championship points up for grabs in this one for the drivers. They've had a haul of points from the intermediate classification. So at the moment, Alfie Davidson has extended his championship lead. Can he make it a perfect weekend in terms of the championship? Here we go then. We're going to go round for one more formation lap. The grid not formed up fully to race director Nigel Edwards' liking on that one. So we'll have a bit more of an opportunity, as we say, to talk through the ramifications of this this next race. As I say, 65 championship points available for the race winner. It's a straight one-off. Doesn't matter what's happened before in the intermediate classification, what's happened through the heats, what's happened yesterday. It's all about this race. Winner of it receives 65 championship points before we head off to Wilton Mill in a few weeks' time on the weekend of the 7th to the 9th of June. A few discussions, a few instructions just being given there by Clerk of the Course, Dan Ashton, as the drivers come round on their additional formation lap. Yesterday, it was a clean sweep of the IAME powered finals by Fusion Motorsports. It all started with Alfie Davidson. Is it going to be another great day in these finals, or is it going to be one of the other teams that takes one of the P1 trophies and the winning mechanic medal home with them here today? Are we ready for the final here in IAME Water Swift Restricted? The answer is yes. Away we go for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Alfie Davidson. Leads through the first couple of corners. Round up onto the bridge for the first time. Drivers on the inside trying to take advantage of the shorter line. William Crombie coming through the middle there and running a bit wide out of the final corner, but it's Davidson in control. Daniel Ferguson's had a good start as well there in the blue and white number 15 kart with the Ram Racing graphics on the side into hairpin 2 for the first time. Very close there in that battle for second place between Hibbert and Ferguson, but it's once again Alfie Davidson in full control. Chester Forks trying to take advantage of Davidson's slower pace off and into the Fullerton S's. Now he takes advantage into Bobby Game corner. Good stuff from Chester Forks there. I think there was a bit of help from James Roots behind in the number 21. But the effect is that at the end of the first lap of this Water Swift Restricted final, it is Alfie Davidson leading for Fusion Motorsports. Second place, Mason Hibbert for ORM. Third place is being now fought for as James Roots goes through past Chester Forks there. Daniel Ferguson into 5th. Good start as well for Harry Chapman. This is, of course, his second final at this level. Winner of the Bambino Championship in 2023 as part of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. And great work there from Chapman. Up 4 places into 7th. Also Ethan Robinson gaining spots there, the driver from Northern Ireland. Another one of the Fusion Motorsport drivers in this race has gained 5, is up to 8th place at the end of the first lap. That is that second group with William Crombie at the head of it. This is the battle over 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th places, including the aforementioned Chapman and Robinson. Now plus 3 second penalty for the driver in second place. I reckon that is going to be for just straying out of the tram lines before the lights went out. And that means for Mason Hibbert, it doesn't mean he can't win the race, but it means he's got to get ahead of Alfie Davidson and then break away by at least 3 seconds. So, bit of a change of story now for Mason Hibbert. The tactics will change for Mason Hibbert. 9.5 minutes remaining in this one. There's a plus 3 second penalty for Alessandro Salas as well, and a plus 5 second penalty for the number 12 of Henry Algar. Those are all latest ones that have come up on the screen here in the box. No troubles at the moment for your race leader, Alfie Davidson, as he's done throughout the whole weekend here at PF International, has led so many laps in this IAME Water Swift Restricted category. He's doing what he needs to do to finish this weekend with a perfect score of 260 points. He took a full amount of 130 yesterday through being first in the intermediate classification and then first again in the final. He's already achieved first in the intermediate classification again today, but he's still got some hard work here because there is Hibbert, Roots as well. Chester Forks has tended to be pretty quick in the second half of races also, not just today but yesterday as well. Fought hard to get onto the podium 24 hours ago. But we're on the 4th lap of the race. There's been some changes further back. You can see Henry Algar has got through past William Crombie at the rear of your screens there. 12 past the number 16 for 6th place. Alessandro Salas, who has unfortunately fallen to the back of the order, has just started a recovery drive. He's got past Reggie Chandler for 14th place. The trouble is, there's some 7 seconds off the back of this of the main pack. Louis Williams-Mabs there in 13th place. Davidson through into the Mike Wilson complex. Just looking so calm at the wheel of his number 46 Fusion Motorsport prepared machine. Unfazed, it would seem, by what's going on behind. But here goes Hibbert. This is the move. This is what he needs to do. And James Roots has pushed through as well. Very good reading by James Roots, because effectively that puts Roots in the lead of the race. Remember, Mason Hibbert has a +3 second time penalty, as all wide there out of coming off the bridge for Hibbert. Gets back onto the circuit. That took a lot of speed there through and off the bridge. Has kept things tidy through hairpin number 2. Alfie Davidson won't panic right now as helicopters flying in here to PF International. Chester Forks has got the fastest lap of the race. I tell you what, these 3 drivers need to keep an eye on that number 38 machine, because Chester Forks, we've seen some problems when the kart's been a bit cooler. Startup issues, it would seem, for Chester Forks, but that's not affecting him right now in the cut and thrust of this IAME Water Swift restricted final, and he's starting to build that pace. Another 1 minute 6.7. Here goes Roots for the lead overall. He doesn't need penalties to get him to the front of this field. Here comes Davidson as well, back down the inside for second place. Roots now has a bit of a gap from the rest of the drivers. This is a great opportunity now to try and break away. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult for James Roots to do so, but he's going to give it his all. He has beaten Alfie Davidson in a race this weekend. It was one of the heats yesterday. So James needs to remember that. He needs to trust in himself and his own driving that he can win this final. Davidson closing in there. That was a big move from Davidson, an opportune moment for Davidson to get himself back in terms with James Roots, because effectively Mason Hibbert's in a different race to these 3. With that 3 second penalty, it's almost like a bit of a ghost kart at the moment. He's there, but he's not competing for outright positions with these drivers right now. He's more racing the drivers further down the road, the likes of Henry Algar, the likes of William Crombie. As here goes Davidson, looking to return to the lead. No, not this time. Good speed down the straight for James Roots in the number 21. The driver from Wokingham. Looking like he's at least going to be in the discussion for a podium this weekend, but there's still a good amount of racing to go here. 5 minutes. Looking a little bit further back. That's the Algar Chapman Crombie battle as Davidson's down the inside into hairpin 1. Has got the move done. He's got the move done. Back into the lead goes Alfie Davidson. A little communication there to say, yep, happy with that. Let's again try and push on. Chester Forks is still not too far away. What are the lap times like? Well, it's purple through sector number 1. Oh, as William Crombie is out of the final. Not the end to the weekend that William Crombie would have wanted. He'll still score points for most likely 15th place. But William Crombie falls to the bottom of the order. But you can remember he had a great 2023. Remember watching his races where he really kicked on in the middle part of the year. And there's all reason to believe that William Crombie can do that again. He's raced well this weekend there, quite often in the top 10. Back at the front of the order though, Davidson
has control once again of this one, back in his customary position at the front of the field, leading these ones out. Good work by these three. They're dropping Chester Forks now. Chester Forks is about 0.8 of a second back from this top three. Hibbert, at the moment with the 3-second penalty, would be slotting in between Daniel Ferguson and Henry Algar on the road. That's before the number 12 has received their own 5-second penalty. But saying that, there's also been another one for the number 28 of Alexander Salas. So that's a 3 from the start of the race, a 5 a few moments ago. So 8 seconds of penalties for Alexander Salas in this race so far. Meanwhile, focusing back at the front of the order, 3 minutes to go. Davidson, Roots, Hibbert. New fastest lap of the race from Mason Hibbert, so it's 65.84. I tell you what, that is not far off fastest lap record territory. Only a couple more tenths to find for the lap record from June 2023. So 1 minute 5.57. Davidson keeping that control at the front. I just wonder if James Roots, as we saw in the heats yesterday, will try and work with Davidson, not go for a move in the next 2 minutes or so to just try and drop Mason Hibbert out of this equation. Just make it a little bit simpler for the two drivers at the front of this race right now. It's a good spot for Mason Hibbert to be in though right now, because he is doing a brilliant job. Not great, of course, to get that 3-second penalty, but he's racing himself into a position where he could still be on the podium here. There's 2 minutes to go. The gap between Hibbert and Forks is now more than 2 seconds, so if they can just keep working as a trio, it could be that Hibbert is more than 3 seconds ahead come the checkered flag. Looking unlikely that Hibbert would be able to get through and have the pace to break away from the two ahead of him on the road right now, but a podium would still be a great result for Mason Hibbert, and continual improvements as well. 5th in the IC yesterday, 4th in the final, 2nd in the IC today. Be a big haul of points if you can bring this one home, 3rd in the classification. Looking a little bit further back, this is the battle for 7th place. This is Oscar Kenny in the number 48, Harry Favel in the number 82. Going through the Fullerton S's now, and Harry Chapman there in 9th place. Number of drivers stepping, of course, from the Bambinos into the cadet categories. And will have learnt a huge amount, I'd imagine, this weekend that they'll take on to Wilton. But it's such a difficult season to start such a different circuit, I should say, to start your season at. It's long. It's say with an 8 minute or 12 minute race, that rate at which you go through the corners and get that practice through the corners is mathematically less than other circuits. So for all the drivers, they'll take a lot back with them from this weekend. 20 seconds to go. Favel down the inside of Kenny. Nice move there from Harry Favel up into 7th place. Harry Chapman patient there in 9th. Good race so far from Ilyas Sami as well. Is up to 10th place. You can just see a little bit further back, ahead of Ethan Robinson there in 11th. Race leaders, though, about to go on to the final lap. Alfie Davidson, James Roots, they've been in this position before through heats so far this weekend. This is a bit different, though. This is a final. This is for a round win in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. James Roots is going to do everything he can to work an opportunity. Davidson has just got to keep it calm. You'd feel he's got a good gap over Roots as they come off of the bridge, so there's no opportunity for James Roots to go down the inside coming off of the bridge. You see him move sometimes through there. Again, Davidson's got the gap, moves back to the normal racing line through hairpin number 1. That sets him up nicely for hairpin number 2. Defensive again, but again, seeing that he doesn't need to defend too hard. Roots isn't in a position. He's not close enough at the moment. Now he might be close enough. James Roots down the inside on the run to the Fullerton S as he's gone through. James Roots takes the lead, but can he hold on? Davidson's back down the inside. He's had an assist from Hibbert. Through goes Davidson back into the lead. Roots knows he needs to get down the inside if he's going to attack Davidson into the last couple of corners. It's Alfie Davidson's weekend. He has fought them off. It is a perfect run. 2 final victories here at PF International, and he takes the lead in the championship to Wilton Mill. He wins from Mason Hibbert on the road. There's 2 karts off at the last corner. I think it's Fable and Chapman. Hibbert second on the road. That second will go to Roots as a result of the 3-second penalty, but Hibbert will stay on the podium. He's got more than 3 seconds over Chester Fawkes in 4th. Henry Algar 5th, Daniel Ferguson 6th, 7th for Oscar Kenny, ahead of Ilyas Sami, who gains 2 positions on the last lap, ahead of Ethan Robinson, and Louis Williams-Mabs completes the top 10. Well, not for the first time this weekend. Alfie Davidson, under pressure on the last lap, lost the lead, but crucially got it back again. And Alfie Davidson sets himself very much as the driver to beat this year in IAME Water Swift Restricted. He's had a tremendous weekend, and he'll taste the sweet tones of victory again. Good sportsmanship there between Davidson and Mason Hibbert, and I think Alfie Davidson's got a lot to thank to Mason Hibbert there. There was a little bump draft there from Hibbert, it looked to be from our angle here in the box, that just helped Davidson get back through ahead of James Roots. It's crucial for Mason Hibbert as well, because the gap that he had over Chester Fawkes was 3.25 seconds. So once the penalty is applied, he holds on to a spot on the rostrum by 1/4 of a second. But onto the weighbridge. Alfie Davidson won't go left, he'll go right once again towards the P1 spot for the podium there. For the second time in just over 24 hours, he is a race winner, a round winner in the Vera Tours British Kart Championships. Let's head down to Nicole, who's in Parc Fermé.
What a race by our mini restricted category. Some of the youngest drivers at this race this weekend, but nonetheless gave us some fantastic action. We've got Alfie running over to us, Alfie race winner. We've referred to this weekend a few times as the Alfie Davidson show. Can you tell us about your weekend, Alf?
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. We've had a lot of good results, what we needed. So we've just done the clean sweep all day, so that's good.
Yeah, big congratulations to you. And how are you feeling going into the rest of the year?
Feeling confident. I just won, so I think I can win again all the championships, so we'll see.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank for this weekend, Alfie?
My nan, my granddad, my mum, my dad, my mechanic, Johnny for giving me the waft, and everyone else out at home who's watching.
Fantastic, Alfie. We'll see you on the podium later on. Congratulations. What an action-packed race there for everybody. We'll throw back up to some highlights to just recap exactly what happened.
Indeed, let's look through some of those highlights. Good starts for the IAME Water Swift restricted drivers. All of them knowing it's a long race, 12 minutes plus 1 lap around this PF International circuit. A little bit of jostling coming off of the bridge there. William Crombie fighting his way through. Early on we would find out, of course, that Mason Hibbert had a 3-second penalty. He knew he needed to run this race quickly, keep the amount of battles down to separate this top 3 out from the rest of the field. That's exactly what James Roots and Mason Hibbert did with Alfie Davidson. Chester Fawkes gave it his all there in 4th place. Early stages, James Roots came to the front of the order, looking really confident, but that would be a moment for Alfie Davidson to fight back down the inside into hairpin 1. They went into a more stable phase of the race as the top 3 pushed away from Chester Fawkes, but you always knew there was going to be some overtakes later on in this race. Good fight between Oscar Kenny, Fable and Chapman there. This was going into the latter stages. Great run off of hairpin 2. James Roots got down the inside, got the move done initially through the Fullerton S's, but immediately Alfie Davidson would strike back. He'd get a little bit of help from Mason Hibbert as well, and that was the key move that gave Davidson his 2nd round win in just over 24 hours. an amazing start to his championship campaign, and another win for Fusion Motorsport, their 5th final win here this weekend. Let's head down, though, to Nicole ahead of this next final.
We're over on the grid here with pole sitter Taylor. Taylor, how's your weekend been so far?
Yesterday was really bad, like really bad. But we've come back. We're starting on pole. Hopefully we'll have a bit of a better final. Got a crash yesterday, but we're gonna have a good one, aren't we? Hopefully.
And you're under the guidance of the Croc promotion team. What have they been saying to you ahead of this final?
Just give it a go. You know what I mean? What else am I meant to do?
Great to hear from you, Taylor. Very best of luck. Giving it a go. We'll just throw back up to Andrew, who will introduce the race. Thanks.
Indeed, so the second final of the weekend for X30 Junior, and arguably this has been the most anticipated category of the weekend. This mix of drivers with a rich history in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, a number of international drivers visiting the UK for some race practice for them ahead of the World Championships later in the year, finding out about this PF International Circuit. It's been a while since FIA racing has been to this part of the world. Of course, Harrison Mackie, fresh off the great form last weekend in Italy for the IAME Euro Series. He took the win in the final 7 days ago. He took the win in the final yesterday as well. He starts this one from the outside of row number 1. A quick little bit of encouragement from his mechanic, older brother Lewis Mackie. Taylor Orridge looking over there to his fellow front row teammates. Next up, it is the X30 Junior Final. One last race on this weekend for the X30 Junior field. Here's how they line up for the round 2 final. Taylor Orridge on pole position. Harrison Mackie alongside on the front row. Riley Cranham and Harrison Whitcomb go from row number 2. Cian Geraghty and, Lewis Islin and Jack Iliff start on row number 3. George Edgar and Daniel Kelleher start on row number 4. Thomas Minspearing and Rocco Coronel start on row number 5 ahead of Nicholas Schaufler and Arjen Kraling on the 7th row of the grid. Monza Junior Canini, no need for a repéchage today. For Canini starts alongside Aston Sharp, Morgan Moore and Aaron Richardson start on row number 8. On to the 9th row of the grid. Kenzo Craigie and Max Ewell. Iskender Sulfikari and Alex Dodds go from the 10th row of the grid. Hamish Forrest and Joey Brown start on row 11 ahead of Rocco Leon Shenton and Jesse Phillips on row 12. Dries van Langendonk and Zach Green will look to move from row 13 there ahead of Samuel Branston and Nats Johnston, the last of the automatic qualifiers on row 14. Here are your runners from the repechage. Sky Parker and Jarrett Clark on row 15. Devin Waltz and Archie Owen on row 16. The 34 kart field is completed by George Quartermain and Harry Walsh. Well, yesterday we saw a race typified with drivers with a lot of experience around this circuit towards the front. Some of the European runners in the midfield making their way through. It's a similar story here for the round 2 final. We're underway, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for both Orridge and Mackie, but it's Mackie round the outside who takes the initial run, takes the lead as they run up onto the bridge for the first time. Whitcomb's through as well, 2P2, so quite unconventional. It was the anti-pole side of the grid. Oh, as there's a big incident towards the back of the field. One kart is over, other karts involved. And, well, into hairpin number 1 go the rest of the field. Slow procedure. The race is neutralised straight away. And that is understandable. Sizable incident there on the bridge. I'm hearing in my ear that it's kart number 32, Nat Johnston. It did look like a JGR, Jamie Green Racing kart. Out of the race is the number 73 of Harry Walsh. Well, we saw Harry Walsh having troubles getting started, and his machinery has packed in for the day, unfortunately, on this first lap. So end of the first lap under slow procedure. The race is neutralised, no overtaking. There is a quick view and a red flag, at the end of the first lap. The drivers come to a stop on the pit straight. And obviously we will go through the procedure now to ensure that we can start this race again safely in due course. And in fact, I think the red flag came out just before the end of lap number 1. So we'll see in due course whether it is a full restart of that one. We'll get that information to you once we receive it from race control. Thank you for your continued support today of all of our races this weekend. There's been some fantastic racing so far here for event 2 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. We are back next weekend, of course, for event number 3 at Lark Hall. For now, though, we'll take a short break on the commentary and hear from Taylor Orridge at the start of the weekend.
We're here in the Croc Promotions tent here at PF, first round for the IAME classes in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Taylor Orridge, great to see you again, back for 2024. We thought you were retiring last year. What instigated the change?
I'm not really too sure. I thought we just might do another year. That's about it, really. Not really too sure why we've done another year, but we're going to try our best this year. Hopefully it's going to be a bit better than last year.
Hopes for PF, a circuit you know very well, won here at Kart Masters in 2023. What are the hopes for the weekend?
Obviously, we're always looking for the win, but the main thing this season is going to be the championship. That's what we're going to be going for.
How do you tackle that mindset at the start of the year, especially this weekend when there's a lot of wild card runners with things also running here at PF later in the year? How do you play that in terms of the strategy for this weekend?
All the European boys are over here, so well, I just don't want to get a drop early. I want to have some good points, and I want to come away on the front foot instead of being behind everyone.
Do you relish it as a challenge as well that some of those Euro boys are over here, that you can test yourself against them?
Obviously, they're obviously going to be up there. They're all good drivers, but we just need to keep plucking away and hopefully we'll be near the front.
And race again with Croc this year. What's it like working with these guys? Some of the best in the world when it comes to IAME.
Yeah, it's just, we always have a good laugh as well. It's just a nice environment for us to be in. They're always supportive, and if we're ever down or anything, they're always there for us.
How do you prepare for a round such as this? What do you like to do during your downtime?
What, today or yesterday?
Yesterday, today, whenever?
Yesterday I went to school, then I went for a bit of golf. I just got home and then just kind of sat on my phone for a bit, you know what I mean? Had some food at golf, and then just got into bed, sat there for a bit, watched a film, and then just went to sleep.
Today, practice day, track looked quite rubbered in when I had a walk around it yesterday. What will be the main aims of today? What will be the fine details that you're focusing on?
Obviously, we're going to look to be quick, but it's not all about being quick on today. We're just testing, you know what I mean?
As I say, you're back this year, you kind of put the thoughts of retirement aside. Going further forward, do you think this is going to be your last year, or do you want to carry on and maybe go up into the seniors in the future?
Yeah, we could do a year in senior. I'm not really too sure yet.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Taylor, for this weekend. I know you'll give it your all, and good to see you out there again.
Yeah, thanks.
Good to hear from Taylor Orridge at the start of the weekend. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag procedure here at PF International for the X30 Junior Final. Information received here in the box. This will be a full race restart. The red flag came out before the completion of a full racing lap, so it will be a complete restart for the drivers remaining here. There's a quick look at Jarrett Clark in the number 38. Will be looking to move up. Apologies, no, not Jarrett Clark. That's Iskender Sulfikari in the number 38. I knew that suit would confuse me at some point this weekend, that it's not Amankara Osman in that race suit, and it's another driver. It was Sulfikari starting from the middle of the grid. There is the number 8 of Zach Green. And a difficult day so far, difficult first heat. That's why he's a little bit further back in this grid. But look to him to move through. Drivers will need to get themselves refocused ahead of this restart. There is Jesse Phillips, who's Continue to get to grips here with X30 Junior. Little chat there between the Argentine Motorsport teammates, Hamish Forrest and Kenzo Craigie. Kenzo Craigie, another driver who had a difficult first heat, but has got good race pace. Had good race pace in the final yesterday for round one and was able to push through, race through to a podium. But the driver's just being arranged back into the grid order, because as I say, this will be, as I say, a full complete restart of the race. It will be as if that first race start hadn't happened. And thoughts as well, I think, for our pole sitter Taylor Orridge, because yeah, the jump there from Harrison Mackie was very impressive. We're going to go down onto the grid though. I believe Nicole is with one of the Yules.
We're back down on the grid. We're with Max Yule, kart number 55. Max, we've seen some big improvements from him recently, having a really successful weekend so far. Max, can you tell us about what's been going on for you?
Well, I had a really good qualified P3 in group, had all right heats and just got to the final, had a terrible start, but luckily it got restarted. So go again and hope for the best.
So going into this race, what are your thoughts? Have you got any tactics in mind of what you might do on this restart?
Just overtake, try get as much places up and have a good race.
Great to speak to you, Max. We'll also head over towards Harrison Whitcomb. We'll go in his direction, although he's just running off, actually. See who else we can catch up with. Morgan. Morgan, we spoke to you yesterday on the grid. You had a really good day yesterday. What's today been like?
We've been driving really well. An unfortunate penalty in the first heat set us back. But, you know, we're starting 13th or 15th, so a lot of opportunity there to go forward.
Yeah, and Andrew and I were saying yesterday, it's been great to see premium karting, you know, being up at the front, and he's got to run off now, so can't hear anything more from Morgan for the minute. Restart the race now, lots of action. We'll go back up to Andrew, who will talk us through.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to see there that Nat Johnson walking to the ambulance, always a good sign after an incident. Unfortunately, the number 32 will not retake the start of this race. The cart has just been rolled underneath me here in the commentary box. Yeah, understandably, a substantial amount of damage to that cart. Also not retaking the start will be the number 73 of Harry Walsh, that cart that we saw having some power delivery issues. Will not take the restart here. Engines firing. There'll be one rolling lap for the drivers. Running in 2x2 formation. And we will get the X30 Junior final back underway for a second time. 32 drivers in it now. And championship scenario is still the same story. 65 championship points available to the winner of this race. In terms of championship lead, by my quick mental arithmetic, it should still be, yes it will be, Harrison Mackie in the lead of the championship, because he had an 8-point lead at the start of the day, and that was over Riley Cranham. So whilst he has lost a few points with respect to Taylor Orridge, it's not enough points to change who has the championship lead right now. Whilst it is still very early stages, when we spoke to Harrison Mackie earlier, we spoke to him during the Paddock show. We didn't quite get all of the Paddock show out earlier. Apologies for that. It's a very tight schedule here today. It will be available on the Karting UK channel. He was speaking about, yeah, if you can't win, it's all about maintaining progress through the championship and getting those points. They'll all be looking to win this race, though. Here we go, then. Second time. No, we're going to go around again for another additional formation lap. The yellow flashing light is on the gantry, indicating that formation not quite achieved to Nigel Edwards. Edwards' standards there. And we go round for one more this time. Taylor Orridge will be looking for a better start than he got first time around. Harrison Mackie will be looking to do the same again, but also knowing that sometimes you just have to concede
down to third place when starting on the outside. It was a very fast initial run in through the first corner. Riley Cranham's very well positioned in respect to that. If Orange can get a good start, I wouldn't be surprised to see Cranham being in second place once they head up onto the bridge for the first time. Keep an eye out for Aston Sharp in this race. He's been doing a lot of overtaking so far today in the number 52. Strong weekend again for Mick Barrett's Racing. You never know with a junior final how much progress you can make. Here we go then. Into the tram lines, 12 minutes plus 1 lap, away and racing. It's a much better start for Orange. Mackie this time does have to concede back into the main part of the pack, has lost a couple of positions, but is still part of the main discussion. Up onto the bridge for the first time. Riley Cranham has fought through into second place. He followed the pole sitter in the direction he needed to go, and look at the pack of them all the way down into hairpin number 1. Harrison Whitcomb rather trying to go around the outside with the red helmet there for Argenti Motorsport. Taylor Orridge is having to defend. He's feeling that need. He's got to keep himself in that track position because there's a huge swarm of karts behind. About 6 of them have broken off the front. I think it's Thomas Min Spearing at the front of the main chase pack. Nicholas Schaufler's down the inside. One of the MBRs is on the grass. Rocker Coronel's trying to go around the outside. Kenza Craigie's going to try go even around the outside of the outside there. End of lap number 1. This one will run through. It's Taylor Orridge in the lead of this race. Riley Cranham P2, Lewis Islin P3, Mackie 4, Whitcomb 5. Then a bit of a gap by 1 second back to Nicholas Schaufler in 6th. Daniel Kelleher, Thomas Min Spearing, Jack Iliff and Monda Junior Canini. That is your top 10 at the end of the first lap. Down towards hairpin 1 rather, on lap number 2. Here comes Lewis Islin. He's already got past Cranham on this lap. He's now taken the lead. What a bit of driving by Lewis Islin for Jade Racing Team. Oh, one of the Fusions is facing the wrong way there. I think it's the number 9 of Canini. It is. So Monda Junior Canini, after the great work in the heats today, it's all gone wrong for him in the final. But it's Islin, clear. Orridge down the inside of Mackie, retakes P2. Where has Cranham gone in all this? Is down to P5 behind Harrison Whitcomb. Nicholas Schaufler coming back into this as well. Great opportunity now, though, for Lewis Islin. Has got a bit of a gap. Half a second ahead of Orridge. Mackie there in 3rd. They've got to work together right now to close Lewis Islin back in. Lewis Islin's single lap pace this week and in the TVKC meeting 1 week prior has been phenomenal. They cannot let him get away. Nearly 3 wide as they head down to hairpin number 1. Harrison Whitcomb has got ahead of Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham, while the Fusions are not having it everything their own way in this one. Nicholas Schaufler's down the inside of Cranham now, as is Danny Kelleher, the Irishman fighting through there, gaining a position. This is the kind of race that Nicholas Schaufler will be enjoying now. He's got nothing to lose in terms of championship. He's one of the European runners here this weekend with an eye on the World Championships later in the year. He's had some great race performances so far in Europe in 2024, and he can fight through this order. End of lap 3, Islin from Orridge. The gap is coming down. It's 0.34 of a second now. Whitcomb there in 3rd place. Jesse Phillips is flying through the order. Up 12 positions for last year's IAME Water Swift champion. He's into 12th place now. And if it stays tight at the front of the field, he could come into place just at the back there of your shot ahead of Rocco Coronel. Into hairpin 1 once again. Defensive move there from one of the Forza Racing drivers. I think that's Jack Iliff. Yes, it is. The American from Texas in 9th place. Pulsating. So there's a lot of drivers in trouble there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The number 62 of Aaron Richardson was one of them. One of the Forzas was also off there. And that's Iskender Sulfikari with a lot of damage to the right rear. That surely will go no further. Jarrett Clark is out of this race as well. And, you've got to give it to Iskender Sulfikari. Oh, Dries van Langendonk's out. So that's 3 Forzas gone in the space of about 20 seconds.
the reigning junior world champion, is out of this final. 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Harrison Mackie starting to get into his stride, has just set the fastest lap of the race. There's been a change at the front of the order. Orridge has got past Islin, Whitcomb into P2, more trouble. This time it's Aaron Richardson in the number 62. I think George Quartermain has also had problems. He's there in 28th place. There's a kart in the middle of the road. That, I think, is Sulfikari's. He's definitely out of this one now. 7.25 minutes remaining. Taylor Orridge has got the lead. Well, that has got to be 5 of the most dramatic laps that we've seen so far this season in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Lots of work for David Manchester, you'd imagine, in the CCTV room there. End of the 5th lap. Orridge still leads from Whitcomb. Under the bridge they go. Also coming up through the order, Zach Green. He's gained 12 positions now. Is there in 14th place. And I think there's a driver off through the bowl. Can't quite see it from our position here in the box. And it might be Harrison Whitcomb, because Harrison Whitcomb is falling down the order. Well, it was a retirement in the final yesterday, and I think it's going to be a retirement again here in the second round of the championship. Real disappointment for Harrison Whitcomb. Have to pick himself back up before we go to Wilton Mill. But that is 2 finals that have not gone the way of Harrison Whitcomb. We were talking about it with Nicole earlier, how you don't want to be using your drop scores at this early stage of the season, especially if you're a championship contender. But that is sadly going to be the case, I think, for Whitcomb from this weekend. 6 minutes to go. Orridge leads. Nicholas Schaufler there in second place. They call him the Austrian Mouse, but he's got the heart of a lion, and he's a very dangerous driver to have behind you, because he will go for big overtakes. That's Arjen Kraling trying to go round the outside, and here's Argenti facing off against his teammate for this weekend, Thomas Minspearing, and another driver who's familiar to him, another one of his Kart Republic stablemates, Daniel Kelleher. There is Dries van Langendonk, you quickly saw on the inset camera, out of this race. Change at the front. Schaufler leads. Schaufler to the front of the order. Harrison Mackie has got through into second place as well. He's got support with his teammate. Riley Cranham there in third. Taylor Orridge still in fourth. Is still part of this pack. But you've got to think right now it's going to be 3 of these 4 drivers on the podium. Aston Sharp, Thomas Minspearing, they've got to get their heads down now. They've got to chase 4 of the fastest drivers here this weekend in Europe across the course of this season. Kenzo Craigie's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 57.77, but he's down in 15th place. Harrison Mackie, is he going to go for the move? He looks over the shoulder, he is going to go for the move on Nicholas Schaufler. Oh, good defence from Schaufler. Used the speed, braked late, went round the outside. Down the inside, Cranham, I think, has lost the spot to Orridge. In fact, Orridge is back into second place. They're all discussing with one another how they're going to tackle the emergence of Nicholas Schaufler, who, remember, is not part of the championship full term. A driver here will be back here, you'd imagine, later on in September. And this is going to be a warning shot for everybody looking forward to that World Championships later on in 2024. Nicholas Schaufler had a tough time 2 weeks ago in Val d'Argenton. Didn't have the kind of time qualifying you would have wanted to be part of the mix for the race win. But we definitely saw that at Valencia. We know his speed. He's one of the fastest drivers in junior categories in the world in 2024, and he's showing his talents here in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Down towards hairpin number 1. Defensive move in the battle for 6th place between Kraling and Spearing. Kelleher just behind there in 8th. Jack Arliff still running strongly in the top 10, which is now completed by Jesse Phillips. This is a very impressive run from Jesse Phillips. Give him time. He's going to get this X30 junior class sorted. Give it a couple of races. I think you're going to see Jesse Phillips right at the front of the order as he takes that big step, or has taken that big step, from IAME Water Swift, from the inter and mini categories up here into the full 125cc categories. End of lap number 9. Schaufler still leads from Mackie. Origin third, Cranham P4. Aston Sharp has just set the fastest lap of the race. Needs to keep pushing at that pace if he's going to join this quartet at the front of the field. I tell you what, I think he is doing. That's a mega run for Aston Sharp over the bridge. He's going to join the back of the train with Riley Cranham now. There's nothing much that these four can do. Aston Sharp, who had a terrible time qualifying earlier on this morning, has had to fight back from the last row of the grid in each of his heats, is now fighting for the round win. What a story this would be for the youngster there, racing for Mick Barrett Racing. Change for the lead. Mackie has got ahead. Mackie has got ahead of Schaufler. Now we start to see the man in form going into this weekend. Was in this position 1 week ago in Franciacorta for the second round of the IAME Euro Series. He didn't have it all his own way. He made that stunning overtake round the outside. Oh, Schaufler's all over the curb there. That's a huge moment for the Austrian. Surely he's going to lose out there to Orridge, to Cranham, possibly to Sharp as well. Schaufler wrestles his way back in. He's not giving up that third place lightly. Here comes Aston Sharp though. Aston Sharp down the inside of Cranham. He points to Schaufler and say, no, keep going. I'm not going to lunge you all the way back from there. That would be a silly move at this stage of the race. Good heads-up driving from Aston Sharp. 1 minute and 33 seconds to go. Cranham's down the inside of Sharp. Gets fourth place back. You don't know where to look in this race. It doesn't leave you a moment for a breath. Sharp gets back down the inside. Cranham immediately responds with his own move back to retake fourth place. This is going to lose them touch with the top three. We may have our podium drivers. The question is, what order are they going to be in come the end? Warning for Zach Green in the number 8. Sharp makes a move down the inside of Cranham for fourth place. One driver's cutting across the grass. I think it might have been Jack Eiliff. It looked like a Forza Racing entry to me into the bridge once again. But look at the gap that the top three have got now. They're clear of Aston Sharp. Arjen Kraling's now trying to find a way past Aston Sharp. Aston Sharp will not be beaten here today down into hairpin number 1. Plus 5 second penalties come in for Morgan Moore, the number 16. There's also been plus 5 second penalties for the number 12 and for the number 9 as well. None of those drivers are in contention for the race win. We stay focused here at the front of the order as Sharp holds up what must feel like half of Lincolnshire right now. Warning for the number 19 of Arjen Kraling, who is in this second group. 2 laps to go. Harrison Mackie has control. He's got clear of the rest of the field by 3/4 of a second. Sharp wants to hold on to this fourth place. It could be important points in the championship. You never know in what's been a very open category across Europe, across the world so far in 2024. There's no reason to believe it won't be any different here in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Time is up. Kelleher's going to look to the outside. That's going to be an ambitious one. He's going to be side by side with Kraling off the corner. It's actually very well dealt with by Daniel Kelleher. Is he going to have an opportunity through and out of hairpin number 2? No. Aston Sharp gets good speed, good run off the corner, holds onto the position. Leaders are going into the last couple of corners on this penultimate lap. Kraling's down the inside of Kelleher for 5th place. Kenzo Craig is back on the scene. Somehow he's back up into 7th place. Jesse Phillips is there as well in the number 26. On to the last lap. Mackie has, well, I'd say control. He's just lost half of his lead on that last lap. This is not done. Taylor Orridge won here last summer to win the GP plate at the British Kart GP for Kart Masters, but he was a bit wide there off of the bridge. That might be the point where Mackie has this one sewn up, because Orridge isn't able to attack into hairpin 1. All sorts is going on through hairpin number 1 in the battle for spots in the top 10. Kelleher is out of the race, won't see the checkered flag, won't see the top 10, but Harrison Mackie, corner by corner, is going to get this one, you would think. You would think. Taylor Orridge is still there in 2nd place, Schaufler in 3rd. What a weekend for Harrison Mackie. He is the man in form, unbeatable in X30 Junior across Europe at the moment, and he takes his 2nd victory this year in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. He wins by 0.41 of a second from Taylor Orridge, extends his championship lead. The podium is completed by Austria's Nicholas Schaufler. What a run, what a drive. A lot of promise ahead of the World Championships later in the year at this circuit. What a race. You couldn't take a breath across the course of those 12 and a bit minutes. And once again, the third final in a row where Harrison Mackie has raced, Harrison Mackie has won. He is getting this run of form going. Well, it is going now. The trouble for the opposition, it just seems like it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. He will head to Wilton Mill as the championship leader, and with a big target on his back, of course, but every time questions seem to be asked of Harrison Mackie in the month of May, he answers and delivers after such a difficult start to the year. Had the pace, but not necessarily the results that he wanted back in February when we started the European IAME season at Valencia. Had a difficult time at Wera for round one, but I say last weekend something clicked. Started delivering the race results that have been promised throughout the year. And as I say, that is 3 finals now. 1 last week in Italy, 2 this week here in the United Kingdom, where Harrison Mackie at the end of the race has been able to have his little moments with his brother Lewis. Lewis will have a winning mechanic medal for the second time in just over 24 hours. And, well, you just got to wonder what this young driver can do the rest of the season. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, and Nicole, who's down there, going to get the thoughts of our race winner.
Harrison Mackie, Kart 21, absolutely unstoppable in this championship so far. Harrison, 2 out of 2, how are you feeling?
Amazing. This is something that, like, last year we've been learning to all year, and finally the start of the year everything's sort of going to plan.
And going forward into the championship, confidence-wise, how are you feeling?
After these 2 rounds I'm confident. All the rest of the tracks I know I'm like all right at, and know when we go testing there we'll be fine. But at the moment, now we've finished this, we've got to move on to the next one.
I know you've got a lot of support behind you, lots of people in the comments on the live stream. Nanny June, your brother, who else have you got to thank?
I want to thank everyone at Fusion Motorsport. Without them this wouldn't be possible. Everyone, Joe, Aventus Power, without him it obviously definitely isn't it's impossible without him. I want to say thanks to my mum and dad, obviously for the reason I'm here, and then my brother because he supports me, believes in me and believes what I can do.
Congratulations, Harrison. We'll see you on the podium later on. We'll quickly throw to a quick word from our partners, and then we'll introduce the last race of the day, Race 40, Senior IAME. We're walking onto the grid with Alistair Cresswell because he was telling me earlier on how much you wanted an interview this weekend, weren't you?
I don't really think I was saying about me having an interview. I think it was more Ollie Stilp. I wanted him to have one.
So you're starting from 9th in this final, which, you know, mid-pack, good place to be. There's obviously going to be a lot of commotion going on in front of you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel a bit nervous, but the plan is to stay out of trouble, try and move some places forward and end up with a good result.
And I know previously, you've done a lot in your kart career. A couple of years ago, you were part of the Motorsport UK Academy. Lots of advice going on from Motorsport UK there. Can you tell us about how that's helped you with your performance in the past couple of years?
Yeah, Motorsport UK Academy were great help for me with the online sessions and in-person sessions and a load of workshops. Really helped to build me as a character in interviews and everything like that. So quite good.
Well, it's great to hear from you. We'll let you get on and let you concentrate. Just make our way up the grid. We've got absolutely great mix of karts through here. Victory lane. Let's talk to this driver, Guy Albag. I know you like to also be called, is it Guy Albagino, yeah. I've heard? Yeah. How's your weekend been? How's your visit to the UK been?
First time on track. First day was not so good. In the final, I managed to finish 11th after being, I think, 31 in the first in quali overall, and then today we are starting 13 and we see.
And I can only assume that you're here this weekend to prepare for the OK World Finals later on in September. How are you going to put your learning from this weekend over to later on in the year?
Just testing for being world champion.
Great to hear from you, Guy. We'll let you get on and concentrate. We'll head up the grid again. Great to speak to the drivers from overseas. They don't join us that often, so great to see. We've got Alistair there, who we caught up with before. We also have Henry Gregory. Henry, how's your weekend been going so far? I know you're sporting the Vismo Graphics new team out there. How's it been going?
It's been okay so far. Quite unlucky in the final yesterday, but been quite consistent in the top 10. But other than the final, it's been quite a good weekend.
Well, best of luck to you for the final. We'll see how you get on. I think they're just about to clear the grid, I believe. Actually, I'm being told I've got another minute. Ollie Stilp there as we're walking past Croc Graphics, supported by Croc for quite a long time now. We've also got Noah Wolf in here. Noah busy with his mechanic. Oscar Repetto, we would like to catch up with. Been having a really good day. DPK suit on here with the Jade Kart livery. Oscar, how's your weekend been?
It's been a very good weekend. Very fast the entire weekend.
And how are you liking driving in the UK? How do you like PFI?
It's a very nice track, very complicated, very bumpy as well. From my standards, very bumpy.
And going into this race, what's your tactics? What's your mindset before a big race like this?
Not fight at the start, right? Pull away from the others, and then final 3-4 laps, go for it.
Great to hear from you, Oscar. Very best of luck to you. Hopefully we'll catch up with you a bit later on. We'll go back up to the box now. Very much looking forward to this race. Over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work as always. Well, I've recaptured my breath after that amazing X30 Junior final. I hope you have as well at home as we get ready for the X30 Senior final, and 34 drivers on the grid for this one, who've raced themselves through time qualifying, 2 rounds of heats so far today, and for some of the drivers through the repéchage as well. It'll be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers here on their last race of this doubleheader weekend to kick things off for the IAME part of the season for the Vera Tours British Kart Championships Event 2. If you have missed any of the action this weekend, don't worry, you can watch it back for free on the Motorsport TV platform and channels. Take your pick, whether it's the say on Motorsport TV's own streaming platform, whether it's on Motorsport UK's Motorsport UK TV streaming platform, whether it's on their YouTube channel, the Karting UK YouTube channel. Remember, you've got all of the features from across the course of the weekend there as well, and on Alpha Live also. Looks like we're about set to go. The grid has been cleared here at PF. Boards in the air to indicate that we've got 30 seconds before the start of the formation lap here at PF International for round 2 final for the X30 Senior class. That's up next. It's race 40. It's the penultimate race of the whole weekend, and it's the Senior X30 final with Freddie Lloyd on pole position alongside on the front row of the grid, Oscar Repetto. His teammate for this weekend, Noah Wolf, is on row 2 alongside him is Lewis Bird. Cian Geraghty's been great today, starts this one from row 3. He's joined by Oliver Stilp, Aaron Brown and Joseph Smith on the 4th row of the grid. Alistair Cresswell and Henry Gregory start on row 5. Oliver Ranson. Lewis Francis from Australia starts on row 6. Guy Albagino, we heard from him on the grid, starts on row 7 alongside the ever-improving Rylan Ekberg. Hayden Eldridge and Jimmy Elias from France starts on row number 8. Archie Tillett and Finn McLaughlin, the winner of the final yesterday in round 1. They start on row 9. Harvey Ruff and Robbie Buckley starts on row number 10. Freddie Housley and reigning Senior X30 champion on his home circuit, Gus Lawrence, starts on row number 11. Alfie Gallagher and Matteo Giaccardi are on row number 12. David McIntyre and Harry Ewell are on row 13. Fred Green and William Smith start on row number 14. Running through the rest of the order, Dominic Simic and Josh Palfreman on row 15. Conor McFarlane and Ty Stansfield on row 16. The 34 kart field is completed by Kasper Piecki and Michael Gray. Don't be fooled by the name Mackie on the back of the suit in the number 71. That is Freddie Lloyd. He is your pole sitter, looking to continue what currently stands as a 6-race winning streak in finals for Fusion Motorsport. Here we go, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. No, we don't. It's an additional formation lap for the X30 seniors. But yes, again, a number of drivers in this field looking later on into the year. But for those who are sticking around, this is again another important race for championship points. 65 of them available to the race winner. Virtual championship scores. Thank you very much to Ian Rogers and the whole team at Motorsport Timing UK. Freddie Lloyd is actually a new championship leader. 187 points secured after the haul of 65 that he got from the intermediate classification. It's an 8-point lead at the moment in the championship over Repetto. McLaughlin now 3rd on 175, Wolf 173, Bird 172, that's your top 5. Brown and Stilp both on 167. Gus Lawrence 8th on 162. Cian Geraghty and Henry Gregory completing the top 10. However, that is all about to change, you would think, with this final. There's a quick look at Archie Tillett there in the number 26 on the Charles Leclerc chassis, the one based off the Birrell technology. He'll be looking for another good move through the field. Starts this race from 17th. Are we ready then for 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the final time this weekend from X30 Senior? No, we're not ready. We're going to go round for another additional formation lap. And I think the hand gestures I just saw there from Nigel Edwards, there he is that slow it down. The drivers are just going a little bit too early, I think. There's that yellow painted line across the track that's, say, around 5 rows back from a standing start perspective. That's when the drivers are meant to hit the loud pedal. And they're just going a little bit too eagerly at the moment for these race starts. So, another additional formation lap. Keep your comments coming in. If you've not liked the broadcast already, do so now on the streaming platform of your choice, and get ready for this penultimate race of the day. The last time we'll see a 125cc category in action today. We've still got the IAME Water Swift final to come as well here at PF International, so don't skip off, don't go away after this race. We've still got that 41st race of the weekend to complete. If you missed any of them, you can watch them back at your leisure. We've got all the features, the behind the scenes and the interviews across the course of the weekend as well, being posted up in due course on the Karting UK YouTube channel. Are we good for a go this time? This is looking better. 12 minutes are underway. The lights are out and the X30 Senior Final is go. Good start for Freddie Lloyd. Good start as well for Noah Wolf. He slots through past his teammate Oscar Repetto for this weekend into P2. That's a solid start for all drivers here in this field. All 34 are underway, apart from one driver. I think it's Finn McLaughlin. It is! Finn McLaughlin is out on lap 1. Doesn't even make it through the first sector. We're going to get a different winner of this one from yesterday, folks, because the round 1 victor, Finn McLaughlin, is out. Freddie Lloyd leads at the front of the field. Good start for Alistair Cresswell. Bit of a hand up there from Noah Wolf. Didn't look too particularly happy about things. Here comes RG Tillett on the scene, getting through past Oliver Rands there in the number 27. Jimmy Elias as well in the number 11 for Victory Lane. The French team over here in their preparations for later on in the autumn. Moving through the order. End of lap number 1 then. It is Lloyd from Wolf, Geraghty, Bird, Brown, Repetto, Cresswell, Stilp, Smith and Gregory. That is your top 10. Great start, as I thought it would be, from Archie Tillett. Up 6 places to 11th. Where is Gus Lawrence in all of this? As there's a defensive move from Lloyd down into the first hairpin. Gus Lawrence is up to 20th place. The champion of 2022 and 2023 will know today this is a damage limitation day. Needs to play the game, let this race come to him. You'll see his orange helmet. There he is, a little bit further down the order, just behind the number 51 right now. That's Fred Green. That's not a bad rear axle to just sit behind for this stage of the race. Fred Green, you'd expect to see him coming through the order. End of lap number 2. Lloyd still leads from Wolf, Geraghty, Brown, Bird. Aaron Brown has taken that 4th place away from Lewis Bird. Up onto the bridge. Fighting through there, I think that's Henry Gregory and Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith, who's had a really solid weekend, I think. He's had a really difficult time 2 weekends ago in Val d'Argenton for the FIA Karting European Championships. Built it back up a little bit last weekend at Franciacorta for the IAME Euro Series. This has been more like it from Joseph Smith this weekend. Back to the Joseph Smith that I saw racing at the early stages of 2024. It's very good to see. Lloyd, Wolf, Brown, Geraghty, Repetto now the top 5. Lewis Bird needing to get control of this. He's slipping down the order, doesn't want to slip too far into the clutches, because we can see around this circuit, we've seen it before, we saw it in the previous race, how quickly a gap can separate out between a front group of 3 or 4 drivers and the rest of the pack, and often it doesn't come back. We're on lap number 4. No move yet. Oh, there's a problem there for Harry Ewell. Harry Ewell looks to be out of this race. Cian Geraghty down the inside. What a bit of work from the Geraghty Motorsport team so far today. They really have responded after a testing day yesterday. They're into 3rd place now. And for Cian, who started his 2024 X30 season with a podium in the IAME Winter Cup in Valencia. The great drive in that particular final. I think he's been a bit of a dark horse this weekend, but is starting to become a bit more than that. There's been some good race pace today in that number 73 machine. 8 minutes to go, 4 down. We're a third of the way through this race, and that's a warning sign to the rest of the field. Gus Lawrence, 56.79 seconds, new fastest lap of the race, is up to 17th place. Remember the points here, 65 points for a race victory, 62 for second place, 60 for third place, and then it's a point less for each position all the way down to 34th position in one of these finals. So every position matters in terms of championship points. It's not like other series where there's a top 15 that only receive championship points. It really does mean everything for these drivers to wrestle those positions off the other drivers, even if it's for a little bit lower down in the field. Another lap ticks on by then. Lloyd still leads from Wolf. Geraghty now in third place. Aaron Brown starting to drop back a little bit. It's looking like that top 3 can start thinking about working together, booking in their spots for the podium, and then debating who's going to have the top spot later on in this race. There's Gus Lawrence making another overtake. That's the thing in these finals. It's not a heat. This is all the best drivers in the category here this weekend. Every time he makes a move, the next move gets even harder. It's a faster driver. It's a more difficult driver to overtake. He's got to keep working hard out there. That's in past Oliver Rands for 15th place. The number 33 down the inside there. That's all getting a little bit close. Someone's taken to the grass through the Fullerton S's. Oh, and there's a bigger hit there off of the Fullerton S's. It's one of the Argentis that's in trouble. It's Lewis Francis. Lewis Francis, the wild card from Australia. I think was the driver who went across and then got sideswiped to an extent by another competitor. Well, that's taken another driver out of the way of Gus Lawrence, because that was all in that region just on the outskirts of the top 10. 6 minutes to go here in this one. Lloyd still leading from Wolf. I think they've quite good reason to be concerned here right now about the as out of the race is one of the victory lanes. It's Jimmy Elias. That's not the way he wanted to end this weekend. Out wide there, I think, was Alistair Cresswell in the number 18. He'll have dirty tyres for the next couple of corners and may lose out to Ryland Ekberg there in the number 37. Gus Lawrence has got through. Gus Lawrence is really on the attack now. He's starting to get into the higher reaches. Not quite in the top 10 yet. There's Oliver Stilp ahead of him. Oliver Stilp, he's moved down the order a bit, down 5 from where the number 43 started this race. 5 minutes to go. Gus Lawrence can see the front of this chasing pack. Again, I think it's going to be a bit much to ask of the reigning champion to get all the way through this field and back towards the likes of Lloyd, Wolf and Geraghty. But he's going to give it a go with 5 minutes to go. Lawrence has found his way past Stilp. That's another spot. This is a bit further up the order. This is the fight for 4th place, still being headed up by Aaron Brown. Soaking up that pressure really well is Aaron Brown. Out of the race is the number 13 of Robbie Buckley. The Irish driver becomes the 5th retirement in this race. Joins Freddie Housley, Lewis Francis, Jimmy Elias and Finn McLaughlin on the sidelines for the remaining time in this one. End of lap number 8. Freddie Lloyd still leads this race. Noah Wolf continues to hound there, just about 0.3 of a second back in second place. It's Cian Geraghty again. Often in races that I've watched for Cian this year, there's a point with around 2.5 minutes to go where Cian, already driving very fast, just comes alive. I think that's the biggest worry right now for both Wolf and Lloyd, that if that happens here, it's going to be very hard to keep behind towards the end of this race. That was a nice move that we just saw. Henry Gregory got past Oscar Repetto for 6th place through the hairpins. Joseph Smith in the red helmet there, Kart at number 15 just behind. 3.5 minutes to go. Aaron Brown has just gone purple through sector number 2. Lewis Bird has also got some decent pace. I tell you what, the Brown and Bird duo have a chance here. Funny how sometimes drivers just find a little bit more pace from somewhere that a few laps ago didn't look possible. What was the lap times last time around? Well, 56.83 for Brown, 56.76 for Bird. Yeah, they're quicker. They are quicker than the top 3 right now. They are closing in. If they can keep working together for the next 3 or 4 laps, they're going to be right there on Lloyd, Wolf and Geraghty going on to the final lap of this race. A couple of penalties to talk about. Joseph Smith has picked up a plus 5 second penalty, as has the number 11 out there. That's Jimmy Elias, but Elias is out of this race, so that's fairly academic right now. The number 27 has also received a 3 second penalty. I imagine that is for a tramlines infringement at the start of the race for Oliver Rands. So nothing that changes anything in the top 5. End of lap number 10. Response coming in now from Lloyd, Wolf and Geraghty. They've all just set their personal bests of the race so far. I'm sure there's been some communications from the sidelines that have told those 3 drivers, you need to go. Don't rest on your laurels yet, because Brown and Bird are going along pretty quickly right now. and you need to keep that battle buffer in place. Gus Lawrence is now into the top 10. Has the fastest lap of the race, is now tucked up behind his teammate for this weekend, and long-time teammate in previous years as well, Archie Tillett. 9th and 10th for those guys right now, and Lawrence goes down the inside. Very sportsman-like there from Archie Tillett, realising that in the grand scheme of things, that's a key race for Gus Lawrence to try and get as many points back in the championship as possible. Isn't going to fight his teammates too hard, and given that the number 1 is currently the fastest kart on the circuit, it's not a bad one to be behind for the last few laps of this one. Still no change at the front. Oh, as someone's run a little bit wide there. Was it someone in a Kart Republic suit? So we'll try and work that out in due course. That's a number 73. And change for second. Okay, change for second place. Geraghty has got ahead of Noah Wolf. But Geraghty's got to go now. This next lap is really, really important for Cian Geraghty, because the gap now to Freddie Lloyd is 7/10 of a second. Cian Geraghty needs the fastest race lap of his weekend so far right now as we go on to the penultimate one of this final if he's going to win this 65 championship points. Noah Wolf's got to work with him as well. That's the only hope they've got for me right now of being able to catch Freddie Lloyd. And if you're in Freddie Lloyd's shoes, you've got to give it hell for leather as well. You cannot risk these two drivers getting back into your slipstream, because you know that they're going to go for it. You know they're going to attack. Noah Wolf checks over the shoulder, sees he's got a decent gap back to Aaron Brown. It's about 7/10 of a second right now. What are the sector times like? Still good for Lloyd. 19.89 for Lloyd, 19.84 for Geraghty. Lloyd's just pumped in a personal best through sector number 2. He's doing the business. Out of the race is the number 51 for Croc Promotion. That is Fred Green. Real shame for Fred Green, was up 16 places in this race. That'll all go to waste. He'll tumble down the order. Last lap then. The gap is 0.72. That was a big one from Freddie Lloyd, a 56.65, his new personal best. It was matched by Cian Geraghty, but more importantly, the gap didn't come down. Geraghty's now dropping Wolf. Wolf's third place. His spot on the podium might be under threat from Aaron Brown and Lewis Bird as we are here on this final lap. Lloyd is clear. There's a yellow flag out through hairpin number 2. That'll be for the stricken number 51. That it's his off two drivers left there. Noah Wolf's got to defend into the Fullerton-Etters. He's got to get the drive off the Fullerton-Etters right as well. He's going to sit to the inside, so there's no move for Brown into the first corner through Bobby Game corner and then into the Mike Wilson complex. Freddie Lloyd is going to make it 7 in a row for Fusion Motorsport this weekend in the finals. He takes it from pole position. Freddie Lloyd wins at PF International ahead of Cian Geraghty. Noah Wolf holds on to take third place and is on the podium on his return to the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Aaron Brown in 4th, Lewis Bird in 5th, but it's Freddie Lloyd who takes the win, continues this amazing run for Fusion Motorsport this weekend. That is 7 from 7 in the IAME categories here at PF. And it was that big effort just going into the last 2 laps as Cian Geraghty wound things up. Freddie Lloyd responded and he extends his championship lead. He leaves the first weekend of the X30 Senior Championship for this year with a 16-point lead over Oscar Repetto. Noah Wolf a further 3 back. Lewis Bird a further 3 back from that. And Aaron Brown in 5th on 2:26. But what a performance from Freddie Lloyd. A fantastic weekend. Another case of a driver just building and building through all of the free practices, all of the timed qualifying, all of the heats. He was 3rd in the IC yesterday, 2nd in the final. Today, 1st in the IC and 1st in the final. Noah Wolf can be pleased with the weekend as well. P3. More good form for Noah Wolf, who's scored his first points earlier in the year in the
OK Senior category in the FIA Karting European Championships, and yeah, can be very proud with how he's returned to things here at PF. Cian Geraghty as well. I've got to say, there's going to be an award for some of the best work overnight to turn performances around. You've got to look there to that number 73, and was in amongst it. Was top 15 yesterday, but definitely not part of the fight for the victory. That changed today. That's another reason to be happy for Cian Geraghty. But for Freddie Lloyd there, places his number 71 Fusion Motorsport prepared machine in front of that P1 spot, moves up from where he finished yesterday in the final, and yeah, takes the lead in the championship as well. Absolutely fantastic performance from Freddie Lloyd. On a weekend as well where other potential protagonists in the championship haven't quite been scoring as many points as perhaps we would think here from PF. That could be a very telling result for Freddie Lloyd come the end of the season. He will next race at Wilton Mill the weekend of the 7th and 9th of June. Let's get some of his thoughts with Nicole down in Parc Fermé.
Absolutely fantastic results for the Fusion Motorsport team this weekend so far. Fred, pole to a win, how are you feeling?
Feeling very good, just consistency in the final got me the win, keeping my head straight, thinking smart. Just good weekend. P2 yesterday, P1 today, really good weekend.
Yeah, and obviously Fusion Motorsport, they've had some great results already so far. What have they been saying to you in this weekend and in this season to help you?
Just consistency, really. Just keep your head straight, don't get angry. Just got to think about the long game.
Well, congratulations, and who have you got to thank for this weekend?
I've got to thank Fusion Motorsport, my dad, Aventus, and just all my family in general, just everyone that helped me get here.
Congratulations, Freddie. We want to catch up with that absolutely action-packed final, so we'll see some highlights from that, and I'll meet you on the grid shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that X30 Senior final. Start was always going to be key for Freddie Lloyd to take advantage of his pole position, and he did just that. Noah Wolf going through with him as well into second place. Big question would be, could Gus Lawrence come through the field to score some hefty championship points? He would get up into the top 10 after that run through. But we early on got this rhythm of the top three. Lloyd, Wolf and Geraghty at the front of the order. Lewis Francis trying to fight through there as well, with Jimmy Elias in the middle of the field in those early stages. Here was one of the many moves by Gus Lawrence in that race. That was down the inside of Oliver Rands into hairpin number 1. Ollie's still just running a bit wide there. Alistair Cresswell made it to the end today, but did go backwards at times. We'll be looking to build on a result of that 14th place. This was a big moment for Lewis Francis out of the race. Quite a few retirements in that race, including Finn McLaughlin at the very start of the race, Jimmy Elias, Freddie Housley, Robbie Buckley and Fred Green as well. Good races also from the Vismo Motorsport drivers. Their best position driver was Aaron Brown in 4th place. That was the move for 9th place. Gus Lawrence going past his teammate Archie Tillett for that spot. 13 places gained for the reigning champion, but it was Freddie Lloyd's day. Let's head down though straight away to Nicole for the final race of the day.
Over on the grid with Will Green. Will, how's your day been going?
It's not been a great day as I crashed in Heat 1, but I won the second heat, so I'm starting quite far back, but hopefully I can get a good start and get towards the front of the grid.
So a bit of a redemption drive for you in this final. What's your mindset? How do you think you're going to make those positions?
Just hopefully not make too many mistakes and keep my eyes forward and get as far forward as I can.
Best of luck to you, Will. We'll see you a bit later on. Also want to catch up with Finley Lyons. Finn, absolutely stellar performances today. Just the overtaking has been absolutely incredible by this young driver. Finn, just a quick word. How are you feeling ahead of this final?
I'm feeling confident. I feel like I can easily get to front and put a fight for the win.
Great to hear from you. Best of the luck. We'll see how easy that is for Finley. But we'll go up to Andrew to introduce this race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, the last race of the weekend. We've had 40 of them so far here at PF International. And we'll have race 41, the last one of the weekend, up shortly. Time to go racing for the final time this weekend at PF International Kart Circuit in Lincolnshire. It is the round 2 final for IAME Water Swift for the 2024 Vera Tools British Kart Championships. The grid, a really talented one, 28 drivers qualified automatically through to it. Here's how they look. Austin Newstead and Zdeněk Babicek on the front row of the grid. George Clark and George House start on row number 2. Colby Patterson and Teddy Porter form an all Ollie Rowland Motorsport row number 3. Jarlath Sayer and Jensen Ackerman start on the 4th row of the grid. Freddie Wood and Sukwani Kira on the podium yesterday in the round 1 final start on row number 5. Blair Smith and Harley Musk go from row 6. Finley Lines starts on row 7, is joined by Henry Clark. They are ahead of Max Mason and Will Green. Will Green, who won the final in Italy in IAME Euro Series 1 week ago. Row 9, Grayson Wortley and Luca Narroway on that one. James Nolan and Christian Kobe start on row number 10. Mason Brooks won the race in the final from 14th on the grid yesterday. Can he do it from 21st on the grid? We'll find out. He starts on row 11 alongside Ian Carey. Aryan Nair and Harry Williams go from row number 12. Cooper Snedden and Callum Graham start on row 13. Knight Measures and Andy Stewart through into the final start on row 14. Here are your qualifiers from the repéchage earlier on this afternoon. Charlie Clough and Aaron Singh start on row 15. Xavi Fonch and Pato Medina on row number 16. The 34 kart field is completed by Jonty Restrick and Sophie Campbell. So one last race of this mega double header weekend to kick things off for the IAME classes of the 2024 Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Can Austin Newstead take victory here from pole position, or is it going to be one of the 33 others? We're away and racing, and it's a great start for Zdeněk Babicek, straight into the lead of the race from second on the grid. Winding up now onto the bridge for the first time in this one. All looking good so far. Sweeping downhill now towards hairpin number 1. Oh, one of the Fusions running a bit wide there. I think that might be Sukhmani Kira. Yes, it is. A good start for Sukhmani Kira. Here goes Newstead for the lead. Back to the front goes Austin Newstead down the inside of Zdeněk Babicek into hairpin number 1. Babicek responding back down the inside through hairpin number 2 to keep second place. Teddy Porter's had a great start as well. The number 66 is up to third place. Jensen Ackerman is 4th. Well, we don't often say this on a first lap here at PF, but that's a great start for a number of drivers on the outside into the first corner. Babicek, Porter and Ackerman, 2nd, 6th and 8th is where they started. And they've all at least held position or gone forward. End of lap number 1 then. It's BMR's Austin Newstead at the front of the field. Babicek P2, Porter P3, Ackerman and Patterson completing the top 5. As I said, a good start for Sukhmani Kira. She's up to 6th place in the number 9. Good start for Finley Lines as well. Has gained 6 places and is up to 7th. So the drivers heading down towards hairpin number 1. Is Babicek going to go for a move? Of course. Zdeněk Babicek is going to go for a move through straight into the lead. That's what you need to do in this class. You can't afford to have time where you think about a move and maybe not go for it. Got to get down that inside and make your overtake. Throw it to the other drivers to challenge you for your lead. Zdeněk Babicek's had a solid start to things in Europe. Had a strong run through the first round of IAME Euro Series. Had flashes of speed as well last weekend in Franciacorta as part of the dominant group of drivers at the front of the order in Franciacorta who all race here in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, showing that
really in a European sense. It's a British kart championships, it's a national championship level, but this almost does race like a European race. Such is the level of driver here in this championship. Babicek through onto the straight down towards hairpin number 1, just at the back of this group there. Through goes Kira on Ackerman. That down the inside is Colby Patterson for 3rd place, going past Austin Newstead. Finley Lines on the outside now, just lifts off a bit, switches back to the inside. Oh, that is wonderful from Finley Lines, well read. He's just not quite got enough speed to get up past Austin Newstead, but that was a really good try from Finley Lines. Knew he was going to be in a bit of trouble on the outside, just lifted off the throttle, tucked back underneath, did the switchback, just didn't quite have enough pace off of the corner to make it fully work, but he holds there in 5th place, doesn't fall any further back, which can often be the risk if you're on the outside through hairpin number 2. End of lap number 3, Babicek leads, Porter P2, Patterson 3rd. What does this do for the early stages of the championship? 8 rounds this year for the IAME Water Swift class, this being the final for round 2. If things were to finish as they are right now, your leader of the championship leaving Lincolnshire this evening would be the driver who's just set the fastest lap of the race, 103.44. Jarlath Say would have a 4-point lead over Sukamani Kira in 2nd place in the championship. Colby Patterson would be 3rd, just a further 3 points further back. It would be close, it would be tight. I'm going to make a prediction here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it's in the 10% of correct predictions from this commentary box. This is going to be the closest category throughout the course of 2024 across IAME's platform of classes, because every single time I've seen these drivers race, whether it be here in the UK or elsewhere, it's been a different driver coming to the fore, even across the course of weekends. You can never confidently predict who's going to be the winners of these races, which is keeping things close and competitive. Well, the winner from last week in Franciacorta, Will Green, has just set the fastest lap of the race. Down the inside there, that is Babicek retaking the lead of the race in the number 35, but it's under a lot of pressure here. 3 wide Finley Lines on the outside here. Oh, it's all getting a little bit close through hairpin number 1. Jensen Ackerman, unfortunately, has lost a few positions in all of that. Sagmani Kier has come through. George House, I think, is on the scene. George Clark as well. Had a great time qualifying earlier today, did George Clark for the ONS Racing team. Another team joining the battle here at the front of IAME Water Swift, with the likes of Fusion, with the likes of Ollie Rowland Motorsport and Synergy and BRM. It really is setting up to be a fascinating season, and there's still a lot of way to go in this fascinating final. End of lap number 5. Patterson there in 2nd place behind Babicek. Is there going to be an opportunity to get down the inside? Yes, there is. And Colby Patterson, the Colby Patterson of the 2024, is always going to go for that move. Just a little bit of overspeed off of the corner though, and Babicek is able to get back in, but look at the train. Look at the train all the way down to, I think, 10th place. Colby Patterson's looking to the outside now. He's going to lose out. Again, it's tricky to go around the outside there through hairpin number 1. There's not a lot of grip off the racing line in normal conditions on a hot, uncharacteristic May weekend, when a lot of rubber has gone down here this weekend and last. It's even tougher. Babicek still leads though. Newstead is now up to 2nd place. Porter there in 3rd. Will Green is in this train there in 5th place. Finley Lines just behind. Jarlath Sayer and Sukhmani Kira, the lead Fusion Motorsport drivers in this race. It is a pack, I think, runs all the way back to Blair Smith in 12th place, who are part of this. Do you know what? Let's throw Jensen Ackerman in there as well. 13 drivers. Oh, it's out of the race is the number 39 of Andy Stewart. I think there's been a technical problem there for the young lady from Northern Ireland. Did fantastically to get through to the final direct. Missed out yesterday through the repéchage. Hopefully we'll be able to get back in this race. Races with her brother Johnston Stewart as well. Great to have the contingent from Northern Ireland over here this weekend. 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Lines down the inside of Patterson. That is for 5th place. Finley Lines, who's been a real force to be reckoned with in the Rotax categories. We'll see them next weekend at Lark Hall. All of the action can be followed over Saturday and Sunday across the Motorsport UK platform of channels. Plenty more racing to go here for the final race of the day in IAME Water Swift. Still Zdeněk Babicek leading, but crucially now, it's a group of 2 clear of the rest of the field by around half a second. This is good stuff from Babicek and Newstead. They can start to work together to know, yeah, this is going to be the best way of booking your way onto the podium. And the decision of whether it's first or second, that'll come to the last couple of laps of this race. So the rest of them, they've got to stop fighting. Not that they are fighting right now, they are doing exactly the right thing. They're staying in line to try and close in, and it's Will Green who's come to the front of this group. Will Green and Finley Lines. Oh, as Lines has a mistake. Well, a rare mistake there. Got caught on the curb on driver's left. Did very well to save it there. Loses a couple of positions. But my, oh my, what a moment there for Finley Lines. No change at the front of the order. Don't worry, Zdeněk Babicek is still at the front of the field. There with the yellow and green helmet. There's just been a maybe slight lapse for the transponder there on the TEPS Racing machine. But he's been caught. Then Will Green is driving across the gap here. This is very impressive again from Will Green. Second in the championship last year, of course. Champion Jesse Phillips has stepped up to X30 Junior. So naturally, that brings a lot of attention into a new season. There's the number 24 and the 66. That's Colby Patterson and Teddy Porter switching positions for 6th place. The question for me here is, if Will Green can overtake, can the other 2, and I know there's a lot of ifs in there, be able to respond back straight away? Because what we saw in Italy last week for IAME Euro Series was when Will Green hits the front, he has this tendency to drive away, has very good race management skills that keep getting stronger and stronger across the course of 2024. So I think for Babicek and Newstead right now, they've got to keep working together. They've got to keep line astern. It's too early at the moment to start fighting over the race win, because that could bring Will Green back into play, and that means neither of them could get the race win, and it could be someone from further back, such as Will Green, such as Finley Lines, who skips through to take the race victory. Through the Fullerton S's on lap number 10. Will Green really strong in the corners, you feel. That is where the Jamie Green Racing team have done a magnificent job getting this kart tuned to Will Green's racing style. A lot of work's gone in over the last few weeks, and it really is starting to show. It is now a group of 3 at the front of the field. Babicek, Newstead, Green. 1, 2, 3. Fastest driver on the circuit, though, is the driver in 4th place. Finley Lines has just done the fastest lap of the race so far, a 62.90, and has got some help from behind in the shape of Jarlath Sayer. Out of the race, I think it says Cooper Snedden. Cooper Snedden in the Evolve number 18 has got back onto the circuit, but is out of contention, unfortunately. Green down the inside, goes for 2nd place and has got it. Quick check over the shoulder to see there's no return attack at the moment from Austin Newstead. 30 seconds to go. Great opportunity now for Babicek. There's a bit of a gap. This is similar to what we've just talked about in the senior final with Freddie Lloyd as the number 33 of Pato Medina is out of the race. That's on the cut through. That's on the old layout before the extension there. So that's in a safe position for everybody out there. Pato Medina is out of the kart and just stood behind the barrier at the moment, so that's good to see. Penultimate lap of the race. Finley Lines has now joined the pack, and in fact Jarlath Sayer is now part of the pack. 5-way battle for the lead in the final here in IAME Water Swift. Babicek still at the front of it. Green, though, searching for another victory in this category. Lines round the outside. What a brave move that is. He's holding himself in there. It didn't quite work. He's still there in 5th. Patterson's getting involved. Porter's getting involved. Blair Smith is now part of the party as well. Will Green down the inside takes the lead of the race away from Zdeněk Babicek. This is the danger moment now for the rest of the field. When Will Green has hit the front in the last couple of weeks, he is gone. He has disappeared up the road. He's got one more lap to take victory here today in round 2. He had wins yesterday in the heats, but it wasn't his kind of final. He fell back in that final. We're on to the final lap. Finley Lines has got through as well. I think into 3rd place as we run up round the bowl for the last time rather. Move for 2nd place. This is good news for Will Green because the opportunities to take his lead away are disappearing for the rest of the order. Babicek is still there in 2nd place. I think it's one of the ORMs that's come through. Lines is going to try it again round the outside for 3rd place. Holds it there in 4th. They're all fighting for 2nd place now. Will Green is ticking the corners off. It's not going to give him the championship lead. Well, it might give him the championship lead today, depending on how all of this on your screen sorts itself out, because Jarlath Sayer is there in 5th place right now, into the last couple of corners. What a race this has been from IAME Water Swift. Will Green is going to take victory on a Sunday for the 2nd week in a row. He did it in Franciacorta last week. He's done it at PF International this week and wins round 2 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships in IAME Water Swift. A brilliant victory for Will Green and Jamie Green Racing. And he goes to 2nd place in the championship as well. Babicek P2, Porter on the podium, Austin Newstead P4, Jarlath Sayer 5th. A good final for Jarlath Sayer. Sayer is your championship leader, leaving Lincolnshire this evening by 4 points. Finley Lines P6, Blair Smith P7, Colby Patterson, Mason Brooks and Harry Williams in the top 10. Another great drive there from Mason Brooks. Another 12 positions gained. Just a little bit too far back on the grid today to repeat the heroics of 24 hours ago. Harry Williams as well, up 14 spots. Sakmani Kira, another top 15 in 11th place. Jensen Ackerman, George House, Harley Musk and George Clark all in that top 15. Max Mason, Christian Kobe, Henry Clark, Knight Measures and Freddie Wood in the top 20. Aryan Singh was the top rookie home in 21st place ahead of Luca Narraway. Aryan Nair in 23rd. Jonty Restrick 24th and Ian Carey the 2nd of the rookies there. A good run for the privateer. From the Republic of Ireland, Callum Graham, Charlie Clough, Sophie Campbell, James Nolan, the last of the finishers, 29 of them. 5 retirements, Cooper Snedden, Pato Medina, Savi Fonge, Andy Stewart and Grayson Wortley. Well, Zdeněk Babicek goes onto the scales there. A really good weekend for Zdeněk Babicek, and great to have him here, of course, in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Hope we get to see Zdeněk Babicek across the course of the season. The next race for these drivers, the weekend of the 7th to the 9th of June at Wilton Mill. Further rounds at Shennington at the end of July, and then a trip to Three Sisters as well in September, which, well, if you enjoyed that one, ladies and gentlemen, some of the circuits on that calendar can be slipstream fests at times, which is normally for this kind of class, produces some very, very cool racing. There is your winner. He did it 1 week ago in Italy, where he really took the race by the scruff of the neck, beat off all the other teams, and he's done so again here for round 2 of this year's Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Will Green is definitely in the mix for a championship campaign again this year. Has a little congratulations there with Ilyas Sami, his teammates, and the crew as well. Can be very, very proud of that effort, can Will Green. And a big bounce back from 24 hours ago. I don't think it was the final that Will Green would have enjoyed yesterday. Having taken 2 heat wins, looked really good to get the win in round one. Wasn't his day. Isn't always your day when you race to the extent of Will Green, but it was here in round two. Let's go down to Nicole to get the thoughts of our winner.
What a race from our minis there, 16th to 1st for Will Green. Will, we caught up with you on the grid beforehand. You said you had a lot of work to do but felt confident. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really happy with that one. I wasn't expecting it, to be honest, but yeah, I'm very happy.
You're happy, we could see your mechanic was happy, Jamie Green Racing happy. Can you tell us a little bit about, though, your move on Babachek?
Yeah, I just got the run coming out of the second ep, and I had the momentum to be able to go in, and I was able to do so. And then for that move, I was able to get the gap, and it just went from there.
Well, congratulations, and we're really looking forward to seeing what you get up to for the rest of the championship. Is there anybody you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Kart Republic, Aventus Power, Jamie Green Racing, and my mechanic James.
Congratulations, Will. We'll see you on the podium. Absolutely action-packed racing from all classes, as well as the minis. We'll throw up to some highlights to re-watch some of that. Up to you.
Indeed, for the second day in a row, the winner of the IAME Water Swift final came from the midfield of the pack. Let's see how Will Green did it. It was a good start for Zdeněk Babachek from the outside of row one, taking the lead. A couple of drivers off towards the back of the field, running off the bridge for the first time. It's always about efficiency in these races. If you are in the middle of the pack, start charging through the order. And that's what numerous drivers did in this race, with Babachek holding the line at the front of the field. No driver ever really broke away across the course of this one. A couple of changes back and forth with the lead, with the likes of Colby Patterson and Austin Newstead in there as well. It's quite early on that we had Will Green come through the field. Bit of a scary moment there for Findlay Lyons, getting caught on the curb on the exit of Bobby Game Corner. Cooper Snedden had problems, fell out of the race, unfortunately, was one of the 5 or 6 retirements in this one. But for Babachek, kept pushing at the front of the order, was good value for his lead, but with all of them very sensibly keeping their racing heads on. That move, what a great move by Will Green into the Fullerton S's. Brave one to pull off. And like we saw last week in IAME Racing in the Euro Series, once he hits the front, he just pushes away. He has that almost unique ability to do so and takes the race win. Let's head down to Nicole for the last time today.
What an absolutely fantastic way to start the X30 season for the Vera Tours British Kart Championships. It's been great to see over 26 nations join us for this championship. So much action, so much excitement and so much talent in one paddock. Next weekend we'll be joining the Rotax grid for the Lark Hall round. That it will be their second round of the championship. Personally, very much looking forward to it, and thank you everybody who has tuned in on the stream, who's left comments. It's been absolutely great to see. Make sure you don't miss us next week. Tune in again. Thank you very much.